Daesan on the 4th of October, 2025. What a year in the making. This year will be unforgettable for me, bro. I'll tell you that much. Just doing another live stream today on the Sabbath, Saturday. Maybe I'll read some of the Septuagint. I think those words are in the same language too. Septuaginta. On the 7th day. It is. The Septuaginta, the Septuagint is 7. 7 days, right? I don't know what Gint means, but I know Septa is 7. So it's the book of the Sabbath. Very interesting. Very old practice, then, if that's the case. So thank you for joining me right now. I'm looking at the pigeons. They always have some type of numerical significance. It's 4, 5, 6. There's 9 of them. We'll figure it out what that means in a minute. But shout out to the tribe, shout out to the people in the future, shout out to the people in the past. I notice more people leaving comments on the replay gang. Shout out to you. It's usually like Taryn Art, my biggest fan from South Africa, and someone else, but I see y'all. Shout out to everybody on the likes too, I appreciate it. Shout out to Composure Slim, whoa! Let's get this party started right, man. How's your weekend going? I think yesterday I actually had a mad decent day after the stream. Everything was cool. I was able to sleep with no problems. I always love it when that happens. Oh, man. But minimizing stress responses has been the order, the flavor of the year, I think. Because it's just, I don't know, bro. I don't know what's going on outside for real. I ain't gonna hold you. But right now, ain't nothing for real. It's just, east side walk it out. Gotta get through 2006 ass beats. That's all. I was so much younger when life was funked out before. It hasn't caught up to me. I wasn't in the game yet, so it didn't hit the same when I was younger. But now that you're a little bit older, and you see it as a pattern, a reoccurring loop, you're kind of like, come on now. I got to get out the struggle Olympics and on into my promised millennial destiny. That our 40s would be so much better, and we still have time for that. I don't doubt it. I just know it's not going to come from man or mankind, so I've been doubling down just on gratitude. That seems to alleviate any of the thoughts that are contrary, because the best part about getting older is time. And the remembrance of times. On some Michael Jackson shit. You remember the time. Shout out to Teddy Riley, by the way. I remember the times. I do. I remember the people, the scenarios, and the tone of my reality. But it's crazy how you be going through some of those transitional moments in your life and you stack up things and they seem or feel so much more worse than they actually are. I have a very interesting quirk. It's like when things are a certain level for me and I tell other people, they don't see it. Like, they don't think I'm bugging, but they're like, not a big deal. You'll be all right. And it's the craziest thing, like my whole life. And it's kind of interesting because they haven't been wrong. I have been all right. So then that makes me think in a recursive loop, like, wait, am I making a bigger deal about these things than others? And absolutely. I think I've been a very serious person for the most part of my life to counteract the goofiness of myself, yin and yang. But when shit gets serious, when shit get real, when the unknown surfaces, that's when like my intellect goes into like Rick and Morty mode. Like I can figure out all the things that could go wrong. And then when you compare it to another person who may not have that particular awareness set, nothing. It's just another day to them. That's why I don't like getting drunk. Because I see so many people get drunk and not make a fool of themselves, but get out of hand. And it just doesn't bother them. Like the fear or the threat or the concern that you'd lose control of yourself, and whether they're soiling their pants, making a fool of themselves, SAing an innocent girl, making her uncomfortable. I don't mean nothing serious, but you know what I'm saying, that type of unbecoming behavior. And then they go back sober the next day, it's like it never happened. And they live their life in that pattern for way longer than I worry. And it really makes you think. Or other people, like where you're worrying about your money and where you're going to live and things like that. And then other people just got like $7 in rent. Well, until Trump did what he just did. But, for a long time, there's a lot of people out there who just got $7 rent, man. And I ain't hating. I just know that that means whatever they did to manifest such circumstances um, removes them from a certain Dante Inferno of concern and worry and preparation and concerns. And that's kind of crazy, right? The level of which you project your reality or your standards is going to match you in terms of your perceived difficulty, especially for those of us who have never been there before. That's another thing, too, about experience and time. A lot of my concerns come from the fact that I'm always concerned about things that are new, things I've never experienced or things I've never heard of. And then how people just say, it'll work out, it'll be fine. So you got to it's like a scientist. Like, well, I got to figure out how it's going to play out for my damn self. That kind of sucks. I'll be honest with you. That's the suckiest thing about my life, is I don't know how this shit's going to play out. And I know every damn thing. I mean, in my head, I be knowing shit. So how the fuck I don't know? 40 years in a row, I still don't know. So I'm learning how to not know and be okay. And see if I can match the happiness and the joy that comes with for all the others, it seems. I was playing the game the other way my whole life. But it serves, too, to take things seriously, obviously. History, politics, things like that. Yeah. You take it seriously, you get some serious answers, but that's not what's cool in these streets. And I mean that figuratively. I'm not in the streets like that. I don't care what the streets got going on for real. This ain't even my neighborhood, so I ain't even trying to figure it out. But I noticed the plague of surface levelness comes from that. It comes from people who never knew. And that's the craziest thing. Whether you know what's going to happen or you don't. Whether you're prepared or you're not prepared. Whatever it is. I think Neville Goddard and them kind of, they don't highlight that, but they highlight the reason why that works for anybody. It's because it's all the same mechanism, right? Whatever you dwell on is typically in suit or in line with what you experience, and the degree of which is in alignment to how you're able to accept that or expect it. A lot of people just live up to their expectations, too. I think that's the only downside to not taking certain things serious. Is that you can't craft it intellectually to go somewhere higher or bigger. So a lot of people hit a limit, a gate too. Like the people who I've seen, like the homies back in the day. Like I know why I know why they hit the wall they hit. I don't know if they're okay with that. But I know why. And I think that's what I was more concerned with. Not hitting that limit. Not being okay with whatever life brings you. Like, to never stop climbing to your highest potential of manifested reality. And if your whole life you've just settled for the bare minimums of, yeah, it is what it is. I'll party and bullshit. Wherever I end up is wherever I end up. I mean, that'll happen. But that terrifies me. More than death, for real. I'm not worrying about dying randomly, because once you die, you ain't thinking about it. You're just dead. So I don't give too much energy to that. But there's a lot that you can experience that's a lot worse than death. I've experienced a few of those things. So yeah, there's gotta be a happy medium in that. I'm staring at a ladder too. That's crazy. It's the first ladder I've seen in a while. It's a yellow ladder. It's not I'm higher, so I can see someone else's ladder. But I did not climb it, so. But it's definitely right there. It wasn't there before. Shout out to Neville Goddard, part 2. But yeah, got a ladder and 7 birds. That's crazy. Shout out to Drea Love. How you doing, Drea? You said that part. Hey. Shout out to the chat, El Cool J. That's a nice neighborhood. What up, MG? It is a very nice neighborhood. I don't deserve to be here, per se. But then I see all the other people that live here. I was like, oh, I'm where I'm supposed to be. But trust me, I didn't save for it. I wasn't qualified, if you will, by typical standards. This is a blessing and a half. Which is why it bugs me out. Why I be bugging out about shit. Because even getting here is, I don't know. I was thinking about earlier, like it required 5 years of nudges to get me here in the context that I got here. And when I was going through it, I was thinking about it earlier, because shout to the brother Malachi, who I haven't heard from all year. Hopefully, like I said, hopefully him and his woman is good. He was living in Hollywood prior to March and everything. And I think the last time I heard from him was when I received this iPhone 12 from him. He had got a new iPhone and sent me this one. And I haven't heard from him since, which is unusual. But 5 years ago or more, I don't know if it's 2019. I don't know if it's pre-pandemic or the first year of the pandemic. It was around my birthday in December. Squad, Sagittarius gang in the streets. Oh, we about our season. These are all my seasons, actually, because I'm a Scorpio, a Libra, a Sag. I'm that quadrant. But anyway, this is my December. No Lincoln Park. But anyway, so the brother Malachi, because I was teaching Ableton and he had some type of breakthrough and he was going ham ever since, making beat tapes and shit. He had sent me something for my birthday, and then he had arranged for me to talk to this gifted woman, and that was years ago. And then I called her again on my own volition the next birthday, almost kind of like a tradition, to see what she would say. She's more of a numerologist who can read things based on life path numbers and not in the the year you're in and all that stuff. And just following that thread of her, because of him, because of his phone and all the things in it, all of that is why I'm here now, which is crazy, which is absolutely nuts. Because when that happened, I wasn't thinking nothing of it. I hate when people be like, hey man, you did this thing for me, man. I want to look out for you. I don't know how to receive that usually. Only because I've been thugging it my whole life. It's weird. You know how it is. Especially when you're a dude. Yeah, I'm alright. Like, it's cool. You ain't got to worry about it. I'm good. No, he saved my life. He saved my life before he saved my life before I knew he saved my life, in a way. In that dimension, this dimension. Like, him, because I've never done that on my own. I've never contacted that, or, you know how it is. You don't even believe that shit's real. Except for me, like, at that age, I was like, no, that's happening to me. There's something to it. And then the things that she told me in that call, I was like, wow. She told me about the relationships and all that stuff. She knew that girl wasn't the girl and everything. Like, she knew before I knew. It's crazy. I don't even think it was self-fulfilling prophecy. But anyway, yeah, as a side effect of those phone calls and that connection, that's how I got here. And even getting here, like why I had to come here, wasn't normal. Like what led up to it wasn't normal. Having a gun to your face and all that kind of shit and gotta beat up niggas at gas stations is not like a normal day for a dude almost 40, so. I thank God I survived that. But then on the other end of it, then people in my, I won't even say they're in my life. That's the weirdest thing about me trying to figure out what the fuck. Because low key, high key, the only reason why I was in Raleigh this year was because my aunt was dying. And she was like my mom's best friend, new best friend. Because my dad had his sister live with us because she was a teen mom. And my mother just had me. And they're all in the same house, looking after the kids at the same time. So they had a cool bond for at least a year and a half. And then my mother died in an untimely car accident. She survived it, but then they pulled the life support on her. But in that transient between the hospital and pulling the plug on her, she just kept telling my aunt, who passed, Crystal, you know, take care of my baby. Make sure you take care of my baby. Make sure you take care of my baby. And I remember my Crystal would tell me this like every few years as I seen her over the 40 years, like, hey, I never understood why your mom said that to me. It's not like you didn't have a father and blah, 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 blah. And so when I found out she had cancer, I was like, yeah. And then I started dreaming. saw her in a dream. I was like, oh shit, here we go again. And then my plan to go to California and all that just, to me, didn't make sense why everything just went the other way. But all the roads of my life, I tried to get out of North Carolina, and it just pointed me back to North Carolina one more time. And that was for her, to see her one last time, in the physical, if you will. So, and then after that, within a month or two later, I'm here. Yeah, just 2 months. 2 months after her death. And those 2 months after her death was the weirdest when it comes to the dynamic and the people that I know. And realize I don't really know them for real. And I know they don't know me because I've been thugging it by myself for so many years. They remember you, You know how it is. You don't see someone in a long time, and they have a idea about you based on a long time ago. So I have a lot of those people in my life who know of me, but never really, weren't in my life. Like, I haven't heard from them since I've been here type shit, you know what I'm talking about? So I was thinking about that, how life, like I couldn't see that this phone and that phone call years ago would have led me here. Now I'm doing the cycle of, what is this 2025 and all these, I guess heavy. It's heavy. It's heavy versus how I was thinking and living and projecting myself prior to this shit happening to me. I was cool, man. I was like, I need to lose some weight, get me another car. I'm gonna do A, B, C, and D. Like, I'm just thinking linear, just what I'm working on. Killing it in the music. My music's getting better again. I'm gonna be all right. And then God, life, spirit, and everything in between us was like, nah, son, it ain't over yet. I'm like, that's my favorite instrumental I made. What do you mean it ain't over yet? I thought we've been doing this my whole life, God. I thought the God's Strongest Warriors program started as soon as my mother died. I could have sworn I already put in 30-something years, boy. Where you just have to really just hold on to your faith and not lose your damn mind and walk forward anyway. Do it scared, do it alone, do it tired. Just do it, Nike. So I am. It don't make no sense, bro. It make no sense at all to me. It makes no sense. This whole year, none of it. I ain't talking about like the politics either. I'm talking about in my life year. On top of the fact that everything else is quite strange, and the shit that happened to people within the last 5 years. On top of all that, 1920s be damned. So it's a miracle it's a miracle I'm all right. I'll be honest with you. It's a miracle that I'm here. It's not normal. It's not just like cool little manifestation, create my dream home situation, because this ain't it either. This is better than the alternative. But this isn't. This wasn't my design, if you will. This wasn't where I was headed. This is on the way somewhere else. So at least I know I can do it, right? At least I know. This is like the 7th time in 4 years I've done this. So I know it's a thing, but usually it doesn't shift until push comes to shove, and I don't like that. I don't like reactive manifestations. But then you think about it, it's like, what's pushing all the things for you to react to? Like, damn it. That must be God. God must be doing this. God must be putting me in the little, they call it a thresher, or something that's closing the walls on you, but it's not trying to crush you. Eye of the needle shit. It's trying to keep you straight and narrow. Horse blinders. All kind of shit. All kind of metaphor for how this experience feels if you're looking at it through a spiritual lens. And I don't know what other lens to wear no more, because the physical lens obviously is capped. If I can just manifest a bunch of stupid shit at random. I haven't mastered it yet. I will though. Thumbs up, gang, we here. Peace to the tribe and the gods. Come on now. Terran Arts in the building. L Cool J says, Chino Blazer, he will mention you by name, just wait. He's giving us a briefing right now. I don't know who Chino Blazer is. Let's see. Hey, brother, do you connect with us or just talk? I do whatever I want, usually. Terran Art, what's up? TBFB, peace to the whole tribe, law of correspondence. Dre in the building. I just subbed This Is My Vibe squad. Dre says, I'm in NC. God knew I needed to hear a man talk and be this, him, you. Squad, all right. I appreciate it. Appreciate you being here. I appreciate the other brothers. TBFB, Isaiah 55. I might read that too. Yeah. But yeah, just thugging it out. And staying faithful in God too on top of that. Because I see why people if you're not I can see why people be like playing religion or God low because they haven't absolutely needed it. They haven't had to test God on some real shit. They probably went through some real shit, but they didn't have to test God on it, right? Like some people go through real shit, collapse, crash, and just be flunked out and then accept the flunked out over due time and they cope with it through behavior or substance. But like if you don't want to go through all that and you got to test God, it's like, hey God, I don't need you to get me out of that, and then God show up for you, then it's like that's a whole different way. I think that's what the game is missing. I don't think people believe that even me sometimes, right? I think people have a harder time believing the things that you think you would call God for when a God or something invisible or unseen will come to you or lead you out of it. And I can tell you as a witness, every last single time, it has worked out for me. But not because of me, not because I'm that awesome of figuring shit out. I'm becoming awesome at figuring shit out, but that's only because of, I guess, the spiritual practice of faith. It's kind of hard to explain how to even internalize that, man. Because all the hoopla and all the cute and glamorous things we see in church and TV that depict that are it's kind of like that. But in my own personal experience, it's way more internal. It's a sense. It's a sixth sense. And it's not vocabulary either. So it's not like, you learn the English language and then you can interact with it. You just got to peep game. And then a lot of times, because I personally, I have a nervous system response to supernatural things, like how your hair is raised if a spirit or a ghost is near you. I know I don't want to scare nobody. Everyone probably don't have that, but I do. When God or spirit moves, it's paired with a what is that called? Because I'm gonna assume you've had a deja vu before. When I have a deja vu, every once in a blue moon, there's this delay. There's this feeling where your mind is telling you you've done this already or this happened before, and then you're realizing that exactly the scene that you're awake in, you've had a dream about it before. So now the dream is not with your eyes closed and your head going through it. The dream is now outside of you, and then you're trying to do the intellectual thing. Well, this is 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Oh shit, what's about to happen next? Is it about to end? Oh shit, oh man. And then you're stuck in the what the fuck was that? I just had a fucking deja vu. I did this and you said that, and then that little moment there. But before all of that, before the intellect kicks in, there's this suspension of consciousness. I can't explain it. It's eerie. It's like you're outside of yourself. Well, as you're trying to figure out what the fuck is happening, like what the fuck, like how like time slows down when like car accidents and things like that, almost kind of like that, but not as doom and gloom or intense. I've been in car accidents, so that feeling is different. That shit's like, that turns your ears off, like Jesus Christ. But all those extrasensory perceptions basically is how I interact and know that it's a thing. Even if like I'll be thinking about something and then I'll get the notification or the email, like something I was praying about. I was like, whoa. Like there's a brief moment where you're like, God, funny, man. God is funny. It can't be nothing else. Because it's law of correspondence. It's corresponded to whatever channel I'm touched into that I create my concept locally of God and spirit. And then when that pings or when that notification happens, it's different than anything else. It's similar to like a surprise party or, someone surprising you or doing something nice for you. How it's like, whoa, that came out of nowhere. It's almost in that same vein too, where you can sense it. So I can see why so many people don't subscribe or go that way, because it requires you to pay attention to how you feel And it requires you to trust something that you literally cannot check. You can't verify. You can't call like, hey, did you get my message? Like, you just gotta wait for it to play out. And I think that's why the ancestors of that book were big on fear not and just keep your faith in the meantime. Even the New Testament people, they try to spend the return, if you will, like no man knows the time or day. And then we've heard the colloquialisms like, God might not show up when you call, but he's always on time. Like there's this idea of you don't control the time of the manifestation. Even in Neville Goddard's thing, right? He was talking about I am in Barbados, but if you listen to his story, it took a couple of months. It was more like less than 3 months though, which is amazing for a person who has no money at all to be able to go to an island from New York for free. So it took about 3 months of I am in Barbados for that to happen. So even then, but other things, you close your eyes and just catch a moment and then go on. It's usually when you do that and you can switch the channel completely and think about something else, and then the thing that you channeled happens like instant or in real time. Those are cool too. But for me, they're lesser degree things. They're not like the serious things. It's weird when you approach things in fear, lack, or scarcity. Those things that you're trying to fix or adjust take the longest. And it's the craziest thing. But then your fear, your lack, and your scarcity mindset is artificial anyway. If this is true, if all that other stuff is real, then you should never be in that energy to have to create from that energy. And that is, I guess, what as United States citizens in this modern era is what I'm trying to master. Like, how do you sidestep all of the dangers and threats and warnings and your parents and your neighborhood and your influences, all the extra fuck shit and limits they put on things and the negative polarity? How do you, what does it look like when you exist immune to that? And I haven't met that person. I haven't met a man like that yet. I don't know who that is. And without it being like druggy, hippie induced delusion, if you will. And that's my judgment of that. Like, I can't map that. So to me, it's more delusional. But what I'm looking for is quite delusional too, versus the backdrop of what we're used to from the 90s and all that bullshit. So yeah, talking to AI is quite delusional too. If you're telling a person about an iPhone back in 1988, they'd be like, the fuck you talking about? Same story. So yeah, you got to pick your delusion. Choose your own delusion. It's crazy. Drea says facts. Roddy boy, you know Joe? I don't know anybody. Georgie Porgy, how you doing, man? Is the Chino Blazer still here? Sound like a Blasio. He was wondering if I addressed him. He didn't ask me no questions. But anyway, how you guys doing? I know 7 of you don't have thumbs, so you can't like the video. Hopefully your thumbs grow back. I think Japan's working on that. You didn't have a cell until you're 23? Oh, you're talking about cell phone. I didn't have a smartphone until I was old. I had no one to call. I was home on the internet making music already. Anyone I would call was on the internet, so I wasn't outside enough to need a phone like that. Wait, I didn't get a fucking smartphone until like my second year at Apple, actually. Like 2010? 9? Somewhere around there. Closer to 2009 and 10. And I didn't get an iPhone until goddamn 2017, 18. Because I worked on them all day. I don't want that shit. I don't need an app for it. I got a Mac at home. I got games. I got Xbox and PlayStation. I don't need no phone. I don't need no Candy Crush. Even now, I pay all this money every month for this phone to be on Wi-Fi. It doesn't make sense. No one calls me. I've had the same phone number for 20 years. Only time I get a call is when something happened to someone in my family. At least. I guess that's a good thing. I'm tapped into the streets, but I don't be on the phone like that, so. If there was no internet, I wouldn't be on the phone at all. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure it'd be useless. If I wasn't making money on the internet, I definitely wouldn't have got into the damn phone whatsoever. I used to respond to every last single email and every last single DM for 10 years. People talking about they ain't got time for shit. I'm like, cap. I responded to everybody, even the crazy people. Even some of the stalkers. I responded to everybody. Thousands of people. Never again. Never again. I'm 40, so there's that same. Yeah, so am I. Taryn says, I'm doing chill. And you baking. What you baking? Some cookies, some brownies? What you doing? He says, Drea says, it's still hard for me to comprehend technology. Oh, I'm the opposite. I comprehend it, and I don't like it. I don't like that it stopped. Our game stopped getting better. The speed didn't get faster. Like, it stopped. It's like they consumerized it, like, for the general consensus. And like you said, so many people don't need the potential that the little nerds and us millennials was hoping for. They just stopped. And Steve Jobs transition and people like him, that spirit from their generation, just all stopped to milk ads and microtransactions. That is not what we were talking about. That is not the world we were trying to create. We gotta worry about how to develop apps to get the most amount of people to spend something. Like, that is not innovation at all. There's no cool idea left if that's your premise. And their premise is off. That's why technology is thwarted. Even with AI and stuff. They're trying to figure out how to streamline and automate corporate tasks without asking themselves, the corporation that we're automating is useless its damn self. What the fuck is wrong with these people? I don't know what's wrong with these people. We'll get there. We'll figure it out soon. Oh, you done coconut brownies on fig bread? That sounds delicious and disgusting at the same time. But I trust your judgment. Jack McGrath, yo, I'm new to the channel. Do you do any martial arts, bro? I'm the grandson of the people who created martial arts, though. I have a fire palm and a poison palm, but I don't practice it. It only comes up when I have to hurt somebody. It's like I automatically know how to defend myself without being trained. It's scary. You said, I knew it was going to bring evil. I'm glad to know I wasn't fully right. Taryn says fig bread is great. Yeah, that's the only thing I don't trust about it. I got love and hate with coconut because sometimes you have coconut snacks that are good, and then sometimes you have coconut snacks that are like dry and like hell no. And then the fig, man, I love fig Newtons. That's a thing. There's a fig tree in the Bible too, but fig and coconut, that's two really big risks for me, just conceptually. But then you said brownie, and I was like, I might fuck with you. You got chocolate? Hey, it might work. It might just work. But you way on the other side of the world, man. So your atmosphere and your water are different too. Drea says, sounds delicious and off at the same time. I know, he way over there in Switzerland, in Sweden or somewhere. He way over there. That shit might hit different in that climate. I don't know. Like I said, I'd have to try it. Just a piece. I'll tell you, got some milk real quick. I need backup. Hold on. That's a good thing about the internet, though. Like, the phones have literally everyone has a phone. It's that you could talk to people who are not down the street. That was different. Even the websites were kind of localized. I guess it's the rollout of high-speed internet region-wise is what did that more than anything else. But now it's everywhere, so you get to talk to people who are not local at all. And they still saying the same crazy shit. And they still got the same crazy stories. Their apartments cost different. Their houses look different. They went to a different school, and it's the same damn story. That was mind-blowing. That's the only thing I saw. Like, if you look at the posts and threads and Twitters and stuff, you can't really tell where a person's from. But you can kind of voice it as if it was local. It's very disorienting. You gotta soften the coconut in milk. Then when you bake, it stays soft. So, Taryn, he a baker for real. Forgetting to need a baker. His mother put him onto the game. Or did your grandma put you on? See, I put things in the microwave and I hit 1 minute. He put something in the microwave and he be like 17 seconds. Like he knows exactly what it is. Underground OG says greetings from the west coast of India. Come on, India. Come on, Hindustan. What's going on, Barada? We out here. Shout out to the other side of my family. Y'all might be related to us too. Since I'm Hindu. Large in part, actually. I just don't know what territory they were in prior to the Civil War. We're Hindu from after the Civil War. So the 100-Year War, the East Indian, British tea companies, like that, transactions back and forth. My family is part of those, but on the noble level. So I guess they got kicked out by the British. But they came here as kids too. So they're probably sent away to save their fucking life. So the nobles of Bharata or the nobles of Hindustan came to the Americas and grew up in the Carolinas with us. And they called them gypsies. Sure, for Egyptian, don't stay woke out here, but not the Romani kind, but like travelers, nomadic entertainers, you know. They kind of blended in with turbans and things, but they're really the nobles of Hindustan. They went underground. Just like the samurai from Japan that came here. They went underground. We got their photos in Egypt. But they were headed to America. So a lot of foreign Moorish families sent small groups of the royals and nobles to America during the Civil War for some reason. Backup, I guess, but not backup for the war, backup for the, I don't know. I don't know what they were making sure happened, but they did. I'm one of the results. And I have the memory of those things, so I thank God for them taking that risk at that time. It would have been harder to get here and harder to survive, harder to do everything. So the shit I be going through ain't nothing compared to what the ancestors just went through. Quite literally. Quite literally. Quite literally. We soft compared to that. You gotta travel the whole fucking world without telephone. You kind of know where you're going, especially if it's your first time in your family going. You know you know what you're looking for. Then you find it, and then you gotta trust the shit's gonna work out, and then adapt and move on. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Noble Drew Ali was like that. Remember, he was a gypsy from North Carolina. Ended up in New Jersey and Newark and East Orange. Then he ended up in Chicago. Then he died at 39 years old, like I almost did. Tuberculosis. Interesting. During the vaccine rollout for that shit. It's almost like I had to do it again. So I'm surprised, you feel me? Damn, they marked my grandfather out somehow, whatever that was. And then in the same time period, with the same background conditions, my goofy ass is during COVID. At 39 years old, niggas trying to kill me. I ain't got time for it, bro. I really don't. I gotta make it to 40 just to see. I just gotta make it to 40 to see if it's a different story, bro. That's it. If I make it to 40, it's a different story. I was like, all right, moving on up. Moving down the line. Moving down the line. Yo crazy ass. And your crazy ass grandfather made it here just in goddamn time. As a noble from Hindustan. That's crazy. Where's my tea party at? Where's my tea company? I know we got one now. We going back and forth in the 1800s. You know we got it. You know we got it. If we going back and forth to India and Asia and Russia and America, the Carolinas, if we just going back and forth for all fucking willy-nilly and shit, you know we got it. Not just have it, but know how to do it. How to travel like that, how to navigate like that. No GPS, no phone, just stars and shit. He was a magician too, so A lot of time on the boat to learn goofy shit. Nomadic, always traveling, meeting different people, different magic schools, especially during that time period where it was way more, it wasn't police yet. And you could only learn it from people you knew. It wasn't like you could buy a book. It was no Barnes and Nobles yet either, so it was word of mouth, initiations and things like that. Yep, their circus was the cover story. You seen Heroes? Heroes is largely based off of that. And my grandmother's a princess in a damn circus. Staying alive. You can tell by the way I move my ass along and go somewhere else. I'm in the desert now, my damn self. Come on now. I get that shit naturally, boy. I'll move the fuck on. Quick. Yo, it ain't working. It's time to go. I be trying to save other people. Like, yo, you know it ain't gonna work, right? Not just my psychic part, just intellectually, you know this shit ain't gonna work right. We might as well just thug it out where we wanna be. You wanna go? Yeah. But how are we gonna do it? You ain't supposed to worry about that. Damn it. It's not a step-by-step guide. There is no step-by-step guide. Get your ass, go somewhere and watch it work out somehow. It's working out now, shit. I can now appreciate more so why that's probably easier for me to say and do. Because I'm those people's grandbaby. Damn. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. I'm checking out the brother real quick. I started baking for myself. Oh, you're a strong, independent brother. Everything bought in the store has too much sugar in it. True story. Dre says, love that inspirational cookie. The other was parts of NC, Raleigh, and Charlotte. Indian hip hop inspired by black culture in America. Come on now. Well, so you got oppressed by the British. You got freedom in 47. Yeah, they came here in the 1800s. So about 100 years before y'all got y'all freedom. We idolize music, culture, and people. Okay. Dre says the stars, like how the old timers taught us the drought and winters and such. Yep. Almanacs and stuff. Would you listen to my music or the lyrics and made the beats called Gratitude? Yeah, just hit me up on Instagram. Send me your Instagram on Instagram. I think mine's is Dazon Smith. You'll find it. Just type it in mgthefuture at 3 a.m. or hashtag mgthefuture. Go to my page. But you do Dazon Smith and it'll come up. No one else has. I saw one person use my first name in that similar way. That was weird. Yeah, law of attraction or something. But they're not on it. They don't know what it means. But yeah, Instagram me, bro. I'm not really a music channel, but thank you. Might be like my second, third, fifth cousin, grandma, baby, or something. Whoa. That's freaky, right? If you have family that immigrated at any point in your recent history, like you got like a whole nother bloodline of people in a different country. Like if you just got one Chinese grandmother somewhere, like there's a whole town or village in fucking China. They look nothing like your ass, but they are absolutely your damn cousins. Y'all got the same grandma. Ain't that a bitch? Would you be able to play it on now and live? Underground OG. I'm on my phone streaming. What do you mean? Why don't you do the science on that one, brother? I'm on the iPhone streaming from the iPhone. You want me to be able to stream it on the iPhone while I'm streaming on the iPhone? Sally sold seashells at the seashore. Like, you asking me to do a riddle. Is that what you're saying? You in India, you do tech support now. I want you to do the science on that. Come on now. Do the science, brother. Would I be able to get off of YouTube on my phone, open up Instagram on my phone, play a song from Instagram on my phone, live, while YouTube is minimized on my phone? I really want you to like, listen, if you can't do solving comprehension riddles and tech from India, I don't understand anything about your lyrics or your beats then, because I already know law correspondence, man. I don't know, man. I don't even want to click the link no more, honestly. Shout to Noel for like, bam, bam. Like, he's like, we got one. Shout to the brother Harut, man. Yo, peace. Shout to Denmark real quick. We out here. Like I said, we all over this bitch. So, like, yeah, the internet was good for that at least. My man said, I'm from India. Do you think you can do the impossible, man? With your iPhone? No, I don't think. I ain't got that, Chief. He lost me at idolize black culture. I was like, nope. He one of y'all cousins. I ain't want my people want to say that. Harut says, hey. Noel says, yo. I just saw Tretch. Tretch was in that Gangstar video. I live down the street from Tretch, from Naughty by Nature. I was a kid though. I was a baby. It's like 7, 8, 9. Wycliffe too. And Lauren Hill played basketball in West Orange High School. I was in East Orange, right down the street though. That whole hip hop movement out of Jersey, right there, right in front of my nose. I was trying to fucking get quarters to play Street Fighter 2 arcade at the damn barbershop, boy. That shit was crazy. We used to walk to school in East Orange back before, like I said, my dad threw me to the wolves and he made me walk back and forth by myself from 6 to 9 down up there. But there's times where I wasn't by myself, like I had cousins or friends, and that really gives you your confidence too. When you're a kid, like you did it with other people, so doing it by yourself ain't strange. It's just dangerous stuff. But I remember me and Lonnie and his brother Shane. I think Shane was 14. I'm 8. Lonnie's 8 or 9 or 10. So we're both under 10, and Shane's a preteen. So they take us to school down Main Street, and there's a barbershop that everyone went to in that block. And they had a fucking Street Fighter 2 arcade machine somehow. Them shits was expensive, wasn't they? They were doing more than cutting hair in that motherfucker now I think about it. Hold on. The Street Fighter was brand new. You had to order that shit from Japan, didn't you? Like that motherfucker had the arcade machine in a barbershop. So you remember now. They weren't selling them shits at Walmart yet. So the kids, the barber, or, the hood, the people, they made sure nothing happened to us there at least. So all the kids would stop there first thing in the morning before school. And you just want some quarters. I wanted some quarters so damn bad because you didn't want to stop playing. My dumb ass picking Guile, the most hardest move set to fucking do. You know what I'm saying? And I remember when that first happened, when that first came out, that was amazing. Like Street Fighter really turned it around. Because the old like Pit Fighter and stuff, if you ever remember those arcade games from the late 80s, early 90s, Pit Fighter was ass. It was difficult for no fucking reason. And the other ones they had, unless it was Pac-Man or something, but Street Fighter was like fluid. Then Mortal Kombat. But yeah, as a baby, man, they had us out there about to risk it all for some fucking Street Fighter, man. Blanca, you know, all that shit. 25 cents, man. But yeah, Lonnie would have quarters. So that only lasted a couple weeks, though. That wasn't often. But it was a prominent memory, obviously, if I can tell you, almost fucking 30 years later, so. Yeah. Shout out to them. Shout out to Japan one more time. Shout out to Japan, man. It made the hood a little bit more bearable, especially when that Sega dropped. That saved our lives. That saved our lives. The generation, the latchkey Gen X kids is already cooked. Millennials, man. Sega saved our fucking life, boy. Or Super Nintendo, whichever flavor you had. I was on the Team Sega side. Started with Nintendo, now I'm here. I had the first Nintendo, then we went to Sega. Then PlayStation. Then Xbox. Then PlayStation. Then Xbox. But I think video games and the music and all that stuff, it targeted us. Japan really targeted us. Because now you're simulating. So instead of going outside with all that testosterone that they had then compared to now, Jesus Christ, way different world, man. Way different. The kids were different. They were way more, not volatile, angry, and mean. Like, they weren't assholes. They weren't YNs. They were just tough. They were tough. We were tough. It was kind of different. We weren't intimidating people. We were just like, Everyone had to fight. That was what's different too. It wasn't knowing how to fight. It's that you had to. If you're around people with that much energy. If you can avoid it too though. There's plenty of people who avoided it, but what did they have to do differently? Be quiet, be in their own bubble, isolate themselves from the madness, if you will. I couldn't afford to do that, and I was quieter than most people. It's that I light up real fast. I didn't know what that was as a kid. No one does. No one knows what light up means. I barely understand it now, but I light up. So it's like, energy-wise, people detect it. So I was like, fuck, I'm gonna cause attention. Not all attention is good attention. I say most of the attention you get is bad attention. Honestly, living through it. Like when people notice you, nah, that's not a good sign at all. If it's because of your energy, that's a bad sign. That's a bad time waiting to happen. Even as a child, I can tell you something about something. Staying safe. I know all about staying safe and protecting myself. If I don't know anything at all, that's crazy. It's like I went to the army or something. Like I was in the military. So the brother asked me earlier, did I train in martial arts? Maybe something worse. They trained me in something worse than just learning how to defend yourself. No. To defend yourself, not because some random shit happens to you in a safe area. No, to defend yourself because you're never going to be in a fucking safe area. For real. Even out here, it's a very nice neighborhood until I go to the goddamn store. And then you see the people come out and you see them try people. Oh my God. When you're on the other side of that and you can see it, like when your eyes are open and you've lived that life and you see how other people, even years later, deal with that energy or they can't deal with it, I'm like, nah, gonna be me though. Gonna be me. And then I have to reflect on that, like, damn, it isn't me. How come they don't do that to me no more? Why all these motherfuckers move out my way? I'm such a gentle giant. I'm so polite. I open doors and everything. Why do people get the fuck out my way? I was like, oh shit. I took the samurai training class. I forgot. I got my license and everything. I was walking down the street and there was a kid, young black kid. He probably what, 16, 15, walking down the streets by himself from the high school, or it's probably an after school program because he walked past me every time I do that at 6. So he in some after school program walking home by himself on my side of the street. So we crossed paths, and every time he got his head down, like he's not really confident, but when he sees me, he wants to like face his fears, I guess. So he lifts his head up and he makes like nervous eye contact with me, and I just lock eyes with him. And he puts up his little hand like real fast, like, and then he just keeps going. It was like the second or third time in a row he's done that, so he's loosening up. I was like, yeah, there's monsters out here, bro. But keep your head up. Gotta keep your head up. Tupac won't cap about that. You gotta keep your head up. So fear is not the problem. The predator is. There's a lot of predators out here, y'all. I promise. There's a lot of people are predators. A lot of women. Yep, it's the same for me. And that's my goofy ass assuming everyone has this sense. I know it's a sense. But I can categorize people so fast, like in terms of predators. It happens so fast. I walk in and I look at a person. Some people wear it, like you can see it in their spirit. We say see it in their spirit, but it's their physical expression. But it's I guess we call it a spirit because it seems like it's a template. It seems like it filters those type of people the same way. And I think the fact that they're the same way, although they're different bodies, is what we're calling spirit. Like the spirit of that person is so similar to A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Yep, it's one of them. It's definitely one of them. It's definitely one of them. I see that shit as soon as I walk by me, or as soon as I'm in a room with them. I'm like, oh my God, I'm with one of those. And now I'm matching energy levels. Like if a person come in hot, they're very positive and bright, but they got that spirit on them. I'm like, oh, that's why you notice the other ones, bro. The ones that have that dark aura on them, they don't have the energy no more. The ones that are all up, they're the ones that are still consuming in real time. So they just got their fill. Mm-hmm. You think it's drugs. It's not just drugs. Mm-mm. It's not impossible. It's still human. It's a human altered by drugs. But that thing that makes the drug user scary or weird to you is a spirit. It's not the drugs. There's people on, there's, what they call them? There's functional crackheads at your job. So it's not that. You heard what I said? There's a category of people called functional crackheads. Don't miss that. I hope the streets know. I'm outside sometimes, so I be peeping game. There is a category of human called functional crackhead who's been doing crack for a very long time, and they figured out how to keep a job. Stay woke out here. They might not be good at it, but they keep a job. They keep buying crack too. They balanced it. Yo, I wish I was joking. That shit seems so fucking hysterical. Wolf on Wall Street kind of dry snitched on that. Them boys was crackheads. You got young men out here trying to be like them. They trying to be like crackheads, bro. I want y'all to know that all that excitement and all that energy, that's spiked energy from their spirit, but then it's enhanced by crack. You can't just do that. You can't just go to Wall Street and be like that. That's not how none of that works. So it's a spirit. There's a lot of spirits. There's a lot of those spirits. That's what I've noticed since being a little boy outside, having to stay alive without John Travolta. You can tell by the way I Bee Gees, right? Staying alive, 120 beats per minute. You couldn't do that without a spiritual scouter. You remember Dragon Ball Z? Vegeta had that scouter the first time he met Goku, and that shit went off the radar. Like, over level 9,000. They never gave us a number for that shit. That's how spirit is. Mm-hmm. I'm telling you, them Japanese boys onto something. They know. Yep. There's a whole bunch of spirits down here. Lord have mercy. Help us. We need backup. But the ones I'm noticing now don't have any energy though. That's scarier, I think. That's dark. They become dark. The people I'm talking about, I can see it on them. They have a darkness. It's interesting. That's the power of discernment though. Mm-hmm. And for the first time in a long time, you're starting to see it in women. Usually you don't notice it in a woman unless they're older. It's the younger ones that are interesting because they have the energy. That's why. That's why. They have a supply until they don't. Then they turn into a hag spirit. Yeah. Yep. But their behaviors will snitch on them. I've seen it so many times in a row now I can see it. I couldn't see it before. That one. Like that color, that filter of it. Now I know what it is. And there's so many of them. There's so many of them. Shout out to Rakim Escobar, piece of guys Dre. Opens up the path for demons to enter them. Yep. King Lemuel. Fear is not the problem, the predators are. I love that. Noel says, hey, Mr. Now. Hi, Taryn. Harut says, big tall dudes moving out my way. It's the same story. Yeah, it's very weird. I had no one to keep me safe as a child, so I learned to be what I needed. Dre Love says. That's unfortunate because that seems to be very common. My first console was a secondhand GameCube. Hey, I know you love that thing, the little proprietary mini disc. Drea, where are your kids? Grown. Junzan, peace to the tribe. Mr. Now snuck in from Italy. Our barbershop is the hookup spot. Oh, everybody in the building. Oh, and we got 20 likes. Part 2, squad goals, part 4.5. Where was I going with that? Why was I channeling that part of my story? Usually when I channel a part of my story, it's about to happen. I don't like that. You know the same thing? I was talking about math class a lot a few months ago. Well, no, shit, it was October now. Shit, 10 months ago. I was remembering Miss Farrell a lot and how she failed me in algebra class, advanced algebra 2, but I had passed the final exam with like the top 3 score. So my, I don't know who manages that for our program, but someone who manages the program didn't want me to repeat advanced algebra 2 because that would be fucking stupid because you got the highest score in the final exam. So we're gonna have to try some new shit with you. And they already tried some new shit with me because I got suspended the year before now. That was a fucking problem. Now I think about it, I stressed them poor white folks out. I did, in hindsight. They didn't express it or nothing, but I could tell that would have been stressful if any of those teachers, especially Ms. Royal, the ones that looked out for me, had some type of compassion for me, knowing that I was competent, but I was a foreigner. So they had a lot of patience, actually. But Miss Farrell didn't. She was a German Nazi kid. And I was her last black kid, her last year. And I remember talking about that and how I overcame that and everything went on, still became an NC scholar, blah, blah, blah. But, then shortly after remembering those stories specifically in more detail, you know how your memory is, then shit started happening with math where I absolutely needed it. That's the weirdest shit about it. Me me reframing my relationship with math because of that, and then math being so critical to the rest of everything that's happened so far in terms of the spiritual awakening. It was a mathematical one first. That's crazy. The timing of it, they call it divine timing, I guess. That's what they mean by that. You can only tell when you're past it, though. You have to get past it. It's like, where's this taking me? And then you look backwards, you're like, oh, this shit. That's why that happens. I think I'm old enough to fucking be able to do that. That's a new trick. I haven't landed that one. Now I can start to pattern why things are happening. That's a gift of time, wisdom, experience. I think that's what wisdom is, actually. I think that's what real wisdom is, if you're from the bloodline of magicians, at least. We're talking about Solomon, by the way. His wisdom is different. Yep. Systems. Math. Algebra. Pattern recognition. It's all math. Ain't it? This is why I just try to smile at them. Staying on a high vibration. Yeah, you can Icarus them. You can fly above them. June's M3. But no contact, please. I felt as though I was a foreigner throughout my life until the past recent 3 years. My shadow work brings so many more enlightenment moments that I didn't recognize until later. Shadow work, that's an interesting word. I've heard of it. I come across the Instagrams and the shorts. I know the language model because of women, but I don't know what they mean yet. I don't know the people who teach or talk about this. Recently, I should say. The recents. I don't know. I don't trust a lot of the speaker spirits. I get the same impression I get because we've done music content for so long, how like people try to make YouTube producer channels and they're like the wrong energy, but it's, you know, they do the things, but then they realize they're like stealing and copying people. But just the spirit of that, like why would you position yourself as a subject matter expert and talk about something that absolutely requires experience. You can't just be saying shit. And a lot of them tarot readers and them people, creative, imaginative maybe, but I don't know if they're serious. That's different. Like a person be carrying on and creating a whole picture, and that'd be their talent. But I'm talking about gift. Like, are you serious? You really think this is real? Like, for real? That's what you think? Oh, because I hear them talk about it. Oh, we're in fifth dimensional this. Mm-mm. No, you're not. Don't play with me. You don't talk about your dreams enough. You ain't no fifth dimensional nothing. Mm-mm. You don't talk about the Mandela effect enough, about rewriting your own timeline or describing symptoms of it. Mm-mm. You ain't fifth dimensional enough. You ain't telling me nothing about what the angel codes are and what the angels say to you. You ain't fifth dimensional. I'm not fifth dimensional. And everything I just said happens in real life, and I'm serious. So I can't tell if they're serious or not, man. And then you put mental health in the mix of things, drugs that are not seen while they're on camera, and it can get out of hand real fast. The consensus. So I peeped it. I peep all of it. I have to, because it's the only thing that that's left. That's novel. I know everything else. It's culturally wise, so I see that more than I've seen more than my fair share of that crowd. All the spiritual communities, all the different flavors of them, and I see what they be talking about, but I just don't come across to me as serious. Some are, but they usually aren't the ones that stand out. They don't spend a lot of time being known, I guess. I peep that. Or they get frustrated with the consensus and they go, they just stop participating. That's more common. But this is a very serious matter to me. It's the most. It's what is that called? For the rest of my life, being so old already, in life itself, in the old of our expected time here. For the rest of my life, I think I've so far have concluded that there is nothing else to understand or learn or to improve upon beyond that. Like taking what they call spirituality, and I hate that because that word doesn't tell you what it is. It's a category of all kinds of weird shit too. It ain't all the same for me. I'm very serious, but I have no choice left but to take spirituality serious. There's nothing else for me to do that's more serious than that. Once you realize it, like once you're serious, like once it becomes real, it's like, I knew how long it take for it to be. I know for me how long it took to like click. Like how like some people talk about they have a spiritual awakening or they get out the matrix of just their local mind control or their influence or the path they made that was etched 10, 15 years ago and it doesn't work no more. They're talking about those type of awakenings, or you're in a weird relationship with your family or a loved one and you wake up out of that seeing that it's never going to change, like that type of thing. Yeah, that's life. Life be lifing. People be talking about that. I don't be talking about that. I be going through that. I document it. I'm going through that now. Shit, no, that ain't my spiritual awakening though. I wouldn't call it that. It is a spiritual awakening, I guess. In a way, yeah. If you didn't have to seek outside of your day-to-day expectations and it's failing you and you go to something else, yes, I guess that's a spiritual awakening. It makes you aware of other variables. Yes, absolutely. I ain't with it. Fuck, I be talking about. That's why when I look at them talk about it, I'm like, are they serious? They know there's a different staircase to that, right? I don't know if it's higher, but it ain't the same building at least. So me being aware of it my whole life, 6. And then me reading a just a little bit more about it out of curiosity, against the better wishes of everyone I know. Don't stay away from that stuff. All that stuff's the devil. 15, read it anyway. And then my experiences of a spiritual awakening, as people would call it today, that's at 15. Because I started remote viewing accidentally. Now I know how to cause it, or at least now I know what state where I access it now without having to fucking breathe for 45 minutes. That took years. And then all the meditations I did and seeing the shadow figures walk by, I haven't seen that shit since I was a kid. So see him again at 15 was like, oh, this nigga real. This nigga real. That wasn't fear. That wasn't a figment of the child's imagination. That's the same guy I saw when I was 3. Me and my cousin saw him right there in the stair hallway. And then I seen his ass again in a whole different apartment in a different state. And then my other cousin at his house, they seen it in his basement hallway. Yeah, that he real. He around my family for real. For some reason, I don't know who that nigga is. That can be a spiritual awakening. Because then you're aware of like that, of else. Every once in a while, there's an else. Cool story. They make movies about it. And then, again, at 19, when my dad got locked up, I prayed and I listened and I followed all the steps, and it led me into Bible study, and that Bible study in particular, that guy in particular, had a particular influencer in college, a doctor who had a book on his side table, and for whatever reason, this guy remembered that book for years, at least 10 more years when I met him. 15 more years later after he encountered that, he remembered that book and then found it. We had to get it from a witch store. Dancing Moon. Imagine that. There's a pastor that has to go to the Dancing Moon store to get this book. Dynamic Thought by Henry Thomas Hamlin. So had I not went through that shit in 15 and my grandfather died, and then success to a positive mental attitude, and then talking in that language model, and the pastor remembered the book and then gave me the book, and then boom, again, another spiritual awakening. Another one. Because in that book was suggesting to me, no, you don't just have to pray for backup. You don't just have to put fires out, but you can actually dictate how things play out. And of course, back to the Bible, to the mustard seed of your belief of, do you believe your daughter can be healed from here? Like, then not intellectualizing it, but actually believing it, which is different than thinking or accepting. Belief is deeper. It's like you can say it and expect it without feeling the push in another direction. Like you're not fooling yourself. Like you're not just saying it. It's not a repeat after me. Like you actually believe it. That's tough for certain ideas. But that book woke me up to that, oh shit, these deja vus are real. Like, you can make a deja vu. And I did. I've absolutely did a few times. Not as often as I would like. But I started at 19, controlling it. I had a dream I was going to do something a certain way. And it didn't make sense to me, but it's like a confirmation when I had a dream, like, oh, I'm going to get the thing. And then I go and get the thing, and the dream happened as soon as I walked in. The person came up, all that. It played out 5 seconds of that dream. About a month later, I always say that, but within a month later, it happened, bar for bar. So shout out to Henry Thomas Hamlin, because he woke that up all the way up. Like, he gave me a structure and the confirmation that another human is aware of that there's something else too. We're creating this somehow. That's at 19, 20, 21, 20. But my life was so fucking ghetto and ruined that I couldn't manifest out of that per se. Till 2010. I remember being in a situation just like this. I just had to get out of that goofy ass relationship. I should have stayed away the first time, but the way it played out was I had nothing. It was bad timing, but it was absolute. I had to go. So 2010, threw out every fucking thing I had at the time. And I had dynamic thought and a few books with me and some clothes. I made a call to New Jersey. Went to New Jersey, and I remember using dynamic thought in that process, how spiritual it was to face something like that. Something that I was only in that situation as long as I was, because I did not want to press that button and like abandon and leave everything and jump into uncertainty. But then I had to. And I employed the I'm a perfect mental creature, there is no evil, only infinite good mantras, and then created the, all right, so this is going to lead to this, and this is going to lead to this. And I did. I remember the toughest part of that journey for me was to go back to New Jersey at that age and have to go to Camden by myself. And I was concerned about it, not because of like I couldn't defend myself, but because it's Camden. And I don't really know my way around it like that. I'm not going to my grandmother's house. I got to navigate this whole day in Camden completely alone. Can't call my dad, can't call my aunt. Ain't nobody there no more. Just me in Camden. Me versus Camden. I was trying to go to, the only person that was related to me left was my cousin, and it was his graduation. So I went, divine timing. I wanted to see him graduate or talk to someone that day for finishing school, right? From where we come from. So I did, but that was such an interesting day because like play by play in my head, I had no idea how to get the fuck to his house from the goddamn light rail, but I figured it out, and it was crazy. I was walking the wrong way, and that was cool. I had all fucking day. So I was walking towards, I guess, the river between Camden and Philadelphia. You know, they got the bridge, but you can walk towards the water. And I started seeing it get closer. I knew the Camden Aquarium was there. I used to go to. And it was beautiful. And I realized, well, this road ain't going to keep going on the way I need to go. So let me talk to somebody. And this is an elderly person working as, I guess, a parking lot attendant in the booth. And he said to me, because he looking at me like I'm a stranger. He's like, basically, he was telling me, don't spend too much time out here. You know this place is dangerous. I'm like, wow. Yeah, I heard a rumor about this. I heard Camden was dangerous when I went to school here. Yeah, that's crazy. But to be older and for that still to be the sentiment, because that person was older, so they were younger back when it was really dangerous. So that trauma or that reputation was still there at the time. So I was like, okay, God, I see. All right, warning number one, just keep your eyes open. Whatever. More so I need to get to the fuck where I need to get going. And I did, and the day played out fine. And then, just like I saw in my mind, my mom's sister pulled up, and then that whole next moment, all of a sudden, I'm jumping off a fucking 10-foot diving board into a pool, all on the same day. All on the same fucking day. After I saw my cousin, and then they drove him to the event. I went on my separate way, and then get a phone call. What are you doing? Where are you at? I'll come get you. And I'm thinking, hey, we're in Jersey, like about an hour away. Nah, it was 5 minutes away. I had to figure out how to get back to the fucking light rail though. So then I went to the pool with my cousin. Had no idea I was gonna do that. Saw a cousin on my dad's side and I saw a cousin on my mom's side all on the same day. And I've never, ever had those experiences or seen them at that age or any of that would have never played out had I not just taken the risk to just say, fuck it, I'm going to New Jersey. And like every other day after that was another event very similar. It was surreal because I didn't have anything. I didn't even have a lot of money. I had enough money to travel and eat, but I didn't have like money. So I had to be very aware of where I was and how crazy I should go. Very conservative, that's the word, right? But it just kept happening. It was just all these weird, call it extra. Like every day was extra for like 2 weeks in a row. Because I was just in that flow state. There is no evil, only infinite good. But that was backed up by the fact that I had nothing to lose either way. like on a day to day, like I gotta learn how to merge that when you have shit to lose too. Like to still feel that and it's just, it is what the fuck it is. But on a high note, And then you just watch it happen. It'll go through some weird shit, some dark shit, and if you get past that, then boom, you're jumping off of diving boards, or you had some fucking pool party. That was a reoccurring theme. Now I think about it. Even Chris, he had a pool. There's a whole bunch of pools around. That's crazy. But yeah, it's just, it's real. So that's the spiritual awakening too. When you're starting to notice your influence, the quality of your thoughts and your determination, changing the frequency of the random events you encounter, so to speak. And then once you have that, it kind of normalizes again, because you no longer have the reference point of never doing that. So you don't know anymore. Like, even now when I think about it, like, damn, is all of my life more in alignment to how I see and call things and think because I'm in control of that consecutively? Or is it still just fucking random and I'm reacting to it? Like, it's hard to tell once you do it for so long. Like, even in the moments where you know you gotta wait or things ain't going your way, like that trip wasn't going my way. Like, I wouldn't have planned any of those events. I guess that's what I'm saying. Is like I shouldn't have had to have gone there to begin with in my book, right? Resistance. Like, why the fuck is this so funked out anyway? That's another story, right? But fuck it. I'm gonna do it anyway. And I'm gonna keep my vibration over here and over there. And anything that comes up that I'm uncertain about, I'm just gonna see the other side of it. And then boom, here I am. Here I am. Here I am. Here I am. Like, if you can afford to live like that your whole life, that'd be fucking amazing. And so that's an awakening. That's a big one. I don't know that many people are aware of that they have that option. Mm-hmm. More today, the content and the people and the language model is so much better that even if you don't experience the way I'm describing it to you, it's happening more often for more people. I don't know how deep they are or how much they can imagine or control or how effective it is, but it's more common now. But it's only more common to talk about, but it's always been there. It's always been there. That's science too. The books have always been there. This is not new. So are they serious? I was dead ass serious. So all the way through YouTube and having to use it again. And then, like I said, by the time I end up here because of Malachi and them, that opened up to a whole nother thing with the crystals and all the other shit. Like, oh, that's what the fuck these people are up to. Goofy as it, you know? And then again, having to be in Charlotte by myself one more time just to make sure I got it right. And dealing with women at this age by myself. Here we go again, CJ. And then seeing how different life is. I don't know if that was the vaccine, but it was unfortunately during the pandemic. So I got some boots on the ground reports for people about how people shifted and changed in their personas and how they conduct life itself. I got to see it firsthand as a spiritualist on top of that. So yeah, a lot of people were looking for other ways out. Like, they just started to look at this. They just started their spiritual awakening. I guess that's why I can speak to this. Because every girl I met in the last 5 years, within the last 5 years, closer to 2022, they all started again, I guess, or they all had this hyper awareness of crystals, tarot cards, or YouTube videos, little encampments and affirmations and journaling and book collections. Like, I seen it so many fucking times. And then I seen the girls who weren't all the way there and how they kind of seem like they're stuck in time. Like, they're living like a 15-year-old still. But a 15-year-old from then, like they are a 15-year-old from then. What I'm trying to say is, like, culturally or a language model or whatever the fuck dreams or fucking surface level talk was all so old. Yeah, it was weird. They were weird to me. Very fucking weird. Now that things are happening the way it is, I'm not sure what caused that then. I honestly don't know if those girls are always that way, to be honest with you. But anyway, the ones who hashtag think they're spiritual, think life is just hard for everybody, so I can't judge them. Not in truth. I can't judge that they're that way, I should say. Like, I think if they live their life with a lack of awareness that their thoughts control things, then yeah, to get to the other side of that and then start to have to remap things, but you don't have an appreciation for the fact, and I think most of them miss this. You're not learning how to control this all of a sudden. And, it's not a power, or how do I say it? It's not a degree in a school where you get the certificate after you study or watch or subscribe, if you will. You've been doing it the whole fucking time. And if you know you've been doing it, if you can do it at all, you know you've done it the whole time. So a lot of these people have missed this. This is a very important footnote. If you have been doing it the whole fucking time, unaware, then when you look back like they do, that's all the anger and depression and whatever the fuck you want to call it, where they're anchored in the shadow work, or they're anchored in the overcoming that hurt, pain. It's all post-trauma. It's like, so we're past the trauma already, so why are we still living in the reaction to pain of it, knowing that you caused it? You heard what I just said? A lot of people can't do that. That's why I don't even talk about it. If you cross over to this side of the game, then you know that all that shit that they're stuck on is the shit that they caused. It wouldn't have happened no other way. That is the consequences of what they created with their thoughts. Ain't it? That's why I be asking, are they serious? Are you sure? Are you serious? Because if you're serious and you know where this goes and what it means, that means everything that we're supposed to be healing from, and their healing journeys, when you hear them, are not in the same category. It's a different type of journey, I guess. Nah, you caused that. You absolutely did. You created that. You created that nightmare. You fueled it. You absolutely did. I can tell by how long it lasted. I could tell you. I ain't talking about the weird shit that happens to kids. I'm talking about they be traumatized about 10 years ago. Like, you understand something? Nah, you definitely caused it by then. You was in high school. You was in college. Oh, that was you. That was you. I read Success to a Positive Mental Attitude when I was 15. It was me. I was doing some weird shit. I didn't understand anything just yet. So I was just thugging it out. 19, part 2, 25. There I go again. Like, yeah, it's definitely me now. So, yeah. Once you know you did that, then what do we? Who we angry at? Hold on. Who we angry at? You thought about that. You lived in that. You did not control things in your mind, and you cannot do it now. So I know you did. I know you did it. You can't control it now. So I know you didn't control it then. Don't lie to me. Lying to me ain't gonna prove nothing. This ain't an argument. I'm serious. They didn't take it serious either. So they're just starting. You can't tell them nothing though, so I don't even try. I recommended the books, and some of them already have them. And I was like, you should read that shit and take it seriously. They ain't read them. They started them. You can't start dynamic thought. There's no such idea. You spend more time thinking than reading dynamic thought anyway. If you've never heard of what he's suggesting, which you wouldn't have, nowadays you kind of hear about things, so it'll land in your brain easier. But when I was a kid, there's no such other thing at the time. There was no YouTube. Like I like, just like everything else we self-taught. I had to self-teach myself that language model. I had to teach myself metaphysics. Because I was serious. I was serious. I had to be. I was dying. My world kept collapsing. I had no choice but to be serious, or I was going to die. Trial by fire. So, I lived, obviously. So, I think I chose the right path for that hobby or a side table interest. I think I picked the right subject for myself to survive. That's what I'm saying. We got different loadout down here. East Orange was just the beginning. That's survive environments. Then you gotta learn how to survive the unseen. Then you gotta understand how to survive yourself. That's where I'm at now. Now I gotta learn how to survive myself. Because it's my fault. I created this character. So the loops that I loop are side effects of things that I've thought. You start slow. You start realizing, like, why do I think that? Oh, because the scenario, the environment, the suggestions, what people said, the lectures, I took it seriously. And now it's a contradiction to this other thing. But I already know which side should win. So now I got to rewrite it. I have to reappropriate old patterns and thoughts. It's like, nah, it served its purpose, but it wasn't real. Like, it's not more realer than the experience itself once you already use your dynamic thoughts. And then you have to overcome, like, not only does your dynamic thought, shift your reality, if you will, then I have to learn, like, when it's a little bit more challenging and there's other people involved fucking with me, like, and being a survivalist of materium, I know how to deal with people. If it comes to the legal system, then it's like, damn it, if I only had money, and they're not having none of those weapons, and you can't just punch people in the eye, and no one's gonna believe you because you're a guy, that these motherfuckers are liars, professionally, my whole life, right? Like, because you have to know that none of your techniques matter. That's that battle that I've created, I couldn't beat anyway. Or no, it's not I couldn't beat it, I couldn't beat it that way anyway. Can't beat it that way. Those are not my options. But my thoughts are still dynamic, aren't they? Do I deja vu and control this, or don't I? See, the challenge changes. That is an awakening. It's an initiation, actually. You get way more than one. You get way more than one. There's so many degrees to this. That's where Masons and all of them get the degree system from. I don't know if they're serious, but no, there's definitely different degrees to the same fucking thing, just like martial arts. Get a black belt, you got black belt first degree, second degree, you know the story. So does this. This is the same fucking story. You'll realize how much your life is so much easier because you've controlled the lesser thoughts and the lesser problems and manifestations that you don't even notice it no more. You don't notice it no more because the alternative doesn't happen no more. And the alternative doesn't happen no more because you've mastered that already. So, but it feels normal. That's where people get comfortable or they get fucked up in the game. That ain't where it stops. I'm reminding myself this. It's not where it stops. It's not where it stops either. It keeps going. I'm interested to see how long I live in that realm, like how far it can go. I don't know. I don't know enough people that are serious to even measure it. Like when I say I can manifest a UAP, I was serious. I was serious. So I did. And I told you I could manifest those feathers. I was serious. And I do. But it's not the whole candy story yet. I haven't mastered that sequence of belief for everything just yet. That's the battle with yourself. And some shit you can't do until you see it before. So then you gotta manifest the experience to reflect and then implement. That's what a lot of this is. It's introspection. It's like I'm experiencing a part of this on that degree. No matter where I go next, like this changed my degrees altogether, bro. I swear to God. If I had not came here, bro, I would have missed I would have missed so many confirmations of the path itself, like not my storyline and me as a Dwayne or whatever. I don't even look at that. I'm learning how to step out of that too. That's the hardest thing. It's the battle. That's the battle with myself. Detaching from the character altogether. It's weird. It's hard to put into words, but if I do it, I'll let you know. But on the other path of dynamic thought, if you will, nah, boy. Some impossible, silly shit has happened just since I've been here. That wouldn't have happened if I was anywhere else. It's initiation, too. It's not just random. Malachi triggered initiation by making that phone call, by sending me that package, by giving me this iPhone. That's why it's weird that he's missing. That's a side quest. And Malachi's missing. But he triggered an initiation. Mind you, I'm the one that triggered his. I triggered him. He triggered me. Here I am. Part 3. This is a whole different initiation, bro. I can promise you. I've never done this before. It's like going to Camden by myself. This is exactly like going to Camden by myself. I did a version of this 15 years ago. And it worked out. My dumb ass went back though. I'm not going back this time. I can't, actually. Not even on paper. All because I got that damn book. Just the concept of it, not the, not a particular page or chapter. How it ruined my life. That's why accountability is such an interesting concept that we hear about more often with people in relationships, and narcissism and accountability and all those things. They ain't even get started. They ain't serious about that. They're not serious. They're not talking about that. No one's accountable. Don't do that. Tell them, don't even waste your time even having that conversation with people. It's good for podcasts, but they're not talking about accountability for real. It's not accountable until you realize that no matter what the fuck you did, you created it irregardless. Not that you said the right thing or the wrong thing or that you were selfish. No. That's all bad personality traits. And maybe around people that produce or provoke that. We get it, sis. And bro, too. Like, we get it. But the problem is everyone in that equation is unaccountable to this. Your thoughts determine all of it. There was no right or wrong. The whole thing was created by both of you. So they want to do accountable, then we ain't talking about accountability then. You don't know that until everyone don't know that. This is not the consensus. You lose victimhood. You lose a large fuel for narcissistic behavior. You lose so many key pillars of being a United States citizen if people are really accountable to this. That your thoughts determine your reality. So if you're angry and you're dwelling and you're creating fucked up scenarios and you keeping the game going and phone calls and messages and dwelling and thinking and worrying and all about this little drama in your relationship, it can never fucking land. Both of you. That's accountability. Accountability is it was never going to work. Anyway. That's accountability. Because if it was ever going to work, it would work. So now so many people are just living post-replay and then carry that on to the next thing. They ain't talking about accountability yet. Those things are the best things to ever happen to you if you take accountability. They don't know that. They don't know. No, they don't know what taking accountability means. Some people still blame other people. You can blame people for a situation, but you can't blame people for you. Yeah, those people absolutely had me fucked up, and those people absolutely said or put their hands on me, and I fucked them up. That absolutely happened. But just another day in the neighborhood, like they ain't. That's not. You know, I should stop watching so many gangster movies. You know, I gotta take some accountability, man. I'm not a victim. That was amazing. They let me know I still had it. You can live it through fear and danger, or you can just do +2 confidence, bitch. You ever play Diablo or Final Fantasy with a skill tree? You get the pick. That's accountability. It's how do you account for what happened to you? So far, losing everything every time has been the best thing that ever happens to me. And right after that, if it follows the same pattern before, I get a whole bunch of other things, and then I'll probably lose it some more. Like shit, accountability. I didn't lose anything. I'm the one that tell people when you holding on to your hand and you're asking God or universe to give you something else, and you just clamping onto the thing that you won't let go of, and now your hands bleeding and you're tired. You gotta let that shit go. Then you can receive something. Come on now, I already know the science. You gotta let go of the old life to get the new one. A lot of the people that got personality orders, you gotta let go of the lie and at least get a new one. Come on now, I'm talking to somebody. Look, the lying probably ain't even the bad part. They just need to tell a new lie. That's it. Shit, upgrade your lie at least. Accountability. Yeah, when you start taking spiritual accountability, then it's a different game again. And that's how the degrees in wisdom is. It's like what I'm learning is not only just your scene, your seasons change and your age changes and time changes. No, you're if you raise your degree of awareness, then the way you everything changes. It's like how do I explain? It's not like a relationship. Like, oh, I was in a relationship with a person, and next year I'm not, and then I'm with a relationship with another person. You're still the same person in the relationships. It ain't like that. It's not like pressing the same buttons different. You're not like in Mario Brothers on the same level trying to strategize. No, everything changes. So it's like a whole different life. And the only thing that you inherit is the memories, which by now, as you're older, are false memories. You know that, right? Your memories are more transient. They're not fixed. Like you don't remember it the same way it actually happened, nor do you remember it the same way you would have remembered it a few closer to when it happened. So if you journal, you notice shit. Like you have a memory, and then you see the journal version of the memory, and there's another detail that you forgot. So whatever you're holding on to actively, you get distracted, you think about other things, life does different things, and you go back in time in your head. It's not really accurate because you're looking at it now. You're a different person in that sense. So it's not the same memory at all. It's the same variables, but it's the way you react to it and what it is and how you remember it. A lot of people make that dark, and they make it bad, and they make it terrible, and they make it shame, and they make it guilt, and they hold it in that pattern even later. So they haven't raised their degrees or accountability yet. They're abusing themselves way more than that memory ever could. Hmm? They're not accountable yet. It's not a judgment. It's just if you know, you know. That's the hardest part, though, from our society, from our backgrounds, especially those of us who had weird or challenging starts. You ain't got no one to give you this type of wisdom or a version of it. I know plenty of people have versions of this. They just can't. They can't drill down on the details. They just tell you what it is, and you gotta like trust it and walk into it somehow. Just like reading a book. You had to just trust that Henry Thomas knew what the fuck he was talking about. You said, I trust that for some reason. I trusted that guy. That he knew that he wasn't just saying shit. Thank God, most of it was instant. He didn't tell you had to wait for it. That's it. He didn't even tell you how long it takes. It's up to you. For the simple things, they're easy. But for the bigger things, that you're just not at that degree yet. Just like when you take martial arts and you got break wood. Like, you know how to throw the punches, but that does not mean you could break 6 blocks yet. You gotta raise your degrees up. You gotta get stronger at the same thing you already know how to do. You know how to hit the wood. You know how to do it, but it's not breaking all of them. Same story with your mind, more so than that. Because if you really master your mind, you ain't gotta use your hand. Someone else will break it for you. I'm telling you something. You be thinking you gotta get strong enough to break it your damn self. Who said that? Who said that? No one said you had to do anything, actually. They're not accountable yet. I'm barely accountable. So I know they got a long way to go. You have to be honest with yourself. But you can't be honest with yourself if you're wearing a mask. And a lot of people don't know the difference inside their own damn head. I just noticed the shit. I was like, oh shit, that is not me. I know it sounds strange, but you'll see certain thought patterns if you stop and breathe and journal. You'll start to see it. You'll start to see like there's a different pattern in your mind that's probably old, and it lingers there because it's no longer you anymore. It's an older version of thoughts and feelings and fears and ways of doing things or strategy, all kinds of old, outdated systems of thoughts and patterns that don't serve you anymore. That's the language they use. It doesn't serve me anymore, but it's still there. Most of what people complain about is that right there. That ain't them. The only language model is, oh, that's their trauma speaking. Kinda. It's an alter ego, yep. And the one that's talking about it is also an alter ego, yep. And there's probably another alter ego since they were a kid that's on top of all of that. So you're not even talking to them. So how the fuck do you think they can be accountable when they cannot be honest with themselves? They're not themselves yet. How can you be honest with yourself if you're not yourself? It's not about being honest or lying. You can't do it. You don't even know which one of those voices are really yours. Presently. Not the way you used to do it or think about it or look at it before. It serves no purpose. Once you realize that, you turn it off. And when you get successful at turning it off, you'll see the difference. I'm like, damn. I feel like a different person. I know that's right. I handle that so much better. I know that's right. That shit don't even bother me no more. By default, like the new shit. I know that's right. It bothered your alter ego. It's like you get to change your parameters. Like an arrangement, like a template. But the thing that's changing it is self. The thing that changed is not you at all. Don't miss it. From the same people that brought you fake it till you make it. The thing that they faking is not their self. Because if it's yourself, then you wouldn't have to fake it. Get it? A lot of people walk in the energy of false confidence and false all kinds of things. False expectations and I'm the greatest thing since sliced bread. I am the table. It sounds cool to some people, but no one says that if that's what they are. That's how you know it. That's how you know if it's true or not. I don't talk about being a music producer. I don't talk about music like that. Yet, out of nowhere, someone will be talking my ass about music and rapping. I ain't gotta say it no more. It's just who I am. See? It's there somewhere in my aura, but it didn't get there by itself. I absolutely had to develop that by making music. So a lot of people say things, but they don't do it. Yeah, they're not serious yet. They're not serious yet. And that's okay. That's okay. It's a journey now. They're getting started. I get it. I respect the hustle. I respect the ledge. They're starting. They're getting started. But you're going to need a few more tarot cards, bro. Incompetent, inconsistent. It's a crazy word there, bro. This place is a school, but not a Rockefeller education one. They think it's that type of school. Peace to Jonathan, Lucas. Hi from the Czech Republic. I just saw a video about y'all earlier. All that stuff is to David. Y'all said it better. I don't know the terminology for my growth. I just know I have God healing and enlightening me to my truths. Yeah, I believe you. I was just talking about the language, but where the consensus is about those words seems odd to me because I don't think they're serious. Mr. Now says spirituality equals spiral, circle, levels, and degrees. I hope he's doing all right. Malachi, yeah. Yeah, still strange how he disappeared right after. Same story. Noel says, you've been doing open source manifesting, which brings the worry. I don't know what that means, Noel. Explain that differently for me. Mr. Now says, they need to start lying as hard as they do with everything else, not just being a liar. It might work. Yep, they still do and they still own it. 3. Incompetent confidence is the sign of a massive retard. DEI 5G warfare gave women illusion of manifesting power by giving them jobs. They beat the YouTubers, turning the NPC into an iPhone reveal. Calm says, I'm calling ice on you. You kind of brown, not gonna lie. Please do, man. Tell them to send me to Palestine or Jerusalem so I can clean that up real quick, man. Shit, send me directly to Israel. Send me to Tel Aviv. I got an interesting story to tell them. He said I was kind of brown. That's how you know they brain retarded. Nigga, I'm a lot of brown. He can't see. How the hell a person kind of brown? Nigga, I'm as copper as the penny, bro. What the fuck are they talking about? That's not even funny, but it don't even make sense. Like when you think about it. What the fuck are they talking about? It'd be funnier if he committed to it. I'm calling nice. They don't deport your black ass. That'd have been hilarious. Like, who is this guy? He added all the fucking psychobabble to it. Kinda brown. Not gonna lie. The fuck are you talking about? How can you lie? Nigga, I am brown. What's the NGL for, bitch? Just in the mind of the joke or the weird ass narcissistic humor they have. It doesn't make sense. These are foreigners, aren't they? They gotta stick to their language, bro. English will tell how stupid you are. Open source relies on other people to contribute, i.e., girlfriends and family. What's the other version of it? I haven't seen anything not happen through other people, unless it's the birds. But again, it's another person. It's a bird. I haven't done the manifest out of nowhere or that trick. I haven't done the it just shows up and lands in your bed. Nah. I check myself in when that started happening. I take a picture of it right away. That was not here before. Oh, in church. Oh, you talking about back then? Nah, I guess maybe. I don't know. I get what you're saying. I don't. I did it. I don't think I was open sourcing it like that. That wasn't my intention. That's not my dimension either. The way this shit happens to me is, like I said, it's so subtle. It self confirms itself because of how subtle it is. But then you still have to live in between time. That's where you. That's where the game gets fucked up. Everything that can push you or nudge you in a different direction in the meantime. That's the battle with yourself. Like staying fixed. Like E Honda in Street Fighter on the movie. It's gotta be zen in the meantime. But sometimes you're not creating anything. You need more references, or you need more time, or you need more rest, all kinds of shit. Just like in a video game, you run out of stamina, mana, and health on Diablo. They all charge differently. Yep, you need more mana, or you need more degrees to do it differently. Mm-hmm. Closed source is the MG Town way. Oh, you talking about you? Wait, you talking about people going their own way? I've always been going my own way. You talking about a life manifested around church and relationships, like the other way of manifesting. You talking about the quality? You talking about the what people are manifesting? You talking about the what, right? Like you can manifest things in that direction, going towards the paradigm, or you can manifest something totally different, which is without the paradigm. Is that what you're trying to say? Like you're saying the difference between manifesting a wife and kids versus manifesting a life in the woods. Is that what you're trying to describe the difference? I'm trying to understand the polarity of it. I don't even try to manifest either of those things. Mine should be so much simpler. It's like, how long can I do what the fuck I want to do without this shit going left? And action. Yoke it to a different way. Man, that MG Town way is gay though. Them dudes got a whole different set of problems. They're the new woman from the '90s complaining about things. It's a pole switch. It's a pole switch. They're lying to themselves. They know they're not better off without women. That's on the Bible. They're better off without these women, but the version of themselves they want to be is the reason why those women exist. It's just a weird story, man. Noah says, "Are you DeMarcus Cousins?" Noah, are you retarded? You joke yourself to a pig and you end up in the mud even if you're a horse. If you yoke yourself to a pig, you end up in the mud even if you're a horse. Oh, you complaining about women. That's a different story, man. That's those women. You can end up in the mud even if it was a different farm animal. If they won't go the wrong way. Sometimes it rains. It'll all lead you the same way. Mm-hmm. You have to bifurcate which part of the story is main quest and which is side quest. A lot of things you go through are side quests, so they weren't ever going to work anyway. They're just side quests. You can ask, why do you have so many side quests in your main quest? But you won't know until you get to the end of your main quest. Side quests are optional. If you look at it like that, you can't even take it personal. That's the mask again. You have to switch polarities. Like, it is what it is. That's a new initiation. meaning it's no longer is what it was. Whoever you was, whatever it was, however it was, it's no longer there. Now it is what it is. Present. In the present moment, it's this. You don't look. You don't even look behind you the same. You can't look forward and take what's behind you anyway. So looking forward, it'd be no reason for you to go your own way if what you're leaving behind you was the wrong people. So what you have to do instead is fundamentally is look forward to the right people. Mm-hmm. Red pill is not a strategy; it's an attitude. But it fundamentally changes you if you're not wearing red pill. Black pill is a side effect of evaluating red pill attitude as if it changes someone else. It does not. You adjusting your personality or your outlook on things or your awareness of things does not change the dating pool. Especially if the root issue of all the problems, both sides, is the dating pool. The question is, why are you dating pools? Why are you dating fools? Is that even your dimension? Probably not. That is what it is, though. There's no solution to that. In that general consensus of how people are treating each other, that is what it is now. You changing your outlook don't change them. That's what it is, all of them. That's the pool. Again, why are you looking for her in the pool anyway? She wouldn't be in a pool, would she? Exactly. So, what are you adjusting to? You're adjusting to the mountains or you're adjusting to the water? Mm-hmm. Yep. It is what it is. You're somewhere else. You're someone else now. So you're someone somewhere else now. Time wise, everything. It ain't about what happened. It can't be. They pivot off of what happened and what the consensus is. That's good for entertainment. That is not a strategy. Fundamentally, you have to be yourself. The hyper awareness of everything that's wrong is the side effect of a lot of people who are not themselves. And people are asking each other like, well, let's play this game differently with different masks on. That'll improve the overall quality of the pool and the consensus. Yeah. I ain't going to the pool no more though. I'm going to the ocean. It's a different story. The ocean does not require none of those gory details or those practices or those mindsets even. You only need that to win in the pool, which is a narcissistic environment to begin with. It's transactional in its inception. It's an energy exchange no matter how you do it. So if men as a whole have been, when the value of money and all that stuff was higher, they gave way more energy into it, and then in return they got less, and over time now the value is low, and then the provisions of less are way more noticeable. This shit costs too much to play. That's really what it is. It's not that men are fundamentally going to stop wasting energy. It's just that they're not going to waste their energy on that game, that modality, those rules, those attitudes, those polarities. That's all consensus. That's not real. That's not who these people are. That's who they're pretending to be for the benefit of the energy. Don't miss that. The makeup, the eyelashes, the car, the money, leading with money, all of that is Shakespeare. Imagine if You are a 10 at everything. And then you go out into that same environment and then you pick and it works. You want to be able to live with yourself. Because you would have determined by proving that the only reason why this is the way that it is because I have achieved some cultural, energetic currency in exchange for commitment. Someone who isn't bad built. Someone who knows how to retire their attitude in fear of losing my value. Ain't that weird? And what happens the moment you stop being a 10? The fear that it all goes away with it, right? Same story. That's not real. Kevin Samuels revealed that it wasn't real. He was serious. How do you describe all the people he interviewed? Delusional. So it's a joint delusion. Agreed upon. You have been interfacing with delusion. Yes, reprobate mind. What are we talking about? What we gotta change? I gotta go my own way? No, I don't. I gotta stay away from those people. Similar, but not the same thing. It's similar, but it's not the same thing. No one that I engage with is gonna have any of those traits anyway. Once I get out the damn dating pool. Wake your ass up. It's not Return of the Mac. I'm not retiring, leveling up, and then putting my best foot forward again with the same people who are still in the damn dating pool. Come on, it becomes logical at that point. You're like, wait, they're still dating. They still haven't figured it out yet. So what am I raising myself up? I'm raising myself up to figure someone else out, to help them figure it out by being me? Hell no. That's too many steps for a real nigga, man. What are we talking about? Is the law of attraction real or not? Are laws breakable? Thus, if you keep attracting the same bullshit, then you're accountable. Based on whatever your perception of what the delusion is to begin with. The whole system and its variables is a delusion to begin with. Because it's based on what? The perception of what the American dream is. Have you noticed something? In the direct correspondence of your society collapsing, the dating pool collapses, and the dream and the support of the dream collapses all at once. It's like once you change your mind and polarity about something, it changes so many other things it's connected to, right? So the dating pool theory from yesterday only worked yesterday. That's what everyone's learning. It's not a gender war. It's a value war. Now men are just more quite logically aware why they're such fucking yuppies. And the reason why their life is so hard and miserable is because they're trying to generate an artificial value to provide to someone else who's waiting for them to provide it in exchange for something of lesser value. It's an unfair exchange, especially at a time where that much value is not easy to come by. It's different when you have a surplus, a currency that's valuable. You hear it, 50-50 is more normal. It technically should have always been if you're equals, but the value of the money and the rent has changed with each other, so it's more reasonable to understand that this money's hard to come by. I'm expecting too much at this time. Yes, but it's been that way the whole time. That's what men have been saying. But no, the value changed. Now everyone can see it. that they're no longer bringing additional value into the game their damn selves. You lose value if you're all around the damn pool. You're at our age and you're still in the pool, and your value is dropping. You're getting raisins in your skin, man. Nah, you're not the same thing from when you first jumped in. You talking about that shit? Nah, that ain't got nothing to do with you. That's a pastime experience. May you find what you're looking for and live in interesting times. That'll happen once you understand who you are. It won't happen until you do. In exchange for a loaf of bread is crazy. Side quests eat up your mana, it does. 3, the right people, whoever they are. 3, a root. Yeah, man. I lived a long enough time to finally click. Like, oh, no shit. No shit. I had the game fucked up. The game fucked up, but I had the fucked up game fucked up. That's all. I was playing the wrong game with the wrong people. If I was playing the right game, it'd be different people. Same story. That's just who's in that arcade playing that game at that time. Maybe I need to get it for Sega. And even those games are 2 players. That's it. That's it. It don't go no further than that, buddy. What else going on in the streets? Notification. Third party feels you destroyed everything. I did. Now what? Still can't beat me. That's it. 2010 Farmville. You're the only one planting. This ain't Farmville. You can have whatever you think you can have. Farmville, you have to do work. You have to do something. What I'm talking about, no, you don't. You ain't gotta do shit. It'll meet you right where you are. I know these stories. I already know the examples too. It depends on where you source it from. Nothing's random. Specifically the source in which it comes from. Everything don't come from God. That takes a little bit more nuance and time and experience to understand what's what. Also, when you interrupt things and go left instead of going right, and you see that life still creates a new pattern, you understand that all of it's that way. Like when you have a breakup, and then the feeling of having to readjust your reality without a person, and then the recursive loop of the past and what things could or should be if certain events did not happen, or if certain events could be resolved. And you live in this ping pong match between those 2 worlds. That don't keep happening when you get older. You do it again, and then the ping pong is shorter. Or you run into someone, and there ain't that much to it, and then you just get right over it. What you realize is that it's true no matter what. whether you take a while to get over it or if you get over it instantly. The only difference between the two is your commitment to the imagination and feelings of either. That's the only thing that changes. You. We assign all the meanings. You can live it and not assign a meaning to it. Shit, you can say that these last 2 years was meaningless. Either would be true. But the only thing that affects is how you move forward. That's the thing. Like, it doesn't affect it itself. It affects your attitude about something else or going forward. The only thing that changes with time is your attitude about the things that occur. But the new things is reflections of the old things. The old things didn't matter that much either. That's what sucks. The way they treat you proves to you how much it doesn't matter to them. But trust me, it didn't matter to you either. The illusion did. When it's over, you know what the truth is. People just don't know what the truth is. It's not value. It's not their value or what they deserve or what they earn. That's the wrong words for what life is. You didn't deserve or earn shit. It's a miracle your ass even here. You gotta be more accountable. It's simple. This ain't that. But it is, if you pretend it is. That's what the problem is. These people are pretending to be something that they're not. Hence all the work. If you have to become it, you're not it. Hence all the work. If you have to save for it, you ain't got it. Hence all the work. Be yourself. I challenge you to create the life that allows you to be yourself. So you ain't gotta be nothing else. People who work for the Fed want to be federal agents. They ain't got that job no more. Now they gotta be something else. Life come at you fast. But what do you do if you be yourself? No one can fire you. No one can take nothing from you. You can't lose anything, truthfully. If you prioritize that. But if you prioritize materials and value and things, then yeah. If your life is directly connected or pivoting off of that concept, which is the capitalist concept, it's not yours. It was provided to you. You were taught. You were conditioned. It's not you. Why would you have to be taught and conditioned some shit? So it's the layer that's peeling system-wide isn't the people. The people aren't. The people aren't losing their mind as much as they're losing their mask. They're not losing their mind as much. They're gaining their mind, actually, by losing the fake one. They might not like it. It might be uncomfortable. They may not have enough furniture in there, but that's who they really are. That's what I'm saying. It is. People are not changing people are not transforming into something worse. That's who they are. They're losing their mask because it's not compatible with this current reality. It is what it is. They cannot pretend to be that person because that identity pivoted off of other variables that are global, that are no longer there. It doesn't even work for them. They ain't got shit to do with nothing we talking about. That was the transition and pole switch that the Mayan calendar told you about. But you get to see how fake everyone's been. And that's why they're still single. Rakim says that part. I be Thanos snapping those could have been memories now. Yeah. Yeah, this ain't no Bryson Tiller song. We could have been. Nah. No, we couldn't. And you'll find reasons as time goes on why it couldn't be. Who else says hence open source? You can manifest anything you want, bro. You just don't control the time. But if you know what you want, then what is time? That's where you have to get to. We worry about time because we don't know how much we have. That's the tricky part. But what other choice is there? There actually isn't one. Shout to Lay. Hey, how are you? What's that? Lay's a girl. Hi, Lay. What's your real name? I don't know a name that has Lay as a short name for it. Layla. And we got 29 likes. Squad. I want to go somewhere. I want to do something. Or am I just hungry? Something's going on. My real name's Lay. It's the first time for everything, folks. Lay. L-A-Y. Los Angeles. Y. Angel Wings. Los Angeles Angels. That is a recursive. Lay. Lay. I know Lay. Actually, Lay, who co-signed once, technically got a Lay. L-E-I. It's L-A-Y. It's L-E-I with L-A-Y. Rakim says Lay like chips is crazy. Listen, I wasn't going to say it. I was like, the only Lay I know is Frito-Lay, but it is what it is. She's probably got these jokes her whole life. But at least like I got a name. You can't mix me up with nobody else for real. You know Lay? Lay from the west side? No, how many Lays are there? Like, no, do you know Lay? There's only one Lay that we would know. Do you know them? You talking about Lay from the west side? Or you talking about Lay from the east side? Stop fucking playing with me. Dang, like I said, Brittany. I get it. Lay says, never mind, I'm just gonna leave. Angels in the outfield. You can leave if you want to, Lay. This is an unsafe space. You're watching a channeler. Women learning. Noel's. You gotta fast forward, bro. Noel said, women learning relationships are closed sourced. You and GPT need to work on that. We need another language model. I don't think source. I can't do the source. I can't do the, what's that shit called? I can't do source algebra. It's fucking me up as a coder. He said women learning relationships is closed source. What does that mean, bro? What does that even mean? Leah equals Afro-Asiatic secret. She seems to be. There's an Afro-Asiatic in somebody, man. We out here. Man, this fucking refresh really just said 3 billion years ago today, the Big Bang. 3 billion years ago today, the Big Bang happened. It's crazy. So they're just making shit up now. They ran out of things to talk about. I told you that was going to happen. They gonna start making shit up. 25,000 years ago, the dire wolves crossed the Bering Straits. Bitch, you wasn't there. How the fuck you know what they did? Did they write that down? Would you put in a Bunsen burner and got a date? Like, shut the fuck up. Y'all still think OJ did it. You ain't gonna tell me nothing about no damn mammoths. Man, that scientist never got a name, do we? Jonathan says closed source loop. Yeah. I don't be worrying about what women be worrying about, bro. There's only one woman that I worry about. No, two. At least two. And I don't know none of them right now. Wheel of Dummies. Dum Dum Jeopardy. Dum Dum Today. Yeah. Yeah. Today's people cannot do Jeopardy for real. Jeopardy couldn't make Jeopardy cues. They had to do memes. People can't even name 10 countries, so you already know we cook. People think the United States is a country. It's the craziest fumble in U.S. history. Dum Dum Jeopardy. Why am I so tired? Oh, because it's cold. What else going on? I know Noel's trying to reverse engineer a good relationship. You gotta reverse engineer yourself, Noel. Neville Goddard talks about it. What was his story about this? And all the students and the people that I've seen, I found interviews of, they all do it the same way. Neville Goddard manifested his wife. He said something, he met her, but then he couldn't marry her because the state of New York wouldn't allow him to get a divorce for the reasons stated. So he visualized being married or in a situation with the woman he wanted to marry officially. And his estranged wife ended up getting into trouble. And that trouble that she got into is what gave him the exception to get the divorce finalized. And then he was able to get married. So basically, he manifested it, and then his wife had to go do a crime. Free will be damned, right? Maybe she would have always done it, but she got caught, or it was an issue, or episode, it sounded like. He didn't really get into gory details, but it was an episode that allowed him to get divorced. Not just regular shit, so. And he told the one woman who wanted to marry a rich guy or some shit and told her what to do, and she did it. Then another woman he met told her to visualize the ring on her finger, and then she ran into the guy. So it depends on what you're bargaining for. It depends on what you're visualizing. More than anything, what do you see? Who do you see? What is that like? Or what can you create that would prove? Like, what scenario can you imagine without knowing who? What kind of imagine will let you know that it happened? Deja vu shit. How would you deja vu that shit? And if you do that, she'll pop up. Schumann is still knocking. I done yawned 20 times. This is unusual. What was just about to say that the energy is tiring and been tired today. And you already took a nap? I ain't taken a nap yet. 133. At the same time, I've been finding a lot of things funny. Like, bro, last night, I finally got into the brain rot algorithm of Instagram. I was cracking the fuck up. That was the most I laughed this year probably. That shit just tickled me, boy. I was like, this is silly as fuck. This is stupid as hell, boy. I normally skip it. But yeah, the vibes are coming back. It's the frequency, the energy shifted. That's a good sign though, right? Finding shit funny again. If we're finding shit funny together, then we're getting back to normal. They ain't random. That's more of a progress. That's more of a progress report. When you start laughing, it's just funny again. Okay, you're not taking the bad thing so serious. Why so serious? You start turning to the Joker in this bitch. Start finding things funny again. You start creating in your mind like things. If you make music, you think about making music more, you know. So you getting back to the normal brainwave coherence. Safety. It's a sign of safety. To the brain, that is. Like the brain is no longer looking at all the variables in survival mode and trying to intellectualize future steps and all that shit as much. It's resting. Yep, same story. It's got a few more steps to go. Especially how much of it you can visualize green. It's weird for me, it's like La Jolla, but things is easy. Same feelings here, just tired as fuck for no reason. Oh, you finally made it to road trails too. All by my damn self. Noel says it's weird for me. It's like La Jolla, but things is easy. Yeah. It'll go there either way though. You'll get there, or you're going there already. Whatever your version is. You're just getting tired of everything else. That's everything that's got to go. When you become tired of something, it's over. It's just going to annoy you and get more energized into negativity until you leave it, though. Until you turn it off or go a different direction. Those are signals. Because it's your brain. Your brain determines the value of it, not time or the thing itself. It's our mind. If your mind clicks certain things on or off, it's directing you. You're no longer in alignment. And when you understand that certain things leave or fall apart because you're no longer aligned with it, that is not a punishment, that is a redirect. The intensity tells you how final it is, but the redirect is taking you to where your mind was going anyway. Like it's, oh, we can't go that way. Law of correspondence, manifestation. You can't go that way. We can't even think about it, can't create it, stop. You just do it anyway. You're hard-headed, or you don't know. And then it's just not there no more. And then you'll have a choice. And then for the first time, you consider something else. And then boom, you start that process. And you do it begrudgingly. And then when steps become begrudging, because there's so many steps behind you, you start looking forward to what's on the other side of it. And then not only does that take you out of the past, that takes you out of the present, and now you're trying to create what's on the other side of that hill or the other side of that oasis. You're no longer worried about the fact that you left the city. You're no longer worried about the fact that you're in a desert. You're like, duh, I'm in a desert. I've been in a desert for some while. Here. But now I'm starting to see different parts of the reality appear. And that becomes way more interesting to you. So the only thing that changes in between those two lines is your attitude. That's it. The time is how long it takes for you to adjust. It's rough. Depending on how much stuff. But if you just get there, I accept that the old life is dead and that a new path is being formed in front of me, right? There's an old path that got you there. So let's say if you're still alive, right? You only think if you're alive, by the way. So as long as you can think in this sense, in the version of this, then yeah, there's another path. And you're already on it. There is another path. You're already on it. Yep. What other one wouldn't have fell apart? If that was the path, you wouldn't be. If that was the path, you'd be on it. That's crazy. So the only thing that changes is how we accept that, reject that, manipulate that, or don't, and just let it go. Like let it all go until you get clear again. Then you get right back in the driver's seat. Like, all right, let me steer again. That's it. But the process is, it is what it is today. And then learning how to think, because remember, all you remember, you have like 60 to 100,000 thoughts a day, and they say 80% of them are the same from yesterday. So you're constantly creating the same resting state, expected variables. Like you're not expecting a bird to fly into your window, so it doesn't, a lot of that shit is common. And then your worries and anxieties, your patterning of traffic and work and hormone and emotional regulation consensus based on your variables. That's what your holding or your feeling pattern is based on your variables. But if you remove the variables away and you're still in that feeling pattern, that's the instability. That's the thing that has to calm down. Certain shit won't work, so you can calm down. The way shit used to be, you press A and something happens and it don't happen no more. It's not because the control is broken. It's because you're not supposed to use that move no more. It's like you're in a different level. So what other buttons do you have? That's the crazy part. It'll make you crazy if you resist it. It'll piss you off and make you angry if you're too attached to it not being what you thought it was or controlling it. Yep. All the negative emotions are resistance. And all resistance is you unwilling to accept or let go of what it is. If you just do it on paper. If a person betrays you, all the emotions and resistance that comes from that is based on the values you placed on that person. you'll learn very quickly that the values you place on that person is not the same values they place on themselves, or you, obviously. So the mismatch, to make it so dramatic, is that you up here about them and that and there was up here, but you're putting them up, you're pedestalizing the reality that obviously if they're capable of doing that, they're down here people. Whose fault is that? That's you. You didn't know no better. We know. They're pretending. They always do. That's the name of the game down there. But it's energy anyway. You needed to see that. You doing that allowed you to learn other things too. See, they think, or it thinks, or the job thinks it was about you. No. You're learning something too. And you learned it out. All right, next. And it sounds cold and callous to get to that level. It ain't. It's the truth. You can't lose what God made for you. You can't force it. You can't do nothing actually. You just think you do. That's what be fucking people up. They think they're in more control of things other than their mood. And you can control most things with your mood. It's the hardest thing to master. Because we've learned how to determine our well-being based on things that we have or circumstances. External. We rely on the external circumstance or external reality to reflect what state we're in. We're a feedback loop of our own creation. So unplugging that left and putting it into the right and the right into the left is all you gotta do in most situations. We're not changing to take you out the game. Unless you're like in some type of karmic retribution loop, which is possible. But even still, if it didn't kill you, it does all the dramatic shit to correct you, and then you keep going anyway. So it's the keep going anyway attitude that people really need to drill on. That right there, if no matter what happens to me, I could figure out to be in control of how I feel about it. Thus, my quality of thoughts and future manifestations pivot from that and not the other part. And not manifesting backwards either. Not looking backwards, trying to rearrange things. No. If you can stay up here, no matter what falls, and you stay up there, all right, well, I'm going that way. You know, it's a tricky business, depending on how big the mountain is. But Jesus said, if you told this mountain to move and jump into the ocean, it would, if you had a mustard seed of faith. So that's why being positive or raising your vibration is the prerequisite, because you can't even exercise a mustard seed of faith or plant a mustard seed of faith in your head if you're consumed with all of what it could have been, should have been, if it is, what's going to, if it's too much of that, where there's no room to grow a mustard seed, then that's what the problem is. It ain't the circumstances that did that. That's you. Some people will run a prank on someone and that person will laugh. Some people will run a prank on someone else and they'll be pissed off. And a whole bunch of different polarities are pissed off too. Putting their hands on them, calling the cops, all kinds of different pissed off. And then you have other people who's like, you're stupid. You have other people like, oh, that's hilarious. But it's the same action. It's the same action. The difference was the energy, the resistance. That's all upstairs. The person running the prank can't see it. They can't predict the reaction. So the reaction is internal. Absolutely. What are you reacting to? Energy. There's no material here. It's all energy, isn't it? Exactly. So even our false pretense of what reality is gives us a false pretense of what our thoughts are capable of. Because we're looking at material universe as absolute, and it's not. It's in motion. None of this shit is stable. None of this shit is fixed. It's locked into the hertz, so the frame rate of our eyes, at the way that our brain clocks. But if you had the right instrument for it, you'll see that everything's in flux. This is the summary of flux. This is ordered flux, ordered particles. What changes that? The field, right? What's the field? Your mind, right? How do you change the field? Through energy. So if you could change the field and the field changes the particles and particles animates the physical reality, then what changes physical reality? Your mind. Mm-hmm. So how do you change your reality? You change your mind. Mm-hmm. The empty spaces, what do you change the mind to? That's what we're discovering for yourself. No one knows the answer for that. You know, because you can't see where their mind is. So you can't tell them 2 steps left, 1 step north. It's just a general guideline. The best way to navigate it, at least though, even if you don't know what to change it to, you know what frequency to change it to. And there's different ways to do that, even in yourself. Like, well, I need to switch to something more positive. All right. So from right now, from here, what would be the first step towards positive? If it requires something external, what would you do next? Would you eat? Buy some ice cream? Laugh at something? Can you laugh at something? Are you in the mood to watch something? Can you force yourself through it? Does it work if you do? It's a science experiment, actually. And then you have other answers that just lead you to more of the same too. You're like, yeah, that works, but notice all the extra energy that comes with doing that. Is that worth it? Yeah, so there's a different way to get the energy. Matter of fact, there's a different way to get more of it at a higher frequency. You can have a different diet if you want to of energy. Most people aren't open enough to do that yet. Or this is just not their ministry yet. They're not even on this. A lot of people, they call it an NPC thing, but whatever it is, whatever that people have their own system and it doesn't seem like they're aware of other decisions. It is what it is. You know? It ain't for them. And that's what's weird. They can live their whole life the way it is. It makes no difference to you. Like, what are you trying to do with your life? Are you dreaming of something bigger? Like, that's the thing that everyone pivots value on. It's like the biggest manifestation of thing, and everyone knows, and famous, and health, and all. That sounds nice. But what do you want? You want other people to react to you doing something? You want to be an entertainer. So a different way to be an entertainer. So that's what you're describing. You're performing for other people. Okay. No. It's a childlike thing. When I was a child, I did childlike things. A lot of us have to just realize we're adults now, too. Especially the women. All that other young girl shit ain't working for you because you're a grown-ass woman. You're an adult woman. Go back to when you were a kid and think about the adult women. What are they on the internet tweeting and acting like you? It's just a frame of reference. Yeah. They don't have there's no adult modality right now because the internet is 6th grade. The consensus is middle school. All different ages, all different cultures, all different groups. The consensus of language model is middle school level, 6th grade. So it produces a 6th grade announcement and a 6th grade, what do they call that? Hot take. It's all childish. The internet's childish, socially. Funny things, fart memes, things like it's childish. Grown-ass people sending these reels. Ain't nothing wrong with it, but once you understand, the consensus of our reality is childish. Trump is childish. Kanye West is childish. It's a childish empire where someone childish can have more money and more influence as a result of the money, but it's a childish person with it. Yes, absolutely true. But it doesn't work, does it? No. It's always a fucking disaster, isn't it? Because they're a child. The stove is hot. Don't jump on that. Don't press that. And they do. And eventually, they get a childish response. Same story. Like I said, the new world costs you the old one. They do. You lose everything. I ain't talking about physical things. I'm talking everything you used to know and what used to work and how it used to be and where it was going. You lose that too. You lose that too. You lose that too. Like you gotta keep that in mind. You're not editing the blueprint. You're not editing your path. No, it's that path ain't even there no more. It's dead. The old life, the old life is a side effect of you pursuing that path. That path is dead. That's why the old life is dead. That is the path is what painted everything else in that happened. Now it's over. The path itself, now reflect. Then recreate a new path and keep going. That's it. Keep on going, don't stop now. Keep on moving, don't stop now. You're not moving in the same direction anyway. Especially if you pass some shit. It's behind you. It ain't the same direction no more. Even if you got there going straight. Eventually time gets past you. It gets behind you. Like some of the shit that I'm going through now. When I get to the other side of it, I'm not gonna look back on it. I'm not gonna try to figure it out. I'm not gonna try to rationalize shit. I'm gonna let it is what it is. Say okay, lo say. That was then. That happened already. Thank God I got to the other side of this shit because that was annoying. But outside of that sentiment, I'm not gonna pivot off of it. I literally cannot do it. I'm not in the same environment. So my environment also dictates that my path is very different. Whether I stay here longer or I go somewhere else again, which is probably inevitable, but in between now and inevitable, that reality that I would create here, the things I would feel in here, it's so much more simpler because this is much a simpler place. It's a desert. It's not as just as a metaphor for the environment. It's a desert. What do you do in a desert? Stay cool, nigga. Find water and stay cool. That's what you do in a desert. You don't build in a desert, right? You're not trying to you don't build a city in a desert. What are you, Las Vegas? You know what I'm talking about? That's weird, but fundamentally, it's for the student, for the person on the path, as within, so without. Well, I'm in a desert in my mind now. There's nothing there. It's, what does the sister say? It's bare minimum. That's perfect for a desert though. I'm staying cool, the window open. I'm in the desert now. I gotta buy water bottles. I'm in the desert now. I was never in the desert before. So there's so much adjustments that I make just in those things I just said to you. How you adjust to the weather and the patterns of when you walk and when you go outside, when you don't. How you adjust to bottled water as mandate because the water fucking sucks system wide. Or get a Brita or something, you know what I'm talking about, or osmosis machine, you know, people got technology now. But just doing those 3 little things is different. The people I interact with regularly, species, culture, traditions, totally different cast of characters. I've never really dealt with those people before. It's different. You see how it is? So now that I can reference past and other people, and there's a general way of approaching everything and everyone, but at the same time, I notice right away that the responses or the quality of responses or the energy is different. So now I have to adjust my water level. Just that act of making adjustments to your regular, everyday, regular life changes the path you're on. The other shit got you to that path. There's some new shit. So this new shit gonna get you somewhere else. And that's more of the adjustment that I think a lot of people cannot make, especially women. I don't know what that is, why they find it so hard to let go of the story that they made up to begin with. Fundamentally, that's not the story no more. The story's over. End the book. Put a period on it. Now I'll make a new book. People want to hold on to, but nah. We see what happens when you do. It hasn't changed ever in human history. Ain't nobody who hung on to the bullshit. Ain't nobody who dwelled in anger and depression. Ain't nobody who did any of the things that everyone just so easily does ever changed the fucking outcome of shit. Has never done it. It's 0 for 0. Dwelling on the past has never changed it. Worrying is never how you overcome fear. So there's an adjustment. And if nothing's happening, there's an adjustment period. That's all. Fundamentally, scientifically. This, for me, I know I can speak to it. It's an adjustment period, for real. That's what all the work is. That's what all the, like, oh, can't do that. Can't do that. That don't make sense. That's over. That ain't there. Who is that? And then now, once all those doors are closed, you fall asleep, you wake up, same story. Like, shit, this is kind of consistent. Sometimes you want to knock and check again. Like, nah, it ain't opening. Another day goes by. And then you're like, I'm tired of knocking on that door. I've been knocking for 2 weeks, right? It don't even matter if someone's inside. So you just got to keep going. You go to the next house. You know what I'm saying? Like, time versus stubbornness, or time versus adaptability, or time versus your malleability to change. And change is the only thing that we know always happens. Isn't that crazy? We're so maladapted to the inevitable. Because we'd be making up shit. We'd be pretending it's some other way. You can watch a movie for 90 minutes and the person will age 10 years. But that's not real life, it's a movie. A lot of people plan their life out like a movie. Like they're gonna do their whole life in one idea on one day. And if that one day they made those decisions and it didn't happen to them, like, oh my God, my life sucks. You thought about that dream for 15 minutes on a Friday when you were 15. Wake your dumb ass up. No wonder your life sucks. I wouldn't want my life designed by a goddamn teenager. See? Perspective hack. That's not even what it's for. Them challenging us to do that was stupid. Because their dream was painted by what? Capitalism. You sitting in a class and people want to raise their hand. I want to be a doctor. No Pfizer. Why? Because I want to heal people. Why didn't you say healer? They didn't have that language model. And it's a good paying job, and it's honorable and respectful, and education and college, and it's hard and all these things, and everyone can't be one. That's more like it. Until you don't need doctors no more, then what? It's a stupid fucking dream then, right? It's stupid to dream about something that becomes obsolete anyway. That's what the millennial dilemma is. That's different than most other groups. Is that all of our dreams is baked into a system that isn't real anyway, but now that system that made it seem real to us is going away. So you don't have a system-wide social problem anyway. It has nothing to do with red pill and blue pill. That was not a 70s problem. Know that. So it's more of what we're experiencing through the bubble bursting of the grand delusion of expectations and dreams versus the filter of the United States language model and what's available in the environment when you picked it versus it wouldn't exist now. Like, I wanted to be an artist. I wanted to be an animator, if you will. That job don't exist. The way I would have pursued becoming that and doing that job, if I would have dedicated 30 years to it, it'd be dead already. You can still do it, of course, but then was the dream just to be in the closet, in the shed, doing animations the hard way? Probably not. Especially if you're trying to tie it to United States and survivability. You want to be an animator in your house, or you want to be a homeless animator? You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't, the subconscious mind doesn't keep it separate. The neurons are not separate. We talk like it's separate, but it's connected to so many parallels. Like, no one created the ideal life based on being broke and poor. So how much is the ideal life, and how much of it is actually just the value of money? You know, how many people pick things, relationships, strategies, jobs, locations based on class, like where they would be comfortable in their society? And that is the backdrop. Like, that's the pivot. The pivot is, well, these are the options vertically and horizontally. I want to be more aligned to these and those things. Yeah. In a society that's completely fucking made up recently. Yeah, completely fucking made up. Like, the shit dead already. Have you noticed? What happened to it? The people are still there, right? The people don't want to do the things that they would do over there, right? And they can't say it's money because I could have sworn niggas wasn't getting paid shit for the last 100 years. Yet they were still those things. So I'm trying to figure out why they don't want to do them things no more, huh? Because of the value. They pick their dream based on external values. And these values are fake. Thus, the dream is fake. They're struggling with that shit. It went from a possibility to unreal to fake. And the only thing that changed was value. The value of whatever that thing they dreamed about is anymore. Drones made a lot of things valueless. Crypto made a lot of things valueless. Visa cards and digital transactions made a lot of things valueless. Streaming made certain things valueless, you know, like CDs and movie theaters and things like that. You know, it's like if it was your dream to have like the biggest, coolest interactive movie theater ever in your city and everyone went there every Friday and you just made so much money and everyone's so happy, and you try to do that dumb shit right now. Exactly. Now, you could probably still do that. You just want to be here. Probably have to go to Africa or Asia or some other place that's a little bit more locked into more of a traditional format, less reliant on their internet or computers or phones. And even that time is ticking. See what I'm saying? It's not impossible, it's just not realistic anymore. So a lot of people's personas and masks and ways of life is just not a realistic path. And they're resisting it. That's why everyone, like, if you go to Threads or Twitter, you'll see it. Just type in the word crash out. And you'll see, like, is anyone else feeling like life is this? Is anyone else feeling I'm about to crash out? If anyone, this is my career. So career is secondary. There's no careers before 1900s. So career is a brand new concept. Shout out to Henry Ford and all them bastards with the Rockefellers. So they made this industrial revolution and everything so they could be super rich off of you pursuing your career, right? Fundamentally, right? That's how it started, right? Yeah. Yes. No. Yes. 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 And yes. So some other old white guy who's dead already created the framework, and his friends and associates filled it in, and then other people hallucinated things in between to make it work for them, and then we get to choose at the end, and then boom, the whole thing collapsed. I know that's right. That's crazy. That's crazy. They all had us on a dummy mission of pursuing a fake life. That's what you learn about the United States. That didn't happen to the government of the United States. It happened to you. The government in the United States does not fucking exist. Again, saying it's tricky. It's made up. It's a consensus. It's an idea. It doesn't, it's people. There's no fucking president. It's Donald Trump. He's a paper president of a paper corporation that only exists in your mind. They're humans. They do stuff. So do you. And you can do whatever the fuck you want to. You just can't make other people do it unless what? You pay them. That's another consensus we agreed to. Now imagine you've had people in the same type of time and energy and then they'll do it anyway. You know, it happens for certain groups. Have you noticed? So all of it's made up because it's external to the mind. And because we're in a consensus and we agree and we got educated around the same time in the same way, we have a consensus mind too. We have certain things you don't have the audacity to think about or do or pursue or dream about because you're subconsciously locked into the consensus of other people. Like, you don't want to reach too far out the basket, or you don't want to face a different direction when you pledge allegiance to the flag and shit. You don't want to be made fun of. You don't want to be seen stupid. You don't want to be laughed at. You don't want to be judged. All these things that are also not true. Most people do not give a fuck. Thus, put too much weight on that. Giving a fuck what people think. Why do you give people fuck what people think when you don't know what people think? You assume. I know that's right. So, same story. Like, thou shalt not judge part 2, I guess. That's probably why. It's probably more reasonable. Because what are you judging in those ways that we use it modernly? I ain't judging shit. Time changes everything. I could judge the state of the thing, the presence of the thing, but what am I judging for? Am I calculating a survival maneuver here? Or is it just the same old fucking story that you always hear? Ain't that crazy that these stories are the most common ones? Shit's flunked up, fucked up, or didn't go right, or whatever, in this system, in our modern society, that's more common of a story. And it's not more common that the common story is all like the amazing, miraculous, crazy, impossible things that people are doing. Mind you, America used to be the latter. Stay woke out here. Y'all ain't even catch that. I got you. You're not paying attention. You notice how today, the general consensus and surface level story of energy and how things go, no matter who you are and how much money or what color you are, like more people are kind of like the consensus of energy is more like how things are weird, fucked up, didn't work, closed, money, boom. Everything's kind of like a downward spiral of energy of the consensus. Like that's the main thing that people are concerned about. That's the main thing people are talking about. And it's the main thing that just keeps fucking manifesting. I wonder if there's an accountability button to account for how fast it's collapsing because of that. But I'm not a conspiracy theorist. But in contrast to everyone having the conversation like, hey man, did you hear about such and such? Yeah, they just created a thing. Hey man, did you hear about such and such? Pfizer just fucking cured cancer. Hey man, did you hear a thing? Such and such Epstein Island just fucking saved all the fucking kidnapped trafficked kids. Hey man, did you hear the thing that Russia and Ukraine finally did a thing and then these motherfuckers ain't being narcissists? Like you ever notice that that's not the tone of things ever in our modern environment, right? It's never that. That's not always the case. Through time, that's not always the case. All times ain't like that. What I'm saying is once upon a time to a large enough people, United States was the opposite. It was, oh my God, I have to get to the United States. Have you see the billboards? Did you see the opportunities? I can get a job. What's that? We don't have a job where I live. Yeah, it's a way for you to get money doing repetitive shit. But if you do enough repetitive shit, you can buy some other shit and I'll send some back. Like it was like, I can't wait to get there. I can't wait to register. I can't wait to do the right thing. I can't wait to vote. Like that shit was exciting. Like, because it's going to impact something and create something new. And then everyone would be able to keep going from there. It was up, 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 up. And I'm from up north. So if you've been near fucking Jersey and New York in the 80s and 90s, even with all the backdrop of the crime and corruption and crack and stuff, generally though, if you stayed away from that, everything else was like, oh my God, that building over there. Oh my God, Circuit City. Did you see those new games over there? Like, oh my God, did you see these lights they put up? Oh my God, like you be talking about something else going up. Just in my lifetime. Now it's like about everything going down. Before it was the potential for you to get up. Man, if you go to college and you try really hard, you'll get a great job at, a number that no one in your family has ever made because they're only 60 years into a brand new game. Like, you understand everything. So, yeah, even your money ain't that old. So the value, the currency, and the exchange rate, all that's a brand new, they just completely fucking made up recently. On top of that. So, this is a whole new thing that has collapsed. Mm-hmm. Good. It sucked. It would have collapsed anyway. All of this would have collapsed anyway. That's all they've been saying and predicting. That's all people in the conspiracy or the worry side of things have been saying anyway. It's going to collapse anyway. Because they're pivoting off of that they know that there's a darkness or a hidden factor behind it to begin with. And they were right, yeah. But the more you look for it, the more you focus on that and not building, the more you focus on accountability and not being delusional, the more you start to stare at that thing, can't hide from you no more. Even if you just see its shadows, it's over there and not over there. Just aim your arrow. It'll move some. Same story for the collective. Whether it's the United States, the West, or the internet, it is always going to collapse. Dot-com bubble, anybody? Housing crisis 2008. When 2008 happened, they didn't call it that. These motherfuckers want to call it a Great Recession now. Bitch, you told us it wasn't a recession back then. They're controlling people's minds. Like they're doing right fucking now. But it's just not working. See, you ain't supposed to talk back. You ain't supposed to push back. You ain't supposed to be on TikTok on your phone and show facts. You're not supposed to show the price of eggs in 13 different states and different grocery stores and everyone have a consensus and go, Donald Trump's lying. He's not just lying like they have always lied, because they always lie. And he ain't the first one to lie. They all lie. But he's the first one that lies that everyone goes, bullshit. It was bullshit when Obama said it, nigga. It was a lie when Obama was talking. You just love the way he lied to you. We know. So, see, people have to wake up. Yeah, this is today. Today is opposite day. 2025 is opposite day. Like, nah, we going the other way now. Pole shift. Mm-hmm. The old life is dead, my nigga. Ain't nothing they can do about it. Because it's mind. You can't see that. Cash App Image Future shout to you. Don't forget the Black and MILF Fund. Hey, where the MILF at? Netflix going away like Blockbuster. I heard they lost a few billion and it was only worth 5%. Why does that freak them out? Why does losing 5% freak them out? When you channel me, you channel JP. When you channel Jonathan, you channel me. Wait, I'm so confused. You said channel Jonathan now. Hold on, I'm running back real quick. Mr. Now says the Schuman's still knocking. I remember from that earlier. Oh, you finally make it to the road trails. Noel says channel Jonathan now. When you channel me, you channel JP. When you channel Jonathan, you channel me. Jesus Christ. TBF3. Terran Art 100, Route 3. Yeah. I be channeling something. I don't know the fuck. I don't know what this shit's really called, but it sounds like they need channeling. It sounds like that's what I do. But yeah, what a time to be still alive. In a personal tower and a collective tower. All kind of moments. My nervous system has had enough of all of this. My nervous system is done. I'm done with the shenanigans. Doesn't matter anyway. It doesn't matter. AKA it doesn't materialize. AKA it doesn't manifest either way. Nuance is everything. So, I don't know. I seem to not be able to manifest a dry erase marker in a store fast enough. Every time I think I'm about to go to the store, I don't, so I don't get it. Something happens. I have it by this weekend. Somehow, some way. Yeah. I'll end up going somewhere. Well, I am going somewhere this week. Maybe in going somewhere this week, I'll end up going to that. Yes, I'll do that. I'll smuggle it. Even the government news is slow right now. They ain't got nothing else to lie about. Their shutdown is just a shutdown. Which is interesting. They needed to quiet the narrative against them more than anything. Especially when it comes to their incompetence. Their nervous system needed a break too. That's crazy. Day in the Life showed a melanated woman working 5 hours. 2.5 was her in the lunchroom at Netflix. Oh wow, they got nice jobs like that. Oh, they got them reckless jobs. I heard about those. I never got elected for them. Damn. That's like the people who had the easy t-shirts and shit. And the good computer labs. I always hear about that shit. That sound like Facebook too though. They're not working hard. They're just at work. Mr. Now says it's a 5% loss on top of the other 5% every other time that they lost. Oh, they're trending down by 5% increments. So now it's freaking them out. Too late to get 6 billion back. It's too late. 6 billion is a very common number in these stories, by the way. I don't know why it's 6 billion-ish or 36 is like, there's a 6 next to the B all the time. It's very strange when you start noticing shit. It's always 6 or 8 billion. It's never like 13 billion or like 17.20 billion. It's like 6. So you're not losing as much as it's no one's charging it. which is the tricky part. It's not like someone robbed them. It's just the people took their money back. Yeah, it's because of stocks. Yeah, they didn't lose. They just not gained. It's weird. If you lose something, it's saying it still belongs to you, and you're gonna find it. You ain't losing this. It's just that people, the money that it belongs to, they're investing somewhere else. Yeah. Consensus. They're losing consensus by 5% at a time. Wow. How many times can they afford to lose consensus month after month? Yeah, because consensus is 51%. You can only afford that up to 50% total loss from when you had consensus, when it was popular, when it was positive. Now it's just Netflix. It's already, it's already off of its pedestal. So how it can't just stay on its pedestal. It's gotta get back up to Netflix. And it can't do that if it's going backwards. Correcto. They're fucked. Yep, because there ain't no new movies coming out anyway. That's the other shit about it. They can't speculate on a quarter of a boom because of a lineup or a rollout. Because this particular dissatisfaction is with their kids rollout, right? With all the tranny cartoons. I get it, but they don't have another social group to pander to do that again either, like DEI and all that. They don't have another subset of human narrative unless they get really urban and niche and start attacking some of the relationship things for content. But that'll be novel for a little while. But it's not funded by Soros or DEI, so the movement would have to be funded as well as the content to support it, telling content. So yeah, they have no more social movements to telling content or narratives off of. And they decentralized the narrative by DEI, which would make it impossible to you can't corral everyone's attention to the same themes anymore anyway, no matter what you create. That's why they were so scared to go away from Marvel and like part 2s and part 3s, because they're not good enough of creating a new idea to bring that many millions of people into it anyway. They lost that trick a long time ago when there was nothing else, right? It's the novelty of being the only ones. Now everyone can do it, and now they're kind of insecure in their moves, and they're losing money because of it. Because they're learning that people don't give a fuck about their brand as much as they think they did. They gave a fuck about content, and you're the only brand that had it. Now anyone can go anywhere and be entertained in the meantime. So when it's your turn to show up, you better show out. They can't show out. They don't have the cultural thumbprint no more. They don't even have the right soundtracks. They don't have any of the supplementary things that makes those old classics classic, including the background of the fact that there's nothing else happening. Eddie Murphy and Martin movies are hilarious when they're the only two hilarious niggas that are making movies. But if everyone think they hilarious nigga, and everyone think the ugly girl a pretty girl because she said so, then you have a lot of unhilarious people trying to do hilarious movies, and the background is, man, that should work, man, because he had 3 million subscribers, and that one time they said he was funny on that one headline. Like, dang, how none of this shit worked. And it's weird that they make the most money not knowing how the fuck it worked. That's magic. So everyone has a wake-up call. Not just you, not just me, but the people who've made the most money for our whole lives can't do it no more with the same tricks. They have to relearn everything. Just like you, just like me, just like everyone in between us. That is impossible, bro. That is a system-wide rewrite. That's a system-wide Mandela. That is not me and you, your sisters and your brothers too. That's the whole, everybody who was something or did something, they have to reevaluate their strategy going forward. And it has nothing to do with AI. AI ain't that damn good. The threat of AI, the idea of AI, the hope of AI being that good is coming. Yeah, y'all are manifesting it, stupid. It's not here yet. So why is your movie suck now? AI ain't killed the current movie. AI ain't killed the movie you did 4 years ago. That movie fucking sucked. The movie you did after that fucking sucked. These actors, a lot of them aren't good actors. It's almost like we're watching Tubi. But you want me to pay $20 a month for it. I can just go to fucking World Star. See? It's value. It's a value loss. They cannot afford valuable entertainment. The only people who've ever made money from entertainment ain't got money for entertainment. Where the fuck did their money go? They've been making millions of dollars every year for years, though. You understand? They've been rich for years, and they can't afford a good movie? What? You can't afford to pay the actors? What? Weird. Where's your money at? I'm just saying, you sold a lot of movies and shit, and merch and everything. Where did that money go, bitch? See? Unaccountable. They're unaccountable. So then you realize it's their karma. 2. Yup. Year the Snake, Restriction, Part 2. Elon pushing cancel Netflix culture on top of that. NY to ATL to Florida to the islands. What is that? Yeah, I saw that Elon post be highlighted. Cancel Netflix. You want to take credit for something. No one was watching that gay shit anyway. It's not funny. It's not interesting. It's just gay. That's what the problem is. It's a political. It's a white Karen blue hair. What's it called? A talking point. Or I don't know. Wanting to be recognized and seen more than anything else, instead of value and moralities and things like that. It's crazy that they can't filter any of those good things through being gay or whatever the fuck DEI is. It's always performative. It's not like, all right, so how does that help me live and survive the apocalypse? It don't. All right, so what are we talking about? It ain't funny either, so I know you ain't entertaining me. Oh, I just want you to understand how I feel. But no one gives a fuck, first of all. So that's a weird pivot to radicalize people's feelings that change with the fucking wind, day to day, even about themselves. It's bad, and then to convert that to media, as if people give a fuck. Nah, I watched that shit because it was funny, and it made me not think about real life. This shit annoying me in real life, and now it's annoying me in entertainment. Nah, ain't never gonna work, Captain. They don't know that? That's weird. Or they do know that, but they're being paid to be weird. Now they're not being paid to be weird. Now they gotta make money being weird, and now they know they can't make money being weird because they're not being paid to be weird, and no one gives a fuck. Yep. So that means everybody out of a fucking hustle. BLM, DEI, being a white guy, being a black guy, like being a baddie, all of you out of business, ain't you? At once. Ain't that crazy? Like they ain't talking like this yet. Every angle of a special class in our society that would have had favor financially, narrative-wise, or popularity-wise, they're all cooked, aren't they? Think about it now. I'm talking about down to the cast of American Idol. They cooked, ain't they? Like everything that was American, I should say. Like that, the trope. All of it's cooked, bro. That's a people problem if I've ever heard one. And we ain't talking about it. We ain't talking about that yet. It sucks to be a movie star right now. It sucks to be a most selling artist of music right now. Like these are like privileged classes you have in your society. There's only like 100 spots. Like that's cooked. Like fucking imagine that. The kid that played Napoleon Dynamite 20 years ago, he doing content on Instagram talking about he made 50 cents off a movie he made 20 years ago, and this is him acting like he's homeless or something. I'm like, weird. Fucking weird. That's a weird fucking sentiment. I believe him though. Like, damn, that must be rough. He has a house in West Virginia or something, but his content is pivoting off of not being rich for being famous. And then you have Maxwell House Coffee trolling, trying to do something novel. They want to rebrand themselves to Maxwell Apartment to reflect the correspondence of the cost of living in America. Can you imagine that? A coffee company going, we're going to rename our shit Maxwell Apartment because that's how broke your ass is. What? They think that shit a good idea. They think that's a social revolution. Like that's like they're your ally. Drink our coffee. Maxwell Apartment. That is crazy. Like if that is not a fucking Karen idea, I don't know what is, boy. Like you gotta think about like they don't have no other ideas, boy. That's crazy, son. Like I'm saying, it ain't got nothing to do with school or nothing. That's just the people. Like the people remaining in this game, playing that game of the old world. They don't. There's not a different version either. Oh my God. So whatever cooked us after Obama is the only thing remaining in influence. Oh my God. Oh my God. That is crazy, boy. That's crazy, boy. The old world is dead. If that's all they got left is DEI and Karens. They didn't prepare nothing else. They indoctrinated everybody. Everyone just didn't accept it, but they weren't given a different step or ledge to climb up with. They still stuck in the pool, bro. Sims 2 or something. I'm telling you. This a roller coaster tycoon for real. They ain't finished the other end of that roller coaster. You know what's going to happen next. You would have to reprogram a whole new generation right now. They ain't even get started yet. So we will be left with our adverse reaction to bullshit for next foreseeable years. Because there is no other narrative, nor a person cool enough, famous enough, centralized enough to influence that many people to make that change anyway. We're going to be dealing with what's left very soon. The headlines now are just the previews. Because these are the biggest companies and the richest people that are affected. Your 1% is affected by everything. That's crazy. Sounds like they're only the 1% because of you. Thank God, law of correspondence. Thank God. Thank God it's your energy and not theirs. Thank God. You could change the whole world if you change your mind. Look at you. Yep. It ain't happening to us. But it is happening. For the whole world, Craig. I hope they're paying attention. We've never lived through this. So you have to give yourself grace. You've never been through this. Not even your ancestors. They didn't live through this system. This is a first-time experience for everyone that's living. This is the definition of novelty. We have no idea how we're going to land this as a collective. So that uneasy feeling and all that worry that people are going through is natural if they're not. It's natural to the fact that they're indoctrinated by this society, so they're not doing nothing wrong. Just pay attention, though. They're There's nothing else they can do if that's the case. If they don't know that there's a different route, then they ain't taking it. Just keep that in mind. I hate to say it, but for those types of people, this will not get better. The government gave you minimum requirements for welfare. Do you understand what that means to your society? Well, to mine, I should say. Close contact to that, usually. Although not in this environment. That's crazy. I'm not even in that environment anymore. But its representatives are around. But yeah, if the government is obliterating the value system and the cost of living for everybody at once, whether by some sinister agenda or by consequence or by necessity, I'm just here to let you know it's not going to get better than for the people who are unwilling to make adjustments accordingly. And most of those adjustments are internal. By not referencing now as the past life or vice versa. Like, this ain't that. If a person cannot realize that this ain't that, they're gonna have a really bad time. Because they ain't going back. You're gonna have to absolutely approach this in a whole new way. I think that's the purpose. I think that's the point. You remember Rick and Morty episode? Show me what you got. And those potato head gods showed up. And really wanted to see what they got. Like, give me your best. Show me your best, whatever the fuck. You got time. And it was syndicated across the universe. It's just like that. Everything that we lost is something that we've already had. So now we have to do something different. Imagine a whole society picking patterns and templates who've never had to invent anything. And then they use AI, which is a point of reference of yesterday. Yeah, it's gonna take a while. Just keep your head up. For them, you know better. I don't think they do. Shout out to TBFB roller coaster. Yeah, get them while they exist. Bought a $70 Inception extended soundtrack. Couldn't find the regular one. Hyper novelty activated. Going back to half price books today in the CD section. On sale now on Amazon. They to be continued. That's crazy. Sade CD Press in '94 worked. Oh, they talking about the CD player and the quality. Trump's international coin is called the USD1. Nobody want that shit. Nobody want the damn coins his sons made. That's not novelty. That's branding. They don't get what novelty is. It's talking about your president, though. Their team, whoever's coming up with these stupid ideas. They're dumb ideas. You don't need a new coin. Your value of everything is cooked. Not how much it costs because it's cooked. It's the fact that the hot dogs are burnt, not how much the burnt hot dog costs. Hey, here's another thing. Hey, man, sign up. Hey, man, can we get your email address? Like, they still doing that social stuff? They still doing not probably stuff. They still doing paywalls. Trump and them are doing paywalls, bro. If the paywall didn't work for BusyWorks Beats, did he sell 1 million beats during that little campaign? He sold you a course on how to sell beats. Who was rapping on his beats after that? Nobody, right? Exactly. So, same thing with cryptocurrencies. Nobody want that shit, Otis. Motherfuckers want value, not variation. They're offering variations of a valueless system? What? The USD is valueless. So a variant of the valueless USD is what that's where they're at. That's what's hot in the streets. It's like a crack dealer coming to me trying to sell me crack. I'm like, nah, crack is whack, my friend. And I said, but hold on, we got it in pink. These motherfuckers put crack in pink. That's crazy. I'm still not doing it. What the fuck? Trump can't fix this economy. That wasn't his line of business. His business and his success is based on the fact that the United States is capped. He cannot fix the United States being capped, though. And the problem with the United States is that it's capped. It's a very unique problem. It requires novelty. You gotta have thinkers and shit. Trump's international coin, Noel, says the CD is good. Mr. Now says they're offering remixes to crank that on the Soulja Boy intro. That's crazy. I'll never forgive all the people that like Soulja Boy. Y'all did this to music. This is y'all fault. Y'all liked him because he was famous. You know that song fucking sucks. Now music sucks. Just like we said it would. If you make sucky music popular, then you take sucky musicians trying to be popular. Without a fail. So much so they think that's normal. Same thing with money. Money is just as corny as music because of value. They forgot when they raised the prices on things that people wouldn't buy the same things. They'll end up buying less of it. So you can't multiply the increase long term. The increase means you're about to multiply a downturn. They haven't learned that yet? That's common sense to everybody, ain't it? Netflix would have to be $9.99 a month before anyone gives a fuck again. That's what their problem is. It's not a boycott. That's a cover story. It's just literally too expensive. It cannot be expensive and suck at the same time, though. It's expensive and it sucks. Thus, it's dead anyway. The actors are fried anyway. The audiences are divided anyway. And all your biggest studios just left America on top of that. Don't forget that anyway. I think Netflix trying to buy Warner Brothers Studios, the premises, but that takes years to get ripped, to suit it and boot it. They act like they got years left to survive some shit. That's the craziest thing about these niggas. I don't want to hear shit about no goddamn 2027 or 29, bitch. You gotta prove to me you could last through the winter. At the rate of corrosion. They hit the number so fucking bad that they said quarter 3 is so. They said the next quarter is gonna be so much more worse than quarter 2. Like all the rich people, they already know. They cannot afford to create new jobs. Wow. You heard what I said? People got used to the narrative of jobs up and jobs down because they're yuppies. They're just following along. No. Understand what the fuck's going on. The motherfuckers that always had the money are the ones who create jobs. They're saying the motherfuckers that have all the money cannot afford to create new jobs. Don't miss that. These ain't ideas. This is corporate. Corporate always has the money. They just cannot afford to create jobs that make them money. No idea exists. A lot of people fail to realize that about Trump's campaign or the people, where they're cutting back on the Fed. They're only cutting back on things that don't make money. And if it don't make money, it don't make sense. Hello, come on now, holla at me. That's a different narrative for the person who's working in that position and what it means to them when they lose. Yes, absolutely. That ain't what the problem is, though. That's a side effect. The problem is your richest people have no new ways of making money. So now they're making new monies. Don't miss that shit. They can't make more of the money they got already. Because they got it already. Don't miss that. Billions of dollars is a lot, man. For anybody, let alone for multiple companies to have it. Like, how much more money is there out there? Like, is your neighborhood making billions? So where are they going to get billions or more dollars from? Only they have is subscriptions and prescriptions. That's why big pharma and streaming is the biggest business. Because they're microdosing all people a little bit consistently. It's not like they're selling a CD or a physical product where they have to manufacture something. No. They're selling access. Now people don't want what's on the other side of the paywall, so what can they sell? Netflix can't sell videotapes. Thus, cooked. There's an upsurge in piracy anyway. People are losing that accountability thing. Like, it ain't worth it. I'll just pirate it until it's worth it again. But that's a modality of mind, by the way. That's the only thing that changed. They changed the Keisha Cole. They changed their mind. I don't love you no more. They changed their mind. iPod Mini 2nd Gen Wolfson. I gotta charge my iPod. I just saw the charger. I gotta see what music I was able to actually sync to it. Then delete it and do it again. I gotta put all my beats on it. Me too, but with the upgraded SSD. Oh, he got the 2nd gen with the upgraded SSD. For more memory, more songs. That shit do sound amazing though. I can't wait to listening to music being normal again. like like we used to. How many people here listen to new music? Like as a routine, I mean. Like not that you hear a new song, but like how many of you like actively listen to new music? Whether it's good or not, like you find new music and you listen to it for more than an hour a day. Whether you're driving or not. Like are you listening to new music? Hmm. Not new. Mr. Nas is not new. Kamehameha on iPod. Nope. I only listen to all old music. Haru says nope. Damn. I listen to old music once a day, but no more than an hour. Usually less than 30 minutes. I don't drive nowhere right now though, so that's half the battle. I listen to most music when I'm driving, but as an adult at least, but I'll fix that soon. Yeah, when I have XM on in the car, oh, so when you're driving, you'll hear XM, but it's not novelty. New Elsa's is actually a mission to find new music. That's how it was when Lo-Fi started. 2015 at HCL, I was on SoundCloud diving. Eamon Ross says, I was so confused when Soulja Boy came out. Like, it wasn't good at all, but it was on top. Had money behind it. I think that's what gave our generation of people in charge the wrong idea. They thought that because reflections of something like that working, they thought that as long as you're in that position to invest and pick something cool, that if you put the right market behind it, it'll just work. It's like, nah, Soulja Boy is a cultural phenomenon for little kids. It was like Barney. He didn't. His fan base wasn't adults. It wasn't serious. He was an adult though, like but the kids was his fan base. That's what made him popular. Kids downloading that shit and doing dances and uploading it. He was a phenomenon of the youth at that time, like late stage millennials. That's all. And what we're seeing is these goofy ass kids growing up. That's all. The people that love Soulja Boy at 8 and under, they're in their 20s now, almost 30, maybe early 30s. That's what the problem is. That's the problem with your dating apps is they grew up on Soulja Boy. They were 6 in the 90s. Remember that. They 36. They 30 or 36 now. Not the same story. They do not remember the 90s. They was just there. Yeah. Diesel says, I haven't been listening. I haven't even listened to the new Killer Priest or Ghostface album yet. I heard about something. Abdul says be Muslim. Noel says we don't want to be gay, Abdul. They fighting different demons. Y'all crazy. TBFB says the music that was made for skating rinks and ringtones. D4L and long t-shirts. That's a different phenomenon. That's a different that Soulja Boy was borrowing from another phenomenon down south apparently. That was just a perfect merger to get the streets. That's what they call it. To get the southern streets and music on the same page on BET. That's what happened. They were already pressing the envelope with Chingy, by the way. But Chingy actually has some lyrics, if you listen to him. And he had good production too. Nelly went fucking diamond. Eminem went fucking diamond. And that's without the internet. But it was because of the internet. That was the last time the record labels really wanted to buy their own records. The internet was cheaper. Squad. I think Outkast did too, right? 2003. Speakbox Love Below went diamond. Damn. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? Five different artists went diamond in 5 years. And we haven't heard that ever since. That was peak. Chingy versus Nelly beef was interesting. I don't know the gory details. I heard about it though. That Chingy one call away beat. Yeah. It almost sounds like Reason. But mixed in a studio, but it sounds like Reason. That phaser and that guitar. Or it could be a keyboard. They always act like it was the MPC back then when it wasn't. But that was a fly beat. That's a fly song. I think I just added it to a playlist 2 days ago. I started with 11 songs. I ended with 150. I was like, damn. Shout out to Wi-Fi. Jonathan 3. I got the playlist. I don't listen to it all the way, though. I got a few of them. I keep going back to that time period, though. Yeah. That sounded like the last time they tried, for real. If you understand music, if you understand the technicality. It sounded like the last time they really tried. I wonder if we'll do that again in our lifetime. I wonder if we'll reach that feeling again. I mean, of the whole tone of everything music-wise. Like if it hit a peak, another peak. I can't imagine what it takes, because obviously it's not money and fame or social media. It's because they did that without culture. It's got to figure out how to reach the culture without your phone. If anyone can figure out how to do that shit, like the old way, like how it becomes real. If they can figure out how to go outside again, it'll get better. You have to go city to city and shit like that again. Street teams and studios, and then you have to get people to show up, which is the difficult part. The touring and doing the work on the ground is not going to be hard. It's the getting people to give a fuck and to go to a place outside of creating a story for social media. That part too. This would be active engagement. Everyone looks the same and dresses the same now, so there's not like a hip-hop type of counterculture or a thing that others are doing that makes others want to do it. Influence, real kind. Unpaid for influence. Natural influence, that's what it is. They're missing natural influence, organic influence. Not I'm an influencer and I'm going to talk and script and produce influence. No. Like people who are things and movements and people who are influential by minding their business first. City trends, shopping music. There you go, TBFB. That's that part. You went live outside of Mexico. Yeah, you live outside of Mexico. Phone is just for memes and gossip. True story. Rakim, I was telling my little bros the other day, there's no real counterculture. There isn't. They're all memes of what they thought street culture was. And somehow that got confused for hip hop. Your rappers and your street niggas were not always the same people. Word to Black Thought, I guess. It's a different culture. It's parallel. I need Tim and Bob to produce a new album. They ain't stop fucking playing with me. Brian McKnight need to come back real quick. Used to be my girl. He was talking shit on that album. He said, I bet she ain't tell you way back when she used to be my girl. That boy messy. Brian McKnight messy, bro. That boy messy. Have I ever crossed your mind anytime? Do you wake up reaching out for me? That boy toxic. They thought that song was romantic. Nah, that nigga a psychopath. Hold on, listen to them lyrics again. Yo, he makes some sicko shit sound so beautiful, bro. That's a gift. He was begging her to come back to him too. What did he do? Well, he got to beg her anyway. You got to do the science on the frequency. Like that's a lot of work. Assuming she's still single too. Yeah, he crazy as hell. Have I ever crossed your mind? Anytime. Do you wake up reaching out for me? Like damn. That's witchcraft. Oh, that's some witchcraft. He leaving out her voicemail. He wrote her a letter, or he hopes she hear that song because that is crazy. That's a crazy man song. It's beautiful though. Sounds amazing. Great production too. The piano is what sells it. I'm pretty sure. But nah, he's crazy. Cause that's the same girl he talking about, and she used to be my girl, by the way. Don't miss it. Yeah, I know she a perfect 10, but I bet she didn't tell you way back when she used to be my girl. He was telling him, don't hate the player, hate the game. Nah, that boy messy. That's the same girl, bro. He talking about the same woman. Her new boyfriend. He's cause like it wasn't it's like shit over with. And he wondering if you thinking about his ass, and now he telling the new boyfriend like, "Yo, do she bring up the past?" Like that boy messy. Like I bet she didn't tell you way back then. Like that was a long time ago. Why would she tell anybody about you anyway? Like he his lyrics he puts himself in their brain no matter what time it is. Like it's over with, bro. He got 2 songs in a row about niggas remembering him. Like yo, she used to be my girl first, nigga. Yeah, I pulled her first, bro. Do I ever cross her mind, bro? Did she tell you about back when? He's still on the same shit. What was that, 8, 10 years later? He's still on it, boy. This is the same girl, bro. I bet you. His son went to my rival high school. Never met him. Small world, though. Or maybe I've seen him. I just didn't know it was him. We went to high school at the same time. Brian McKnight, messy boy. That shit funny. Jonathan says, one of the CDs I had in a specific section of one of those various art CDs had Brian McKnight Anytime on it. Monster Jams. That's hilarious. He was putting that out in the cloud. Crazy. The piano was on point, wasn't it? Like Carl Thomas was mad at the girls with her family. And yeah, hold on. Maybe in another life. Mike City will mess with that. We can, because I think Mike City make that hook. The way we all desire. It's a catch-22, catch-22. When you win somebody, you lose. He said he wished he never met her at all. You don't understand how like at all he mean. He didn't say I wish I never met her at all. He was like, nah, at all. Like he means like totally like he was no recollection of this moment. Like he was through with it because she had a husband and kids. That was a side nigga anthem. That wasn't even a socially accepted concept just yet, but that's a song of a side nigga. That's the ballad of a side nigga. Carl Thomas. Don't miss it now. He a side nigga saying maybe we could be. He started hitting it with the Erykah Badu. I guess I see you next lifetime, ass nigga. See you next lifetime. Hell no. Ain't nothing that fucking serious on Europa, bro. Ain't no fucking reason why no man should feel like that, especially not a side nigga. Nah, something wrong with him. Amy Ross said that was another wild one. Carl Thomas was lucky he left that situation alive. It sounds like, yo, dude looked tough. Jonathan says there was an R. Kelly in the closet era. Oh my God. I just watched a few of those a couple months ago for no damn reason. Jonathan said 3. He wanted to put her in a locker. That's crazy. Oh shit, he said I got another one. The Players Club soundtrack. Splackavelli. A Players Club soundtrack is nasty work. Is that the one that had We Be Clubbing on it? Ice Cube, We Be Clubbing? That was Dave Pensato's first all Pro Tools mix. That was the first radio song that was entirely Pro Tools or digitally mixed. We Be Clubbing? Yeah, that was the first Pro Tools owned. 100% Pro Tools commercial release. There we go. Where it counts. Shit. I might gotta buy one of those motherfuckers, don't I? I ain't forget. That shit is so fucking expensive. God gotta make me a emperor for real quick. Like, stop playing with my fucking bank account, God. Because, like, on John Smith, I should have something. It'll happen. But when that happens, I'm gonna have to go mgDSP in this motherfucker. I might have to. I might actually have to use Pro Tools, bro. I wish I could get a fully unlocked Pro Tools 10. I like Pro Tools 10. I don't know about the other ones. I love Pro Tools 10. Also, Windows 7. There's something very Windows 7 about it. And their fucking tech support in their system generally sucks. Because I have Pro Tools 10. It's just you can't fucking download it or support or some dumb shit they did. Like, people still got Pro Tools 8 systems. Like, what the fuck going on out here? I would do it for the sound of that time. Because that's the only way you'll get it. I promise you. The thing that most people are missing, they don't even realize it. It's the sound of Pro Tools. No cap. I'm thinking about it because I got to start over again, so I might just skip past go and just did what I did last time and use Pro Tools. Their prices need to become reasonable. We need to manifest a price adjustment for Avid, please. They lost their damn mind. Or I just gotta figure out how to not hack, but get Pro Tools 10 to work. I think the iLock I have is still the Pro Tools 10 iLock. I might go that direction. If it fucking works, because you know how these damn operating systems are. For no damn reason, they'll just fuck up the compatibility. Like, damn it. Why? You can't backwards compatibility it? That doesn't make sense. Yeah, they play too much. They greedy. But anyway, I think a lot. That's what the game is missing musically too. It's, people are not using Pro Tools the way you think they are, as much as we think they are, or they're not using it the same way. You have to use Pro Tools in a very archaic way. You have to actually use their fucking plugins. Rest in peace. It's reverb, deverb, it's EQ, that ugly ass shit, but it is what it is. And then you have their compression, how their compression is, especially by Pro Tools 10. They had it together. That's when they had all that air shit too. That's on the MPC. Yeah, might gotta do it, especially if I get another MPC. It make more sense. Same story. I'll end up doing it. I don't know how. It sounds stupid and expensive, but remember the Alamo kids. For real. Dead ass. That way I can just use Fruity Loops. I can just use Fruity Loops for everything. But then I have to get the Pro Tools that has the summing, faking thing. What's it called? Heat. I need Pro Tools 10 with heat. Oh my god. I remember everything. It's like what Luna's trying to be. But Pro Tools with heat? Mm-hmm. Have fun. Good game. Good game, guys. Good fucking game, bro. You're out of here. Especially if you're doing hip hop. Especially all that sample shit. Yep. Yep. Mixing in Pro Tools with this ugly ass shit. Yep. It's delay. Try it. I'm telling you. Then you get fancy. You add Beyonce after that. Then you add McCrane. Was a Phoenix by Crane. What's it called? Fucking Crane DSP, I think it's called. That expensive ass fucking plugin, bro. Y'all don't understand nothing though. I'm tired of telling you. I'm tired of giving y'all free game for real. Y'all know what my Cash App is. But you get into that Crane song level of Pro Tools, and you'll realize a few things about life. I remember last time I checked in with them this time last year. They're now available as a VST or some shit. I was like, oh Lord Jesus. I will speak this into I can manifest all tools that strengthen my mix, nigga. I swear to you, I did. I swear, I said, I was telling y'all about this plugin before, and all of a sudden, for no fucking reason, great fucking idea, I guess. Like, oh shit, you could probably put that shit in Ableton Live now. Ain't that a bitch? Look at the price on that shit. Oh, they bugging. Give them a year. So it's coming up now. Crane song, Phoenix. Oh my god. Oh my god, that right there. Just by itself. Just that's it. I didn't say add nothing else, did I? You get Pro Tools 10 and all that dumb shit they come with, and then that one right there. Oh my god. That's it. Game over. Continue? That's without UAD and everything in between us. You could do that, but why would you? Just on your microphone. All that other ugly shit is Pro Tools, bro. I'm telling you something. Them brothers was not that damn sophisticated. We talking about Gen X. Wake your ass up. We the neurodivergent generation. Don't play with me. So anyway, yeah, I would do that, bro. It would just be stupid expensive. I know manifestation world that doesn't matter, but I just want to let the crowd know it's a fool's errand. But if you can afford it though, but like if you can afford it, it ain't that much more different. I'm just saying it's stupid to pay that much for fucking Pro Tools, bro. Like they're bugging. But anyway, if you can get past that, if you just get past how much that shit costs, the audacity of it, if you just get past the audacity of their business model and find yourself in that environment and then get the McFilter Bank shit, the Crane song shit, and what's the other one? There's a certain delay they use. I used to know the name of it. I think they have a hard-work version too. That's orange. I don't know what the fuck that shit's called, bro. Damn it, I'm old. We never used it. It was only on Pro Tools. And it was expensive. You had to buy it too. You're gonna crack it. It's like a delay and amp or some shit. What is that shit called? Sound something. Some stupid ass name. But they use that delay and all the on the vocals and all that shit. It's like it's very particular. It's very particular. If they were using that sound farm, sound. Why I want to say sound farm for? Maybe it is. Maybe it's sound farm tools or some shit like that. Pro Tools only at the time. I don't know about now. It was like 15, 20 years ago when I was conscious of it. Yup, I was gonna build that system if I ever got rich. I'm gonna get Pro Tools HD and all that other extra shit. As old and ugly as it is, as we seen with Metric Halo. Jesus Christ, man. I wish I've always known about them, but I wish I had that channel strip my whole life. And it was right there the whole time. Especially when I got Pro Tools 10. Like, I know about Metric Halo because of Pro Tools 10. So I was like, yeah, I'm gonna get all that shit one day. Now I got that. I'm like, oh my God, part 3. They lied to you, y'all. They lied to you. I'm telling you, they lied to you. Pro Tools 10 or better, Crane Song, Metric Halo, that Sound Farm, Sound Pod bullshit I can't fucking find the name of. And goddamn, who were they using for mastering back then? That's the trickiest part back then. I think they were still using mastering engineers. So that's another layer that's missing by default. If the labels are still using mastering engineers, they were going through gear. No problem. Then you just have to build you a Zulu 500 series real quick. And because you're doing a stereo, then you could put you can do like Zulu tape into well, no, you need pre's first. Jesus Christ. You need a DI or pre. Whatever. Or a pre that is a DI. You go to pre to Zulu and your bus compressor. It'll probably take 2 slots, so that's 2, 4, 6. If you get an 8 slot one, and then the 8th one has to be an EQ. Has to be, because you have to correct and then print. So just to open up the top. And I think UBK, they should have a fucking 500 EQ. If they don't, I'll be pissed. But I think Clearphonic is 500. If it is that shelving EQ for mastering. Oh my God. Then you lander the rest of it or whatever the fuck else, whatever the fuck for loudness. Ash and shit, like whatever. Wouldn't even fucking matter, bro. If you did the fucking goddamn Ash hard limiter before that bullshit, bro. Zulu gonna round it out again any goddamn way. That's ridiculous. We're in a ridiculous time to even be able to do that shit. We could really do that shit. That whole sound I just described it to you is very. It only took me 25 goddamn years. Shit. Yup. MPC for bonus points. If you can get an MPC, Pro Tools 10, those plugins and their friends, and a hardware 500 series for stereo for your two bus. Even if it's not the final master, but just to do it, just to fucking do it. That's it. That's all you would ever need to do by yourself. It'll sound like then. Yeah. It'll sound like then. You ain't even have to do shit. You probably put a Shadow Hills on that bitch. If you really baller out here. Shit, that'd be tough. If you get Shadows Hills 500 after that, god damn it, Bruce. Yeah, that's it, yeah. Hell yeah. Like Zulu, Shadow Hills, Mag EQ, and someone's DI pre. Boom, we're out of here. Have fun, guys. Yep. It's the sound of Pro Tools that's missing. The old one. The old way. I don't know what they're doing with these new plugins. It is not the same. The only other way you would do something that hits that way is if you did something new, but then you had like a mass adoption of it at the level. Like that's the top of the musical ladder. If you get an adoption rate that high for that thing or that process, because you'll hear it, it'll recondition everyone's ear at once. Then you'll have a moment like that again, where you can just do it. Like, if you do it, you're there. If you don't do it, you're not. That's only good news about it being ass right now. That's hilarious. It's only ass right now. Because it got decentralized. Then it lost funding. That's the real reason. They're taking all those shortcuts for fame because of, I'm talking about the labels, just using metrics and dumb shit like that because they already lost how to make money. Because you can't sell that. That's not what the product is. It is not a avatar on Fortnite. It's not a good idea. These people are silly, man. It's real. Everyone misses when it was real, or at least realistic. Right now it's fiction. Right now it's cosplay. It's a convention. It's a motherfucking circus. And it has been for at least 10 years. That is a side effect of not knowing how to make money a different way. Keep that in mind, buddy. They didn't. The business side of it had no better ideas. That was never their thing. They sold materials. Now they got to sell personalities and mind control, if you will, fucking subgroups of people, agendas. Mossad be busy, boy. I swear to God, they be busy. But anyway, so sonically, it's a free fall. It's a free for all. Whatever you do, you're just gonna have to take it to that next level. Manifestation part two. You have to manifest the highest reality of it too, for it to matter. Again, like that did. It just don't matter today, anyway. But the advantage is if you do it, because so many of us remember and are that age range, that would be like a bat signal. You'll reach a real audience. That's the advantage. You'll actually have a real audience. Like, if they like it, it's because of the same thing. They'll know it, even if it's subconscious. Yep. You can reverse engineer it. We're old enough. We're older. We're a whole different generation now. So it's not like 1,000 people signing up for your mailing list or 1,000 followers on Instagram. It wouldn't make a difference if it's not real. I would know. Yeah, We Be Clubbing was Dave Pensado. Okuja says, and then 10 years later we get, she may move on to the other rappers and ball players, but we all know who hit it first. Ray J, I hit it first. Jesus, Louise, Louisiana, Georgia, man. Jonathan says, hey, ain't your boyfriend, he ain't your husband, just somebody you can call when your body needs a fix. He'll put you in the mix. Then you'll hear him asking, what's my name? Say my name. Splackavelli. What? Call me if you need a fix. I'll be there in the mix. That is crazy talk. They got away with that shit, boy. Call me in a fix. Call me if you need a fix. What is this, Blackstreet? If you need a fix, they made a damn soundtrack to the same damn symptoms. Fucking Dr. Dre, bro. Fucking Dr. Dre, bro. What an influence. If you need a fix, that's crazy. Remember how terrible the original inbox sounded though? The preamp was garbage. Older Logic's a lot better too. DoorDash make you a grand in a week in the rich hoods. Shit. Pro Tools Ignite, less than 5K. AirPods need to die. Too much AI slop. Data centers need to crash too. Damn. I was just saying sold separately, bro. I wasn't even talking about the technology hustle. Shit. Nah, I'm gonna get whatever the fuck I can get and make it fucking work. That's what I'm gonna do. But shit, it won't even matter for not right now. Just to be able to do it at that level, period. Now it's so much easier to do. Shit, I could probably do that shit with plugins for real if I thought about it. Shit, I got the metric halo already, so maybe. Beyonce in character. Just set the preamps on every channel. In whatever program I'm in. Yep. That'll do it. Closer than anything else, actually. I have to probably use impulses for everything else to move shit back. To create that fake space. It's plausible. Character and impulses. And then metric halo. Yeah. It's feasible. It's a shitty solution, but if you need a fix, that's how you do it. As long as slop is available without paying for it, it's the same as doom scrolling. People may want to quit for better, but reality is they scrolling even if it feels bad, Mr. Now. I think people just forgot that we used to be bored. I think that's the number one recipe that was lost. People forgot how to be bored for extended periods of time. The phone has damn near eradicated boredom. That's a brand new phenomenon. As an original, I can speak for the before this. You had way more time being bored. But if you're a thinker, or you're in your mind and you imagine it, or you daydream, that's normally where most of that took place because you had so much time to daydream. So like if I used to take the bus, no phone, no music. So you're just looking out the window, or you're just staring at the seat in front of you. 30 minutes, 45 minutes, hour at a time. Even if my aunt picked me up to go from East Orange to the other side. It took about 45 minutes. That whole car ride, she's silent. Maybe she'll have the radio on. And I'm in my own mind until I got a Game Gear. But those batteries don't last a long time, so we spent a lot more time in our brain. Even like school age. If I wanted to watch cartoons, you had very small windows to be entertained as a child, explaining it. So you're 8 to 10 or even older, but definitely 8 for sure. Middle of all of it. You'd have to wake up early enough before school, and by the time you had to leave for school or the bus, the cartoon you wanted to watch was coming on. So you never really got a chance to see it unless it replayed on the weekend. And then after school, you have a very small window of like 3 to 5. Or Fox, UPN, and Disney affiliate tries to hold it down for at least 2 hours before primetime television starts and the news. So all the time before that, if you miss school, you're bored as shit. Like, remember, like people remember The Price is Right and shit, but they don't remember that 2 to 3 hour window between that and fucking Stories where it's just like, what is those TV shows used to be called? They're like simulations. It's crazy. They're kind of like QVC features, like OxyClean and dumb shit like that. Like Billy Blanks, Tybo, demos and shit, like whole blocks of television in between time, between the slotted shows and schedules. So as a child, if you didn't have toys or video game during that time period, you're bored. That's why we wanted to go outside, because we're bored. We wanted to go outside because we were bored. There's no phone. Even when I had my Sega Genesis, by the time you redo the same levels over and over and over again, no online, no open world, it's just the same story. You eventually get bored of that game or it itself. So even if like you still love video games, you're not playing them as much. You're down to an hour a day maybe for the love of the sport. But you're ready to go outside already. And that's because there's people. And with people comes other stories. With people comes laughter. With people comes all kinds of shit. Now we simulate that on our telephone. So there's no reason to go outside to stimulate what that chemical is. But when you're a kid, you're bored. So the contrast is much more noticeable. It's like you go from pontificating, daydreaming, recalling things, looking at pictures. If there's someone in the house with you, you're usually talking about memories. You speculate in fantasy. You do the headline thing, and there's less of them. And you're kids. So then you go to, remember that time at that one place? Or I wish I could go outside to that other place the other day. Like it's active rehearsing. I don't know of memories, or it was more so real. It was like not introspection. What was that called? It was like a collective analysis and reaction to our reality by telling these stories to each other because we're bored. The phone and the internet killed bored, that's all. And so what's wild about that, if you remember the board era, you understand why everything was so much more hyper to us when it was a moment like a SummerSlam or an artist or something. It's because there's nothing else in the meantime, in between time, that could even stimulate that type of excitement outside of personal things, surprises, birthday parties, or whatever. You're not even looking for it on a daily basis, actually. Today you can look for it on a daily basis. Before you had to wait for the magazine to come out to see that girl again. Now you can just go right to her Instagram and you'll see her from yesterday, today. It takes away, it's not just novelty, but the value of it. If you start in that paradigm, though. If you started in that paradigm, so for us, for millennials, but for the generation after that who started in the middle of Kill the Board campaign, and they can have tablets at any damn age, so they can constantly stimulate for better or for worse, but they never get a chance to be bored, to be in a room all by themselves. Whether it's with the books or the toys or whatever they gravitate towards, they have to make a decision themselves. Either way, tick, 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 you're going to be bored for a few hours. There's only so many backflips my Power Rangers can do. Yep. They don't know how to be bored no more. And after primetime television, that's it. News, and then maybe Star Trek or some of them special TV shows, but then that's only an hour. Then for the rest of the night, bullshit, old shit, and fucking that's what they're called. They're called infomercials. 6 to 8 hours of infomercials, bro. So you better have a VHS or a tape player, watch one of your favorite movies again. That's why people remember all the tropes and shit. They just had to watch the same shit over and over and over again. Because there wasn't that much different shit to watch anyway, to fill in the gap of boredom. So why the music, people remember the lyrics and shit. Because it's like, you can have a huge collection, but you're not listening to the whole thing. You might listen to the same couple of CDs every damn day, the whole goddamn month. That's your playlist. Period. There's no other option, in fact. Because you weren't even like, there wasn't even that much music in your genre. So there's other music out. But that's how you knew country music was country, because there's so much country music out. And rock, and this, and that, and all the subgenres. There was more of that, too, on top of that now. So if you come from my side of the street, you extra bored. But I like VH1, so you feel me? I adapted. It took up 1 more hour listening to Limp Bizkit and Linkin Park and shit. Yep. At least while I'm skateboarding, so you feel everything. So yeah, our generation comes from boredom. If you remember everything. You was outside with those kids because y'all was bored. You don't remember the last time you seen them either. All at once. Remember the last day you seen them all at once? That's crazy, isn't it? That season changed in an instant. Yep. Then the internet. I'm gonna go inside real quick and get on the internet. I'll email that girl I'm talking to in Colorado. That's an hour off the green box right there. Yeah, I'm gonna go to Green Road today, but I'm not gonna stay out till sunset because I wanna play Counter-Strike instead. Mm-hmm. Found ways to stop being bored. That's why hobbies are so important. So you have something to do when you're bored. That's why all them nerdy girls read. They're fucking bored. You start reading when you're bored back then. You were bored, so you're gonna read a fucking book. And get a library card, because I know I'm gonna be bored on Sunday. Especially on Sunday back then. Sunday is so fucking boring. Whether you went to church or not. And if you went to church, it was even worse. If I'm honest, as a millennial kid, that shit was weird. That energy was weird, boy. I don't like nothing about that. As a kid, it felt worse. How the fuck going to church make you feel worse? What the fuck going on? And the hellfire, and then God. Like, whoa. This is what I get to look forward to when I become an adult. I wasn't having that shit then. I was like, hell no, this is not my crowd, bro. Hell no. I didn't know no different either. That's what the sick shit was. I didn't realize there's different dimensions until later. Thank God. Thank God. I'm telling you, you gotta control your damn mind. I learned how to control my mind at the same time. That was the last time I put up with that shit. That's crazy. I haven't ran into it since. But I know it's out there. Feel me? So we must have collectively done the same thing. And created a different dimension because we had options that wasn't there before. Yep. And this is the result of having too many fucking options for being bored. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Boredom, state akin to sleep, melanin production, vivid imagination, something happens. Even drawing moved to devices to get notifications without internet connection somehow. Used to learn every movie word by word because it was a DVD time to get. 3, same thing with music. If you recorded it off the radio, I remember waiting around for the song I hadn't recorded yet with the record button auto press on the play button simultaneously. Same story, part 3. Also no loading screens, loading time stuff you bought media-wise. I gotta build my AOL page today, shorty. Jonathan says, reading a book at night with a flashlight. Mr. John says, yep, I had to take a shit with air freshener ingredients reading tool recently because my phone was dead and it brought back memories. Amy Ross says, you see all the wicked shit at church. I was gonna put it like that, big homie. But that's funny. That's what it was, bro. As a kid, I didn't have a model for it. I didn't judge it in such a harsh way. I just knew something was off in this motherfucker. I didn't have the audacity to classify it at the time, but I knew something was wrong. It was like, it could have been me. Shit, it could have been me. Maybe I ain't. This is not my scene, kid. Hell no, something wrong. This shit is sickness. I've been to so many different scenes of it, and it's all the same type of energy. I was like, no, hell no. It's these people. Something up with these people, bro. Something up with them people, bro. That's the people, bro. That's what it is. Ain't church. It's the people in that church. Jesus, please, they know how to find each other. It's a fucking narcissistic hive of vampires, all just chilling together. Like, oh my god. Don't be an empath in that mother. Don't be an empath and walk in that motherfucker, man. That shit give me a fucking nervous breakdown. For real. Social anxiety be damned. My narc senses are going crazy. It was worse in high school. That shit, church is like, hell no. Back then? Oof. I'm talking about back then. I don't know about now. I still don't trust it. But back then, boy, what was that? Gen X was all back then? Boomers. It's boomers. Boomers in their 30s and up. And their parents. It was the boomers and their parents. When the boomers were the younger. When the boomers were my age and younger. That energy. What the fuck is the point? I don't understand the point. And then fuck around and you filter your life like that back then. I had to come up out of that one right there. That was a tough illusion to break. I get it though. Shit, that's what half of the damn problem is. Being around them people. Jonathan said, LOL, Harut says 3. Harut says that shit sucked. It still does. I've been in some nice gatherings though. I went to a nicer church. It had some white people in it. What do they call that shit? Non-denominational? Weird story in their background. I wasn't there too many times. But it left a positive impression because when you walked in, these motherfuckers had coffee and donuts. I wasn't drinking coffee at the time. I was definitely eating fucking donuts. So I was like, oh, that shit cool. These are free? For me? I get a donut for free, nigga? Can I get 3? Then you just sit in church and then see how they do their music. And it was quicker. It's like an hour and a half, 2 hours tops. Without all of that dark energy. Yeah, because there's a lot of drug addicts go to church too. And those spirits be with them. Then you have the people who are emotionally through, I guess, start making a damn scene and running all over the place and passing out and shit. Like, that's spiritual. So then you think like, oh, this shit works. You know what I'm talking about? Like, oh, they getting help. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you seen that shit outside, you'd be like, hey, yo, stay the fuck away from me. So imagine if you gotta sit next to it. At least you look dressed nice, right? The fuck? You gotta put a costume on too. Don't miss that part. You never see these people outside of that building like that. It's very disorienting. If you run into them in public, you're like, oh, you, hey, familiar. Did you go to such and such church? So the uniform too throws it off. Remember back then when they dressed like that, that wasn't a uniform. That's what they had on. That was their clothes. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like they didn't get into their fucking jeggings when it was church was over back then. So just the fact that they cosplay this, I guess they call it slavery era, if you will, which would have just meant people who did not own land and came to America to work and got paid and now can rent and own shit. All right, cool fucking story, bitch. Why is this so weird? Yeah, it's a weird energy for no other group who was in slavery to even have a matching energy at that. In fact, so it can't be slavery. It can, but it can be that like their lifestyle, their paradigm during slavery. it just proved to me that that lifestyle and that legacy, wherever it started for them specifically, because it didn't catch on to everyone else. I've noticed evidently, but for them, that was narcissism first. First of all, that no, that brand of that lifestyle and what that was and those horror stories. The bad guy in that story is a narcissist. I promise you. Like, don't matter what that Bible say, because the Bible don't say none of that anyway. I'm reading it to you. I haven't noticed anything. So they made that shit up. Who made that up? Obviously, a fucking wicked church team, country statesmen. I don't know who these people were before they brought their ass here, but they're wicked because they're narcissists. They use the Bible to justify their bullshit. So it's even witchcraft on top of it. So you understand, it had to be. Thus, no surprise all your closet witches are still in those churches. Hate to see it. You can go find a closet witch faster than going to church. I be knowing, bro. I'm on it. Like what was that, Killer Mike? I be on it all day, all night. Yep. Them closet witches be in church, boy. Especially the boomer ones and their mothers. No tarot cards. They witches in church. You wouldn't know it unless you do. You'll hear rumors, part 2. But then you do the history. You go, oh, same story, part 3. Of course, that's what it is. The witches hid in the church. Santeria. I don't practice Santeria. I ain't got no crystal ball. Remember? They say it was a compromise with the church if they had their foreign idol worship to substitute it for saints that correspond to the church instead, right? Cool cover story, I guess. That's probably not it at all because all that's paralleling Egypt anyway. Why do any of them know that? Anyway, so the witches had a compromise with the church of the Templars. That's recent history. That's a brand new phenomenon, by the way, on your whole civilization. You gotta remember, we live in a false timeline because of what they erased. And there's a history of them erasing it. So you gotta know that we're in a dumbed down awareness due to certain steps that were made on our ancestors. And we never recovered that fully. So we're not fully realized even in what that was. I don't think so. I don't even think you have a fucking clue. If all that shit was removed, then what does that mean in a timeline when it was free? Like, when it was what it was, like when that was like, yeah, that person does this, that person's a witch, this, all these things are just accepted facts. And the only thing that makes it scary is a religious person. But if you just gotta remove that, everyone wasn't in their religion though. So what is that paradigm like? If it's not from religion and they live like that and they're aware of that and these people are afraid of that, what does that mean? That's all what, 1400s, 1500s, 1600s, like Salem witch trials, they just keep going, right? What does it mean before they bitch ass get over here? That everyone had that already. Like before the bitch ass person that's trying to make it scary, before they show up and write their story about it, that civilization exists separately, and that's their thing. That's their thing. That's all around this bitch, from North America to South America. That was their thing. We lost track of that. The people who took it didn't. You can't control it if you're not aware of it. So the people who try to control it were aware of it and abusing it too. Don't miss that shit. The story starts there. We're here now. That's not where our story starts. Our story doesn't start in a dumber timeline where it was worse than this. The timeline that's recent is it's a whole paradigm of magicians and spiritualists. Period. A whole civilization of spiritualists. Period. Period. The whole damn everything here, apparently, from Indian to Native American, it was just all spiritualists, all over this bitch, on Israel, like the whole continent. We haven't even seen what's real yet. We're not aware of what we're not aware of what awareness was removed from us. It's not new. It's not evolving. It's what it always was. It was stolen, cut off, put into hiding, went underground, evolved as a result, controlled, manipulated. It's a faint copy. It's a fragment of what it actually is, though. We haven't even gotten started. People had no idea. I remember, I was outside. I saw the momentum of people taking control of their thoughts and affirmations accelerate in recent time while being aware of it the whole time. So it's a convergence. We're not shifting into something new. It's a recovery. We're recovering awareness of an energy that we've always had. We have been abusing it through ignorance. My people perish for lack of knowledge. Spirits especially. A whole book about spirits. That's crazy. So, we don't have a choice. Yeah, we don't have a choice but to do it. Shift awareness. Yep. What a fucking time to be manifested in reality, bro. You ever think about that? Like, if you look at the whole timeline of fuckery of humans, we just so happen to be at peak human shit. Like, we ain't at the beginning of some cool shit. We're not like at the other side of the end of some bullshit. Like, we're like going right through it. Like, you picked the perfect time to be born in this motherfucker. Can you imagine being rich in the 90s, but you're like 30? Couldn't tell me nothing that whole decade. Never got a chance to do it. Just never, I'll never have a chance to do that, right? That's so fucking crazy. Like, we gotta be through all the bullshit, narratives, the novelty thing, the media thing, the gayification thing, like all the worst ideas, and then know it's the worst idea, and now you're here, and you're like, God dang it, I can't have anything. I can't have anything. Yeah, but has that hit you yet? Has that hit you? Like, you just can't have fucking anything because you're at the wrong age at the wrong time. You just can't land any of that shit they sold you. Yeah, that's crazy. Like, how fucking convenient is that to have an upgrade in awareness while that is happening? The bull's eye of bullshit right in the middle. That's crazy. We can't have anything. We didn't even have a choice. I think that's what's unique about our generation. We didn't have a choice to see this any other way. This was inevitable. We're born at the wrong perfect time. I can say, being on the other side of where I started in the paradigm myself, I'm much more I take things so much less seriously than I used to because of the awareness. Seeing your whole civilization shift like this is sort of like a Mandela effect, I'll be honest. If you have a sensitivity to that conversation, it'll hit you like that. Like, wait, this feels more like not a natural path due to sudden incompetency. It should have fell a long time ago if that was always the case. But this seems more like a Mandela effect. Like, this wasn't the way it was supposed to go for anything, actually. this is weird. This is quantum even. This is idiocracy. This is worse than you can ever imagine. This is so bad and so worse than we could have imagined, yet it's still persisting somehow. So what were we worried about? It wasn't this. So this is a whole different reality, actually, honestly. I can tell you, the outcome of the last 15 years does not add up to me. Being here 15 to 20 years prior to that, I clocked it as it happened. I was like, something's off. Like everything changed, and then everything changed, and everything changed, and then it snowballed. That's not natural. I guess most people blame technology. Cool. But what we're blaming is that it completely Mandela affected our society. Like it changed the way it felt, where you were going and why you were going, everything changed. Parameters wise, it was just system-wide parameters adjustment. Whether you liked it or not. That's what made it. I took it very fucking serious because I knew it was impossible. Living through different eras, even before that, it wasn't all at once like that. It wasn't that drastic. This is a drastic shift again. This is the most drastic shift that I lived through, bro. I'll tell you that. I'm not having a good time. I don't think shit's funny. Like they keep shifting the channel. And if you're sensitive, or you talk about these things, you're just aware that people are shifting and things are shifting. It's not just headlines to you. There's a momentum to it. There's a tone to it. People are reacting to information and headlines and feelings and prices. Natural. What I'm talking about is you're watching that happen and you remember before it happened and you go, that timeline right there is impossible based on the timeline I'm considering the shit. Some of us studied conspiracies, so we were aware of something that sounded like this. But even in the worst case at then, where I could imagine what that would look like, it didn't look like this. Mandela effect, bro. This is a unnatural linear progression. Something that technology, whatever. That all I'm going to say, being on both sides of this shit, aware, awake, paying attention, bored, meditative, praying, manifesting, being that kid, aware of it. It changed, and it changed, and it just fucking changed again, bro. I am tired. Bro, I'm tired of that. If I'm tired of anything, I'm tired of that. Life will just fuck around and change its tone on you. Locally, you might misidentify it as something else personally. And that's what it is. We get caught up in the shifts and then the result of the karma of what we've just did or whatever, however it plays out, right? The result of our prompt, seasonally wise. All right, you chose to start this journey. Let's say it lasts for 3 years. You don't know that though. And then at the end of 3 years, you crash out, cash out, whatever it is. And at the same time, that aligns with a shift, whether that's planetary or timeline-wise. If you're alive now listening, you hit a shift and it was like, whoa, I'm distracted by whatever just happened here previously. But now when I look outside, I'm thinking I'm looking outside differently because of what I'm going through or what I'm getting to the other side of. But I was like, nah, nigga, they changed the logo on KFC. That had nothing to do with your grandma. That had nothing to do with that job. That had nothing to do with that woman for real. Nah. Yeah, you went back outside, and outside was different too. You're not just different. No. You are different. Absolutely. I remember those days, part 2. Nah, what I'm talking about is because you were distracted. Outside is different too. So many people tell you that during the pandemic, just in the micro of dating, if you will. They're all saying the same thing. They internalized it and made a genre of red pill, blue pill, or dating shows and women. But that shit's unrealistic. Like, to me, when I see those things and those people, I see cartoon characters. If I compare it to where I come from, like the timeline, what it was like before for the same age group, and what it was and what it is and what it was about, all of that shit is very highbrow. That would never have been in any other timeline the average surface level consensus about any of the things you hear about on Instagram or anything. It's turned up because it's the internet. You can get away without the social society giving a fuck that you're crazy or you're just being like that. Gotta remember that. These people ain't in church no more, so there's no more consensus at their house if they're on the internet. So that explains how loud it is, but that loudness changed everything that isn't on there too. That's what the problem is. It's a different world. So they be like, yeah, I broke up and I started dating. I'm like, wow, it's totally different. Yeah, it's like a different world, isn't it? Yeah, people, blah, blah, blah. The man, da, blah, blah, and the woman, da, da, da. Everyone changed if they're single. Duh. Y'all getting used to the new people, obviously. But the world changed too. Y'all sleeping. Nah, y'all sleep for real. That sun ain't the same sun I had when I was in school, bro. I promise you everything. That ain't how that sun looked at all. Shape-wise, color-wise, That's a transformation at the very least. I noticed it. I used to draw the sun and shit. Come on now, don't play with me. Bryce 3D and all of it, don't play with me. That's a different sun too. Okay, you didn't notice that part too. Cool. Trump being president would be impossible for all the right reasons. Then you see the older people who were from that timeline with you. They're the main ones that push the shit. I mean, they're the ones that are absolutely voting for real. They're with the shits. Like, that's not normal either. No, there should be no one that should be standing there next to him on TV and camera talking about they in the White House or Congress. That should be a joke. Yeah, it'd be like a special guest on a TV show. It wouldn't turn into something serious. It wouldn't turn into beef. It wouldn't turn into budget issues. It wouldn't turn into any of the real things. It'll just be like media. Like, oh yeah, that's a popular person, but we're the real serious people. Their conversation, their polarities would be different. You'll notice it, the contrast. Now he fit right in now. He fit right in. Never. There's no parameter how that would have worked 20 years ago. Society didn't fucking change like that. It didn't adapt. Where's the learning modules? Did we pass our test? How do we adapt? The fuck you talking about? Everyone's creating yesterday, today, and tomorrow. So how did it change all of a sudden? Yep, I've been paying attention to that shit. It happens to you locally, and then it happens to the global effect, the global collective, where yeah, you can be different, but everyone else is still in the same shit that it used to be. But now you're different, and everyone's on some totally different shit, and you don't even know how they got there. It's nuance to it if you don't clock it. Because you take it for granted, right? You got your own shit to do, right? So you're not doing, I'm sure you're not like my brain that's constantly, not constant, but it's more like an ocean. Like, I'll be in a moment, and then I'll compare things to the past, and I bring it back forward, and I do the comparison. Especially if I'm too hard on myself. That's the only thing that spares me. If I'm ever internally too hard on myself about some paradox or problem I'm in, the only thing that saves me out of that thought loop is knowing. I said, but nah, nigga. I say to myself, I might even have to say it out loud. I say, nah, nigga. Nah, it was Chick-fil-A. So you don't lose your damn mind. Ain't that crazy? The most craziest thing to believe grounds me for this time. Like Mandela effects is a crazy thing to believe if you don't, if you're not familiar or if you're not, I wouldn't expect no one to be sold being described it at all until you start experiencing it. But when you take it serious, like if for whatever reason your life has led you to think that the Mandela effect is real and you take that seriously, you take the next step with it. It's serious. Like if it's real, it's serious. Like if you're on that side of this pole, like I am, then it's kind of like, oh no. It couldn't be no other way, bro. Because no matter what I did, didn't do, no matter what happened or didn't happen, all this shit changed anyway. I give you more practical examples, like thinking about money or something within the last 3 years. And I go, man, maybe I shouldn't do this, or maybe I could have did that, or all that's things that are way back there. To prepare myself for the fact that money's weird. And then I snapped myself out. I was like, nah, nigga, eggs should not be no fucking $5 anyway. The fuck we talking about? The fuck you talking about? You got more money now than you did any day. And eggs wasn't $5 then. So, nigga, the problem is the price of eggs. Chill out. Now, this shit all got expensive, and it's not just one thing got expensive. All things got expensive. So you're not just paying for one item that was your favorite going up. Every item that you bought went up. Even if it's just a little bit, that's an extra $1, that's extra $2, then it turns an extra $10, and you're like, you notice that. But you can't judge yourself. Like, what I'm telling you is there's no logical fucking reason ever in human history that should even be a problem here. That has never happened before. Never. 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 My whole fucking life. I remember the old people and what they said about how they used to complain about how much things costed. It'll be like a fucking piece of candy that went from 1 penny to 5 cents. And if it's popular, it's a quarter. So 20 years before that, it took 20 years for that to be adjusted, and it stopped by the time they're telling us, a third generation. I'm still buying these now for a quarter though. We get 5 of them. They're like a nickel each. Let's be reasonable. And there's way more better than your candy, by the way. First of all, let's look at the graphics, bitch. Let's be serious. It made sense. Good for us. It made us eat less of that bullshit anyway. But you start there. You start at I remember how much candy I could buy for $1. And I remember the people before me telling me you can buy so much more back then. So it was already an inflation awareness. However, when you think of like the candy that was a penny, then went to a nickel, and you see it at a dime, you see it at a quarter, cool. There's no reason any of it should ever be more than a quarter though. Like I see the smaller ones, if they unpopular, they'll rise up, but there's no fucking reason why you come back to the same type of paradigm and a fucking Snickers bar is $4 or more. Like that's some like weird gas station Disney World shit, like price gauging. Like I don't need it that bad. Wait till we get to the next fucking gas station, bitch. Up to 2015-18, you can do that. Now it's like, no, that's how much it cost. Interesting. That's not what the value is. Now you're ripping me off. That's never happened before. It's not that things got more expensive. It's that they're ripping us off. Because there's no logical reason for doing it. And there's no control or limit, conveniently, by the federal government on this issue. So the federal government's allowing it. That's interesting to me. We've never lived through one of these. We weren't even prepared for it. Not even what they were teaching us in social studies and history. Everyone was just bitching about resources. How unfair it was to access resources. How unfair it was to have access to resources. It was a resource game when I was born. And then I think they adjusted that with modern liberal Obama politics, but they solved it by gentrifying it. They didn't fix anything. They just got rid of niggas. But the narrative on how that happened is different. Then you'll remember it, I'm sure. No, I was watching this shift because it's impossible. I remember when the shift was natural. I remember all the 90s. It's like, and I remember the 80s too, but as a baby. But the tone and cow doors and stuff, and like what the commercials were like. I remember the mainstream things that a kid would notice, and then the tone of my family too, which is another angle to hold on to see how your family shifts through these things, like their beliefs, their patterns. Some of the freakiest ones for me is when like my whole family diet changes. That shit freaks me out. Because it's not one person. It's like the whole tribe just on its own adopted veganism. That's not a bad thing though. Follow me though. In that happening, as an example, And just as the paradigm of the internet, all right, so they picked veganism, and now they are in the veganism trope and algorithm, but back then not as heavy as it could be now, but you know what I'm saying, influence-wise, that patterning. And you walk into that expecting the same people from last time or the other time or when you were kids, and what that pattern was and what Thanksgiving was like, and then what the snacks would be if you showed up. Like you remember all of that, like you lived through all of that. And like I'm saying is there's no logical reason in that tradition, because it's a tradition, that's what a tradition is. And in that even locally it was a certain way, there's certain favorite things, and then this new thing happens and all of that is suspended at once, all at once. And then this altered form of veganism or adjustment to diet, then not only is it brand new, not only is it none of the recipes or ingredients from before, so it's not even good. Not only is it not good, but then it's not even practical. If anything, I've noticed in that adoption system-wide more sicknesses, issues with health. So it's not practical. But because there's a gap of the tradition being broken, and because of the commitment to Foley, it's not like they'll ever restore to the paradigm of what it was. And they can't even really live in that because they be worried about their new health, right? So what I'm saying is that's just natural. That progression, if it goes bad or if it's not the real deal, of course. And there's other people who can do that and they'll be fine. You know what I'm saying? I'm not talking about veganism. I'm talking about a whole sector of people I grew up with, all at once, it seemed. You go meet one, you talk to the other one, hey, what you eating? I ain't fucking with that no more. All of you feel the same way about something at the same time. Weird. We can't do cookouts though, but you can do, okay, all right. That's weird. It's weird to me. It's weird to me. Whoa, you still eat those things that we traditionally used to eat for at least 20 years in a row? Yeah, I never thought about changing it up, man. When I was a kid, they didn't tell us, like, and when you get older, man, the best thing about being an adult is changing your whole fucking diet pattern and all your family traditions, especially on Thanksgiving. It'll just go right out the window and you can order Chick-fil-A if you want. Nah, nope. I didn't know. That sounds like even if I didn't know that, that sounds like that would be for the girls. So like, I didn't think I would ever hear the phrase I should cook more. It was unfathomable actually. Why would a guy, it's not know how to cook, but cook more, like cook more for yourself all the way through your 30s and 40s and 50s. Like you should just cook more for the rest of your life. As a guy, back then, I'm talking about back then, don't miss it. I'm time traveling. If you go back then and you said that to me back then, I'm like, what the fuck you talking about? Not only is my wife going to cook, it's because she knows how to cook. I'm not marrying no woman that don't know how to cook anyway. Why do I need to cook more any day? That'd have been an impossible variable then. But now, it's almost a requirement. That's a pole shift. I remember it being one way. This is not gradual. This wasn't gradient. This is a pole shift on so many parameters. But it's scariest when it's like your family unit or your tribe or your friend group and they change without you is what I'm saying. On top of that, they changed without me. Like it just, one day it was one way, and I know there's a lot of days in the middle, but the next day I sign in, everybody gained agreement on this riddle. And in the meantime, no one sent me an email, text message, no one called me and initiated me into it. It was like, yeah, we all doing this. Oh, he's doing it, she's doing it. Oh, now we're all doing it. And then they got to a we all doing it. And then I just pop up and it's a surprise. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like Mandela effects. It's the only way I can explain it. I know how to do it intellectually. It's like, oh, A plus B plus C, and this path led to that path. I know shit happens, nigga. But no. I know niggas too. They don't do that. Not like that. No, they don't. Everybody don't just come outside and start wearing the same skinny jeans at once. No, they don't. Because everyone didn't have jabots. No, they didn't. I did. So I noticed. Everyone didn't have them. We know. So the shifts are way more widespread than I think people can imagine if they don't leave their backyard too. There's a lot of people who don't actually go nowhere outside of their loop locally. Between work and school, I know. I've been all over this bitch. I can tell you, it shifts everywhere. That don't make sense. Everyone ain't on the same fucking webpage. I could tell. I go to places, ain't even nothing to be afraid of. But before I get there, I remember everything I should go through my mental checklist about before I get there. That's why I notice it. It's so loud. It's like, damn. They're gentrifying. Nah, nigga, no. I know that building was empty when I was in school though, so moving someone in there wouldn't change that. Nah, you making me look at the store. You're making me look at what the narrative is. No, I peeped that. I was outside. I was tweeting and retweeting it as it was happening. I know why that changed. No. My neighborhood shouldn't have adopted any of that. It's never ever done that the whole time I was there the first 20 years. It's totally different. It's a totally different life now. I'm telling you. These are different people. And I'm saying the adjustment wise. It's like dealing with totally different people now. It's a major adjustment. Even looking for common ground. It's very impossible. No one ever prepared us for that. That was in nobody's Bible. One day you'll get to the point in time when your whole civilization has no common ground. And most human transactions will become insufferable. That wasn't the consensus when I was a kid. Even coming from people who looked at society as dangerous because of racism and all that shit that we would hear. Even when that calmed down, it's still, the progression wouldn't be this. Not logically, not intellectually. It was making some type of progress based on the backdrop, I guess. And then it corkscrewed instead. And then it went that way. It's like a sidestep something. Even if it's an agenda, and I know Soros and all that nudging and education. Yeah, I know. I ain't talking about that. I get that is some bullshit on the paradigm of new people. Yeah. How they do the kids who don't have a point of reference. Yeah, that shit evil into that. But they were doing that to us too. It was just a different person funding it. It was a different agenda for us. So they did it to us too. Obviously. Because I'm not like my parents. They had a different agenda too. So you understand, like there's always that. We just now know to look for who's funding it. But this time, I'm saying, yeah, millennials were, their K through 12 was different. But no. I was in the streets though. That's my only advantage of keeping my damn sanity. It's because my life was so weird. I was able to be in so many different environments, all within the same season. So I was keeping track of multiple timelines at once anyway. My best friend, Dimitri, is only my best friend when I'm in Boardington. He's only ever been my best friend in June and July. That's one timeline. In the meantime, I can be in 2 different elementary schools. 2 different best friends in this one. I'm on another side of town. I'm worrying about the girl in this one. 2 different storylines. Then I get to Dimitri, and I try to tell him those storylines, and you can tell it's like no signal. It don't really go nowhere. The only time that we gain agreement on school stuff is when it's school stuff, cafeteria, food, and something about y = mx + b, maybe. But it's never going to be the stories about people. But he's still absolutely my best friend every summer I was there. It's two different storylines. Even just me. Every day over there, playing Sega Genesis, can't be certain places on my bike. I don't even know if I could take my bike outside. But by the summer, I'm out there. I can ride my bike anywhere, all the way to the end of the damn apartment complex. And I can go to the pool by my damn self. Matter of fact, ain't nobody yelling at me, ain't nobody telling me what to do, ain't even nobody worrying about my ass. Go back, eat dinner. There's ice cream every fucking night. There's a big ass TV with Cartoon Network for the first time in human history, right before Toonami came out. Only in June and July though. That's one storyline. Go back to the other place. Now we out the hood, we in the South now. Maybe I'm in Raleigh. Things are generally better. And I'm going back and forth to the other place every summer. Now it's a different storyline. Now I'm the visitor. Now I'm the foreigner. But I keep all my skill tree. Same relationships. So I can jump back into their world and see how the dynamic shifted. Oh, this happened to this one got pregnant, or this one got locked up. And see how it affected them. And then come back to my other reality where none of that's happening. And I'm like, all right, now I'm going back to school. Oh, these assholes. Oh, this bitch. I ain't worrying about her. My cousin Andrew just got locked up. Nobody here know who my cousin Andrew is. Shit, I'll keep that to myself. You know what I'm saying? I was always in and out of different mental timelines. Now we all kind of do it with social media, but that's not the same type of thing. You see a progression of people's attitude towards what type of content they create. You see their shift in their personality maybe. But in real life, and you're living that, your reality changes. Your timeline don't change. You can use the same filter and repost the same thing. In real life, you can't take the same steps. You can't roll back. It's final. So I remember when all these timelines independently came to an absolute end, no reference point. Even in the people. They all shifted again. So now if I go to them, the ones I seen every summer, I go, damn, we got older, at least for me and him. But with the family part of them, I'm like, nah, something's missing. This ain't even the same energy. This apartment don't even smell the same. It must be the Fabuloso, but the chicken don't taste the same. I ain't talking about who they voting for. I'm talking about like our whole life, if you've been paying attention, and if the Mandela effect is serious, then it's just a signal, it's just a proof, it's just a piece, a fragment, an idea by itself that if those things are real, that there's a potential that this whole thing shifts and you don't notice it. I be noticing shit. I've been noticing. It'll shift. You ain't gotta worry, just sit still a little bit longer. It'll shift again. Before the major moments. I ain't talking about from Trump to I ain't talking president to president shifts. I'm talking about right in the middle of Obama, it shifted. Yeah. One day it's Fruit Loops versus Reason, the next day it's Studio One or Ableton. All at once. All of a sudden it's rolling SPs everywhere, all at once. Doesn't matter if you make trap or hip hop. It's a bunch of SPs out there. SP 404, man. I'm gonna put a South beat on that one. You ain't supposed to do that, but I'll let you cook. But all at once. It's lo-fi and piano tutorials all at once. All at once. Doesn't matter how. The mechanism of looking back at who did what isn't what I'm talking about. It's that it happened to all the people, no matter how it happened all at once. And that's local. So we see it. We see it. We're products of it. Just on the internet, just in the producer community. The whole paradigm just changes. I was like, no, do not do the fucking paywalls. Stupid. No. And there's plenty of people who understood it and didn't do it. But no matter who did or didn't do it, it changed everything all at once. just by the few that did. Everyone couldn't even afford to do it or do it correctly. It'd been the first time they even tried to do it, so it wasn't ever going to be a high success rate first. But I knew it was fake altogether. But then to see the people try it, that it could work, it didn't matter if it did or didn't work. It changed everything anyway. It completely devalued the whole system in the inception of the idea of someone executing it anyway. And then the attitudes that adjusted changed people's minds about it, and then how they're going to structure their shit while trying to substitute it and do other things like create music for content. Boom, 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 boom. It was a major shift no matter what. Whether or not whoever ever sold the paywall course, that idea impregnating the discourse period changed the value of the things, and then caused a whole fragment of people to get out of the whole idea that they're learning how to be proficient at making beats so that they can sell them for money. All of a sudden it was just content creators. No, I'm not even trying to sell my beat. No, man, I'm not even trying to get no placements. All at once. Like I'm saying, like the path of the existence of the tribe of people that were doing that, I don't know, for 10 to 15 years in a row, like that whole demographic just off the board, right? You have one or two people who talk like that, but I'm talking about the actual, that was the general tone, thus the content would match the general tone too. It would be the pursuit. The pursuit was done all at once. I was there. I was in the middle of it. I was right in the middle of it. I remember when everyone was talking about copyrights and samples and MIDI shit. And I was like, nah, I need some stem extraction and some Serato sample type shit. Wouldn't it be cool if we can inverse this shit without doing all this and just get the fucking bass line out of it anyway? And then it happened. And then that shifted the conversation. All of a sudden, everyone wants to be a sample-based producer, but then you didn't hear sample-based music on the radio. See, that's impossible. Everyone that knows how to sample and Serato and split stems and stuff should be making hip-hop to the, like, Jay Dilla with 808s at least. Like, it should be a whole different genre if that's what the assignment is. You notice it didn't go that way. It didn't go that way at all. I guess the kids learn how to mix and match loops better, but it didn't do what it didn't do what it would have done 5 years prior or 10 years prior, especially in that timeline. Yo, everything. Oh my God. The whole sound of music would be totally different with that technology and that awareness. And we are here with that technology and awareness, and the music is not even in that category no more. I'm talking about complete shifts like that. I'm talking about people just go to sleep and wake up the next morning and it's over. There's no resistance. There's no other remnant of it either. Like all at once. That's impossible. Everyone didn't get a message. What message did everyone get? How did everyone just get up to code is what I'm saying. Yeah, humans have been sleeping on consensus and hence democracy in its true meaning. How do you get most of the people to believe a thing? Not vote. Believe. You're picking series of beliefs, battling beliefs, red versus blue beliefs. And if they can get the mainstream consensus to vote their belief on who's right or what's right or where we're going, then that's the trend that the global variable of America goes, at least. Locally, your life will adjust according to how you fit in that, but you never pick that shit. So you always are adjusting to this life unfairly, if you will, because there's always going to be a consensus shift no matter what you're doing. No matter what you're doing. There's always going to be a consensus shift. I remember like when I was grinding, working in restaurants and stuff, the pay was so low. And I swear like no more than 2 years or 3 years after I made up my mind not to work in that industry no more, all the pay rates went up. They're like starting like at twice what they used to pay us just 2 or 3 years prior. It's like, what? If y'all would have just paid us the in-between of that 3 years ago, I would have been just fucking fine. Now you telling me I can make the same amount of money but work half the damn time? I'd do that now, bitch. What the fuck were you talking about? Compared to when I started at $5.15. When I worked for McDonald's, it was $5.15 an hour. Kids today get a summer job, and McDonald's is paying like $15 to $20. Like, bitch, you're gonna buy a car. I was trying to buy a fucking video game. Are you stupid? The fuck are we talking about? But I'm just saying, paradigm-wise, that what I'm saying is I didn't just notice that the pay rate went up. I noticed that also changed the type of people in those restaurants. It changed the tone of going to McDonald's. Mm-hmm. So that's a paradigm shift, because there's an expectation that'll never be met ever again. There's side conversations and other people and whatever. The idea of getting a job like that, it changed. You won't have that conversation even with your nephews. It would make no sense. It's removing complete point of references is what I'm trying to say to you. Everything changes naturally. But no, nah, I don't think so. I don't think it's all natural. I think some things have happened that it's like Jenga or something like that, where we know the headline or we know a block was pushed, but we forgot or wasn't paying attention or wasn't, used to the fact that it's going to push a different block out. And if you haven't been paying attention to that block for a while, you're going to think that the one that was pushed and what everyone talked about is what did that. And it could be something else. It could be a different block that fell off at top, just trying to get restable. And you might not clock that. And you're like, oh, you got everything in between us. But now I'm saying, like, when I really look back for real, this ain't the same fucking reality. At all. Knowing that, like, it's hopping in terms of progression. They're very pronounced. The eras, if you will, I guess, they're very pronounced, both locally, where I'm at, and then the main story and other people I know and connected and what their general tone of life is, where they are, like, and then the internet in between us, which is largely fake or an impression that people are pushing, but you can get a tone of that too. You can get a reference from that energy shift too. It's its own thing to me, because I remember life without the internet, so I've always kept it bifurcated. Like, internet energy and the consensus is different than out here. I'm usually out here talking about the internet consensus to real people. So that's why I can always tell that people don't know what I was talking about. Then it's like TikTok or something, paradigm shift. Now people are only talking about internet memes, but I don't know which ones they're talking about. Where the fuck was I? I was on the fucking internet making content when that happened. Hold on. Bitch, I'm on TikTok. Hold on. That didn't happen to me. See what I'm saying? They all shifted, and the catalyst is the thing that I fucking do. Nah, I'm doing it already. That didn't shift me in that direction. I'm not outside emoting. I'm not adjusting my language model to a trend that lasted 3 death scrolls. Like, this is more instant. This is something different. And then that influences getting people in between too, and then you just see the differences. Like, whoa, these people are living cartoons compared to the people that I grew up with, the society. You had your cartoon figures, yeah, but now the society these days is more cartoonish than it isn't. That's a paradigm shift. That's not a damn App Store update. We've had App Store updates that didn't do shit. So we're going through paradigm shift. It's not just the money that's missing. Nudges. BRB, sick of it, virus. They changed their gut biome and they all started thinking the same. Since soybean oil hits the body like estrogen, the vegan foods are full of soybean oil. Yeah, it was. What it did to U.S. other countries. Greyhound bus terminal prices at 3 in the morning type shit be. Amen, Rob. Holodecks. They were supposed to go to Mars instead of terraforming Europa. Come on now. Trish Shaw, what's good? Makes it like the whole moon called Detroit. That's crazy. That shit. This shit's got went from Japan in control to China in control. That too. Once the word algorithm got more talked about than the content itself, then it was clear that people were directed completely different ways in select groups. Oh yeah, you can see the difference in it. But I'm saying all of the groups that have subgroups on the internet outside, they're the same cartoons. So it's like a folder, like one folder up. What I'm saying is one folder up. Whatever's going on in these phones within our personal thing, how people act outside is totally different. Again, but it doesn't make sense that all of the people would be. I get like the kids who love TikTok would be different than me as a kid. Obviously, I'm talking about the society that supports that is different too. Because if that was us back then, society would have course corrected it by bullying us. It would have course corrected by restricting or suggesting else. This is just willy-nilly. As soon as the update goes out, it's instant. There's no pushback. There's no resistance. If you're younger and you're a punk, or you're just like a badass, you'll see the faces. You'll have people speak up. You'll be try to be put in check or put in place, and then you have to rise to that energy. And usually back then with more testosterone, those who did. It was required, in fact, to live in that energy, separate from your society. Now you're that same person, but now the society is shifting. Now they're the punks, and you're like, Then they shift again, you're like, now what's up? And it's like, you're still the same character. I'm still the same character. My life is different, but I'm the same person. I didn't shift with them. They're shifting with the shift. All ages too, all races. It's general. It's a general consensus. It's at least 51% of what I notice outside. It changes and shifts in the same dynamic, man. You go from sneakers and Air Maxes and Air Force Ones, and then boom, everyone got Crocs. But it's not Crocs in a Nike sweatsuit. It's Crocs, some jeans, and some t-shirt. Whereas when it was Air Force Ones, Air Maxes, and all that, there's a whole different loadout because of them, I guess. And you would notice it versus those who don't. Whereas now all you notice is Crocs and hoodies all across the whole board. If you came through with Air Maxes and the shirt and the jeans that goes with that, you would stand out in the wrong way. That's a pole shift. Because it's the same people. And it's the same people's damn kids. So how did it change? Where did they get this other tradition from? Why did they take it? Why did they adopt it? And how come there's no pushback of it? That's what's new to me. I've never seen this story before. In my lifetime, I guess. Like in my generation. So it's generationally new because I'm older. But then it's new because I've never seen society do that before in this way. Never. Even your news. Like if you remember CNN and Fox and the tone of things, at least back then, and then you look at the tone of it now, it's like a cartoon, ain't it? Like anyone over 30. You remember like shit to the first 10 years of 2000s, it wasn't this bad. Through 9/11 Afghanistan, even Obama. Everything else was also more serious. The tone. Shit they wouldn't say and wouldn't do, and that wouldn't even be on the fucking news. Now you look at the news now and you're like, what is this? This is ridiculous. Doesn't matter if they get tweets from the internet. The tone is off. It sounds like a bunch of sassy people. We didn't have that problem. Everyone is trying to make points and they're disrespectful on the news? Are y'all serious? Didn't you say like iron your clothes and shave for interviews, but the news is raunchy and fucking reckless? This ain't Howard Stern. Howard Stern seemed normal compared to this shit. You understand? It's a pole shift. Jackass, Johnny Knoxville and shit. That shit was hilarious because no regular people was doing that shit. Now it's TikTok trending. There's no such thing anymore of a jackass. Everyone's doing it. Shout out to Dabre. You want a nice hijab, you want it? Oh, you're gay. Mr. L says, yep, it was a test by whatever that was to see if different algorithms will make people differently goofy. Yeah, that Simon Says is loud as fuck. Because it's like they all do it at the same time. Whatever the new it is that's what's concerning. How does it do that? And how come if it's people-based, like nudge-based, how come they're not done nudging it into productivity, into more money? Why is it being nudged in such a way that it's... What I'm also saying is because it's a trend of paradigm shifting. I'm telling you, every time this paradigm shifts in that way, it sucks. It's gotten worse. It's trending down. It's trending to... And the thing is, I'm not trending with it. That's what's important. Like, I'm not going with these people. I'm not with the shit. Like, it's not... I'm with some of it, but I'm not... It didn't change. It's a different type of change. It's not even like the mainstream topics. It's the way they do everything. The mass adoption of just some other thing. It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter what the nudge is. It's the fact that it's massive. It's the fact that so many people adapt, and then that changes everything by itself. Like, it's not like it was like when we had fidget spinners and some people had them, but you knew it was a trend and these are trendy kids with fidget spinners. We get it. Nah. That makes sense. That's marketing and shit. I get it how it used to work. Nah, this is no. No, we live in a different society. On top of a fidget spinner trend. And there's no logical explanation for it. And what's scary is that people have logical explanations for it. Like, damn, how long have I been unplugged from this fucking matrix for? Or was I never plugged in? It changes all at once. Overnight, I mean. It changes overnight, if you're paying attention. It's not gradual shifts. And it's not just one thing. It's so many things at once. That's what's weird about it. What it chooses is what's weird about it too. What it chooses to change is so fucking weird. That your society can be nudged by anything. Like, if we're just nudgeable, cool. But the nudges could be so much fucking cooler, right? The nudges could be so much more useful, right? The nudges could be so much more sinister too, if you want to go polarity for polarity. But you notice, like, it shifts and it nudges in a very specific... At some point we start saying to ourselves, I guess, it can't get any more worse or weirder than this, right? There's no way this can get any worse. Whatever the topic is too, in any area of your life or awareness, it can't get any worse. The girls, for us, like dealing with women and stuff, it couldn't get any worse. Like, it couldn't get any worse. Then it does. You talk about in local variables, like, I want to stay optimistic. Because it could just be getting worse for you. Yeah, you gotta work on that. But then, paradigm shift. Whatever the fuck you thought the worst was then, whatever it is now is the worstest it could ever be. You didn't even know it can get this worstest in such a short time, let alone because of the timing and because of how it manifests. You couldn't imagine it getting this bad or worse. Social things. I couldn't imagine it. I couldn't imagine a mass adoption of what's making it worse. Is what I'm saying. I couldn't imagine that. I couldn't imagine that. I couldn't imagine people justifying as a collective certain things, and even if you don't pick a side, the title of the majority still swings that way, even if they don't choose. Like it's a, I can't I can't fathom why the fuck society keeps trending that way. That's what's unusual. Not whether or not people or sheep or collectives can be nudged. We know that. We knew that then too, but it wasn't this. This is its own brand. It's like I'm trying to describe it to you like it's a. It's like you're starting to. I'm starting to notice it as a. Hmm. Foreign. The the people that it affects seem foreign to me too. That's what's weird about it. It makes things and people seem foreign if you're not adjusting with it. It's foreign. It's a foreign thing. It's a foreign shift. It's not a natural, organic, linear shift, or even just unpredictability. It's consistently a foreign shift. Like, that ain't the way this is going. Where the fuck are we? This ain't the fuck the way it's going. Ain't no way in Hades, bro. Motherfuckers is caught up right now by the goddamn Epstein list. 10 years fucking later. Like, that's what the holdup is. We're waiting for the fucking Epstein people. That's what it is. And the fact that this timeline has Epstein people. Wait, what? That's a big shift. You always heard things and it was weird things, but there's so many more serious things in place of. Now you're just kind of at the final round of, wait. From when I was a kid and watching CNN and what they talked about and what the issues were then, with everything, all at once. Up until now, and the issue is, there's so many fucking people on this pedophile list. That don't make sense. It don't make sense from the timeline that I come from, at least. The illusion, if you will, or the narrative. I get it. But nah, but even with how people react to what that is, even back then, if this was true then, it wouldn't be a matter if they released that list or not. You'd have such a more volatile public response, and even in the news outlets and the anchors and the influencers, they'd be way more. They would all press the issue, no matter what. So the fact that all of that's missing, like that segment, even that it's not there either, irregardless of new people or people being paid off to do it. I'm talking about the theater. The people in the theater are different too. It seems foreign to me. I'm 40. So I'm talking about even people that seem my age range, the way they have become these days. I don't see how they got there. I don't see it. It's almost like we went to two different schools again. It's like we grew up in two different neighborhoods again, like halfway through the last 40 years, like within the last 10, I think. I started noticing it. And I chalked it up to, lifestyles and careers and stuff. That was more normal though. That was coming of age. Nah, that would have made sense if it just ended right there. I'm like, all right, wonder years. Nope. Ain't nobody that I know in human history today is ever going to do a fucking Wonder Years reunion. Nope, ain't gonna happen. Nope. It'll be interesting to see my high school do a class reunion. It'll never happen in this timeline. Nope. It's totally different, is what I'm saying. It's not different for you. Like, oh, I thought picking these paths would give me this much money to have that house and that lifestyle and that outcome. But this is it. No. Whatever you were designing back then wouldn't ever make sense to you if this was the environment you created it for. That's what I'm saying. It's not rules. What rules? Did someone send you rules to sign? I'm not following new rules. Technically, the only thing that's changing with us is how much was the value of the money. Yeah, that changes your behavior of purchasing or leisure and things. Yeah, for real. But you just go back to being bored until you can afford to do it again. It wouldn't change everything. In fact, you'd find other things to do. It wouldn't, you know what I'm saying? It wouldn't be pressure actually, unless it came to food. But this is the first time in human history that all the food prices rose up at the same way anyway. That's never happened before. So you couldn't prepare for it. You could prepare for your favorite shit to get expensive, or just a little bit more. And then you find some new favorite shit that doesn't cost as much. That was the competition part. That's why competition works in the market. But that don't even work no more in any market. That's crazy. How? What I'm saying is, it's broken, duh. But I'm saying, coming from where we come from, you couldn't imagine that it would be broken this way. Like, I'm saying, as even a potential reality. Like, it doesn't make sense in any memory of recent anything that our life is that fucking ridiculous if we're just following all the choices that the people who make choices make. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's not gradual. It's not even exponential of the same thing, for better or for worse. It's totally different. It's totally different. Like when XXL magazine covers went from like the rappers and all of them, and then the next time was like little Uzi Vert in them. Like as soon as that check cash, what I'm saying is, what happened to all the rappers that should have been on that cover? Fuck who Atlantic Records and the weird lesbian signed, or who are or favorites of. This is already late XXL. It ain't that damn important. But then all of a sudden, the Lil Uzi Vert and all of them after that, it became the de facto consensus of what's out in new artists. Okay, cool. But what happened to the real rappers and artists and all the other independents with the music that ought to have been that? Where did that end up instead? So you have all that. So all of those people that it ought to be just don't exist. That's weird. We existed on the internet for at least 10 to 15 years prior to that happening. We were there, man. With people who were just as good, people who would stand in, people who would have a problem with that as an artist themselves. You would see them somewhere because you have this thing called YouTube and the internet. Not even an actual fighting case for 20 more better people who rap and had better beats or anything, right? Like not one. Not one, not 10, not 20. I mean, there's thousands of people buying beats, but not one, not 10 of them. None of them. They just never showed up ever again. Y'all gonna tell me Joey Badass for 10 years in a row? No, I'm talking about the 20 people every year that be doing that shit. Where they at? So all at once. It's a paradigm shift. Only one thing changed. That 1 year and that one cover. And the decision that team made. But how did the other culture just go away all at once? Remember, even when we started, there was underground hip hop. There's a buffer. There's a layer that always exists no matter what. No matter if it's 50 Cent, Nelly, Eminem, Jay-Z. No matter what was going on up there, the underground was consistent to itself. So it's a parallel society with upward potential. What I'm saying is the only thing left is the parallel of the parallel. There is no, in culture, I mean, in people, normal ones, the ones you see normally. They all got the updates, bro. I don't know how, because of what it changed. I know how people get nudged and do other and influences, yes. I know how marketing works, yes. I know how human behavior works a little bit. But no. I'm talking about that's been going on the whole fucking time. This shit is different. This shit is a little bit more with the Mandela effect on top of that. Don't fall. The UAPs on top of that. Don't miss that now. That's impossible too. I never thought we'd be in a world where we would see UAPs so fucking much daily, and then the tone of your reality is just like, maybe. Anyway. What? There's UAP footage dropping damn near every other day. New. Like, it's happening every day. It's new every other day. And people are talking about it every day. There's an outlet, there's a genre for it, there's a section that's active and loud. That's never happened before. That has never fucking happened before. Everything, if you got on the internet looking for UFO shit, you just keep finding the same old UFO shit. And hopefully you find a new person that finds another person to talk about a different angle of it. And it was a natural progression. More people paying attention, more people whistleblowing, more people sharing images, and it converges into a fucking conference. But it took time to do that. Now you have the internet and all these other things. So you would think, all right, so it should be more instant. Like, yeah, Dr. Stephen Greer and the podcasters and all that shit, they should be on it as soon as that shit appears. No. People ain't even question it. People ain't even even that interested. Only the people who are in that algorithm that share it and react. But that's such a small population. I'm talking about when you go outside, bro. I'm talking when you go outside. When you went outside back then, everybody didn't believe or saw or witness or even seen the video you're referring to. You go outside today, everybody knows something, seen something, and all you gotta do is look up. For a little while. You just gotta look up for a little while between 7 and 9. You just go outside and just look up for a little while. You're gonna see something that's gonna change the way you think. But now you got all the evidence and all the nudges and all the references, and it's not even it's as if it wouldn't matter if it is or it isn't. I would have never imagined that. I would have never imagined it for a whole generation who loves science programs and Star Treks and Star Wars fans. I'm talking about these are the same people, bro. I'm talking about the people. Them people ought to be my age still here too, like the same people, dog. And then they had kids, so them kids should be the same people, dog. Like it should be trending, right? Because the two people that had them kids, they knew what it was, so they kid would know what it was too. You feel me? So for it to be totally benign or certain things, not just that, but there's a lot of things like that would have been that are a bigger deal. And you would have noticed were a bigger deal. But now what I'm noticing, it's not because these ain't the same people, bro. They're the same people. For whatever reason. Fundamentally. Whatever lends them to shift that fast. I don't know what that is, but I've never seen it shift that fast before. Not for all people. For a neighborhood. For hip-hop. Subgenres. I'm talking about the whole society. No. They replaced everything in everyone's microculture. So it was a complete shift. It wasn't we shifted. Especially if you identify as black or something, you know that you're such a small fragment. So you know that you're independent of all of them anyway, in terms of the shifts in culture or mainstream, what we care about, basically. It's not the same thing ever. Even that's dead. For real. Black awareness is weird. There's no consensus. I've never expected, on Martin Luther King, you would never expected such a concept, such strange concept result for now. I mean, you wouldn't, you can expect or imagine that happening or people having that, but you wouldn't expect that the trajectory that we were on, that it didn't get better at all, that it got worse than what it was than when we were introduced to it. But none of the same problems that made it bad are even present. So if oppression was bad as it was now, and we reacted poorly, maybe, but we couldn't imagine this. But the oppression that comes from isn't there, yet we still somehow reacted poorly, and the results are poorer than when they were back then. I'm talking about as a collective, not just the individual problem people who are always percents, but I'm talking about collective wise. I want to expect the collective consensus, general averages, even the higher versions of it to be in this particular pit at all. It would have to detach by now. It didn't detach. those two groups, them two subgroups, didn't detach because of this being some type of cognitive setback. No, it's like everyone voted for it to go bad in all dimensions, like not in just the poorest people who just stayed poor. No. They never changed. They were always independent of the middle class anyway. No. There's two different lifestyles, two types of people, but consensus at grandma's house on Thanksgiving any day. So it's a crosstalk, but it was two independent. You would have noticed two different types of people anyway. I ain't talking about that, but I am. That changed too. Local variables, but nah, I'm talking about this ain't the same. This is not the same thing that it ever was. And this wasn't how it ever was. This is not a result of something. This is completely different. I'm talking about how it's perceived, like how drastic the pole shift is. It is rendered the past. It's impossible. These stories didn't exist back then. It couldn't have. And back then you couldn't foresee it to be. No. Mm-mm. Traditions and recipes, you can't pass them down. Something changed that drastic. It's like the Looney Tunes portal thumbnail. Yes. Newell says, yeah, that 2014 move. There was a nudge to get on YouTube for money. It ended in 2019. It wasn't from us here. It was beamed down. Mr. Now says, I saw the actual shift happen around February, March, and April of 2019. I left everything in that paradigm. I could smell it. I didn't even know what it was about to happen, but I was the only one in the mall with a visor and a designer cloth mask a year before anything happened. If a genocide happened and people were actually replaced, then yeah. There's definitely a shift in population for sure. And they keep making it seem like the foreigners are growing because they're reproducing locally, like in front of you. No, they're not. Because there's way more foreigners who can't speak English than there ever was. And that wouldn't make sense if we're there describing a linear progression of the same people. So they constantly do that. They'll replace, in our areas especially, you'll notice it, because all of our stores are foreign. It's been the patterns my whole life though. Thus, intentions, it's created that way. So you can see the shift, the gradient of foreigners in your stores, like in your areas and neighborhoods. It gives you a good temperature on things. And then you never get to say goodbye to the people previously. Like you never really even knew their life anyway, because they normally don't live in your neighborhood. That's the most hilarious shit about all of this nonsense. But when they disappear from the store, you don't see them again at the grocery or their kids at the university. You just never see them ever again. And then another group is in, but they sell the same Newports. I noticed that a whole lot, even city to city. Like, oh, yo, the fucking bodega people are still there. It's like, nah, they sold it. What? Yeah, the economy. Yeah, I heard about it. But then it's everywhere. It's percents of your reality, actually. It's subtracting from your local reality when they announce those numbers now. It's not isolated to the most densely populated targets. It's system-wide then. Well, that's clever. That's not random. That's not how numbers or dispersion works in organic anything. You couldn't create that system on a computer now if you wanted to, where you change a variable and everywhere changes to the same percent anyway. These people aren't in consensus with each other, but you can change something the same way across the board. That's crazy. It just means humans aren't our pattern isn't, our awareness of what we are is incorrect anyway, I guess. If we can be nudged like that, independently and as a whole. Whether that's the planets doing it, whether that's a spaceship doing it, whether it's Bernays' grandson, I don't know. I know that shit don't really hit me the same, so I doubt it. But even if I'm an Ackerman in that story, cool. Weird to notice. It's weirder that no one else does. While they're describing it, they're describing the end of the world, but not really describing what that means. They're describing something has changed or the uneasiness they can feel off. I don't feel off like they're describing right now. I feel like they're off though, yeah. But how they're internalizing these feelings and these storms and these energies and this radiation, the language that they're using is wrong if they've noticed it the whole time. They're overreacting, I think. But they can't tell you what they're overreacting to. And I can describe so many different things to react to, but that's not why they're overreacting right now. Hence, they're still overreacting to something changing too. And it absolutely did. This year was another one of those. My God. Can we chill? We can't even chill. Harp did it, or CERN, somebody did it again. I don't even know what it's about. If I do Incredibles database match scene and keep track of all the shapes that were part of the nudge, the pattern becomes like a massive web of micro clicks. Also, less radio waves playing music and just Wi-Fi happening. Yeah, our field is affected differently too. They're pushing out reports right now about our perception of time is changing because A, B, C, or D. But now time is speeding up. I didn't even know what the fuck was about to happen. Oh, same story. Yeah, I don't either. I didn't either. Bro, and this fucking Schumann super Hadouken waveform that's happening right now is kicking my ass energy-wise. That makes sense. We have a law of correspondence with Schumann at least. All of a sudden people start, like, that's an important thing to pay attention to. Because it just be whited out randomly. And when it's whited out randomly, all you guys talk about you're tired, so it's a thing. I don't think smoking helps me, but I can feel the heaviness of it, but it's not negativity in me. Now I can see the difference in it. That's deep. That we're being pushed from all angles. And what that means to, if it's everyone, bro, that means you're dealing with life and people so differently. It's not what you were raised for. Like, you couldn't be prepared for this is what I'm trying to say. I think I want to get that across. It's so different that we couldn't prepare for it. I've never even heard of that before. That's a foreign concept to our generation. That we would not be prepared for something. The generation that was preparing for everything. And what I'm saying is we couldn't, like, because our reality now is so different, whether you just hinge it off technology, it would have been literally impossible to envision these dilemmas because you wouldn't have no record or reference to the technology and how that makes people act when making your model back then. You couldn't model this reality, but you could have modeled your behaviors and your goals within it that would outlast it anyway. You would just adapt to it, upgrade it. No, this is totally different. This is a side effect, a consequence, all that shit. Yeah, I know, but I didn't change with it. I've never noticed it. I noticed a lot of people that change with it. They're not the same people either. They wouldn't have this conversation is what I'm saying either. They don't look at it like a problem or like they don't look at it like point A and point B. They're in it. They're like part of the change itself. That's what I'm saying. No matter what you do, it's going to change. They're going to change too if they're in that school. Like, I don't know what the fuck to call it yet. I don't know what to call it. And I know I changed to them as well. Absolutely. But they changed in the same direction. How? Why is there 2 directions? Why isn't there 360 directions? It's like it was, you know? Nah, humans got some other shit going on as a collective, bro. On top of the world, and then on top of the individuals. I don't think we really understand species. I really don't think we understand it. I think we skipped that shit. I think they simplified it way too much. They just get signed names. Nah, it must mean something different when it comes to collective energy shifts. It does not shift everyone the same way. And it's not intellectualized by the shift for people who shift it. Meaning, think if that is artificial, think of how many times you can shift a person. If it's like that, like Simon says this, Simon does that, Simon says this, and like you just don't fucking miss. And then this is the best you came up with. On top of that, this if that's that, and this is the best that happens on top of that, hell no, that'd be a dumb use of such a strange power. That's a great and strange power. You wouldn't waste it on the reprobate. Especially if you're from the people who need money. You wouldn't waste your money on the reprobate to reprobate the reprobate. There's no money in it. Literally. It's not a good idea. Obviously, look at us. It's a horrible idea. It's a Mandela effect. They've never failed every chart at once, guys. Every chart that they show about what's happening or changing is trending the wrong way all at once. Pay attention to the prolific use of charts in your social media. Bar charts, Venn diagrams, the arrow charts following numbers over time. Think about how much of that shit you see. And you don't even watch fucking MSNBC. But there's a prolific use of charts, right? Give your chat, think about it now. Weather charts, star charts, like everything's charting, except for music, of course. But everything's been about charts, right? Everyone's been looking at the charts. Top of the charts, get to the charts. Algorithm is about the charts. Algorithm is the charts, basically. And each algorithm has a different chart, obviously. So humans have been nudged into charts. Pop 100, Urban 50. Billboard shit is an algorithm, I guess, yes. But cool, there's always different algorithms, I guess. But why, who, if that's the same story, if that's the same thing that's causing the major shift, I don't get it. It don't make no sense. And we're at a critical level, I guess, this year. I guess this year was like a big shift. Because I know we can't go back. Like, my point of reference for the past is almost rendered useless. I can't do nothing with it but tell stories. Because it wouldn't. Our sensibilities for our environment are different too. Like, I fucking broke it, bro. That's all. Somebody did this. It's broken. It's a broken time loop. It's a broken timeline. So quite literally, everything is new. Going forward. Yeah, we're not prepared for this. Maybe that's what the feeling is. It's not fear and anxiety as much as it is unpreparedness. Kind of like those old school dreams where you're like thrown into a dream and you're like at an exam or the first day or the last day. You study, you didn't study, you failed, you passed. Like when it does that shit to you, like you're in the first last day of school exam. Yeah. And they have the other monkey hanging on your back, the AI. Replacing the things it replaces will change your society and what the society chooses to do instead. And then that ripple effect also changes society within its own Mandela effect on top of that. It's multidimensional. I guess they were actually in control of that flux better with so many different people manifesting different things too, and their local, how their local pulls from the other realities. Like, we're all individual quantum computers. We're not the same quantum computer. We're on the same network, but we're not the same host. So decentralizing a bunch of people who are centralized is a house divided, yeah. So that's why I can't stand on its own no more. Their algorithm actually, on top of all the 3D, 4D, 5D madness that I'm alluding to, but just back down to the earth of how the algorithm has niched people who are always bored alone at home most of their lives prior anyway. But now that they have a tribe in that, if you will, you can't undo it. It's a point of reference now. All these people alive who experience the algorithm will try to reanimate an algorithm without. They don't know how to capture or feed or pull from anything else without it, right? So how do you fix that? You can't just say, well, we need to stop doing the thing. That's not how humans as a collective works. They don't stop doing things. They evolve it or go left all the way. Or start banging on, I guess that's drums? What beat is that, right? Message. Even randomness like that. There's a kid in the distance butchering the electric guitar. I've heard it before a few weeks ago. So I know it's a kid that practices guitar. But then that energy sparked and had some other, sound like a kid just banging on trash or some type of plastic. Like they're bored. All of that's a sign of bored, by the way, as I'm talking about. Don't miss anything. That kid making all that goddamn noise because they're bored. And that boy, I guess he just got out of school or it's the weekend. He's practicing guitar because his friends or his friend group or Minecraft or something is just not there. He don't practice guitar every day. He practices when he's bored. So, yeah. They're going to make everyone bored again. That's what the problem is for the people who feel it. It's not what you think it is. It's boredom. They don't like the streaming shit. It's boring. They don't listen to the music. It's boring. Boring leads to boredom. When you reach boredom, though, not that something is boring, like you can evaluate it and switch it with something better. I'm talking about boredom is when the boring things do not have a substitute. That's important. You can be doing something boring, or you can be bored because you're obligated to witness something boring, and it's producing boredom. No, I'm talking about generationally, like eras of boredom because there's nothing better to do because everything is boring. Yeah. Yeah, it's boring. Everything else that people used to do that was the peak distraction or behavior, Temu, TikTok, whatever it was entertaining, it was exciting for them, I guess. And it fed, the energy was speeding around. It was moving around as such. This, you hear about that? Humanity-wise. And now it's like, everyone slow down. And then boom, yeah. That's why it's a feeling of boredom. That's why the hype is down. Noel had just alluded to that. There was an incentive to go to YouTube to make money, and those types of people and energies and potentials led to this fake hype. And then when they stop because they're disenchanted or no longer incentivized to do it, it's like all at once they stop though, which is weird. All those people drop out at the same time. Like, so what email did they get? That was like, it's over. Right? It's weird. But that did happen. It's happening in everything. People get bored with the pursuit of the things all at fucking once. And now there's no replacements for the boredom. People are bored with their jobs. It's like, hey, I came into work and there's nothing to do today. You're a few more clicks from boredom. Your job's about to be boring. AI is going to make working boring. Think about how fast AI does what you do. If it could be automated, it'll do it as soon as you press enter. All right, now what do I do? AI just doesn't just automate shit. It does it instantly. That's the part that people are missing. It'll take you X amount of minutes just to go through the spreadsheets. AI does it instantly. Ain't if it can do it. It's when it learns how to do it, it's instant. That's the AI difference. And then the company says, well, it's more potential to do more things after that. Yeah, but you need more people to be doing things for it to do like that. They haven't thought about this. That's cool. But in the meantime, while they learn the hard way, you have to understand the boredom part of it. Instead of being distracted, instead of being entertained, instead of good music, instead of good movies, instead of dating, instead of going back and forth and living in two worlds, going back and forth with boys and girls and all those things in between it, instead of living in once a week at the party scene, at the club scene, whatever it was, and the other nights in the drive-thru or the restaurant, instead of all that diverse occupation through the commerce of it, and then the commerce slows down, and then it shuts down, and then you're just left with whatever you're left with. It has nothing to do with rich or poor at that point. It changes your whole fucking society. It's not individually. It's not individual wins and losses. I think that's part of why this is so profound. That as an experience to live through this, it's because it's not just me or you or us. It's not just the Mexicans. You know, it's not a thing like that. It's no. This shit's permanent. This shit is not coming back. I remember Circuit City, motherfuckers. It didn't come back. It's permanent. So, Radio Shack too. So, yeah. The things that replaced the 90s, that was the options, the distractions, it caused you to leave that stuff in the 90s. What's different this time is that the 90s of right now is the internet. And because the internet replaced so many alternative real life substitutions, that as it's fading away, it's not like those substitutions will come back, especially with the generational divide. They have no reference. So I think that's what you need. It's one thing for MySpace to die, but there's still clubs outside. So MySpace died, boo-hoo. All 15 to 25% of us only knew. Everyone else was still kind of in real life, I guess, at that point. Now there is no such difference so much. It's more like 85, 15 to real life, 85 to the internet in terms of the paradigm. So now that that's dying, it's not being refilled with, there's nothing above that. Yeah, it's boring. Their paradigm, I mean, the answer to everything is the other side of things. Besides the incompetence and the weirdo shit, on top of that, if you ain't talking about that and that ain't happening with them, you get them to fuck up out of your head, you ain't like, there's nothing else going on. What's that sign of? Boredom. The boredom setting in. The bed rotting thing is getting boring. The doom scrolling thing is getting boring. Being stuck in their house doing the content from their bedroom, you know what I'm talking about, Mr. No? It's getting boring to them. Wow. So they can't pull the energy out, you know what I'm saying? They can't do it, like you can't do YouTube for money. So you can't be on the internet to cure boredom. Wow. Wow. Hate to see it. Because there is no replacement right now. I saw an actual shit from February. Yep, I feel like I'm permanently taking off on a plane this whole day, like the air pressure. Yeah. TFB says 3. Reprobate times reprobate equals 1 times 1 equals bad math, right? Rotting is boring, but it can't be reversed. The second they touched that bed the first time in the afternoon with the intention, that was it. It ain't gotta be negative. Thank God. This wasn't a negative energy pull. It just is. We've been shifting so many gears as a society and within the subgroup and within our own personal lives. And obviously not being equipped to be aware of it all happening at once the way it is. And then the summation is like this strange feeling. With a gnosis of that, it's not the same. That's what's fucking with me. It's like, damn, that's cold. Like, they really talking about just erasing the whole game that I know, all at once, with nothing to stop it, with no process. I know how humans are now better, so I know it's not even a potential to use that card, right? You can't even be disappointed at the card itself that's not being pulled because it never was. It was never an option. Damn. So now it's clear that it's never an option that you needed a consensus of people to rebel against something. This is a tidal wave of change. And it's subtle. And they're following charts, numbers, and prices, but it's people. New ones, old ones, different ones. mRNA might be one part of the shit, bro. I swear to goodness. If that shit did all this, like the turbo paradigm shift, bruh. But that exposes something about our reality, though. If mRNA can change something in the mind of a person, it changes your reality. So it's saying the same thing, no matter what, actually. The mRNA would be proof that consensus of humans is what shifts or drives reality. Absolutely. mRNA would be absolute proof of that, actually, if that's what they're doing. If that's the result, I'm saying. I don't think that's what they're trying to do with it, but it's the fact that that's the vehicle to do it, that humans' minds are the vehicle to shift things as a collective, and that's what they're really doing this whole time, and they try to get lazy and make it remote controlled. Oh my God. That's crazy. That's wild. That's wild. Someone called Tom Clancy and the Nazis, man. I haven't seen this story yet. I think they said Kingsman tried to do a similar story like that with the phones or something, right? But they're making the humans the phones instead. Rookie mistake. You don't do that. You don't do a project that fucking big all at once without having perfected it with a test script. What the fuck? That was willy-nilly of them. You tell by the patent dates and the rollout time, it was rushed. I don't know why they rushed that. If that's what's causing a lot of this. There's a lot of people transitioning, that's what I'm saying. Life, the heaviness and energy of that's gonna fluctuate too. By not having those ideas and those people channeling and manipulating the reality anymore, just by not being present. Their intentions and what they're holding on to, what they were paying for, what they were circulating is not there no more either. At a scale that we've never lived through in our generations. This much loss of life in such a short time. Yeah. That's the craziest thing about death, ain't it? It stops their story, but it changes yours. Yeah, their death is the end of the story because, the joint reality, it's the end of their story. It's the last chapter they're in for the story that you're witnessing. But because that happened, it changes your story. Is that interesting? Everyone can't say that. Everyone doesn't affect each other the same way then, depending on who dies first. You understand? Like, if I would have died as a kid, that would have still affected my natural father the same way that mom dying did, but his outcomes, because he didn't have a kid, his outcomes, because maybe him and her would have stayed together and tried again, his whole loadout, his life, quite literally, would have to have been different than it being my mother dying. Or not both of us even, right? If both of us died in that car accident, then he'd be by himself. There'd be no reference point. And then his life would have a certain patina or color perhaps. And the tragedy of losing his family and then trying to do it again without having to have to raise a kid, right? It's a different polarity, different healing time period and everything, because his variables would be different just being by himself. I'm a witness, I'm by myself. So yeah, it's not the same story as his even with me. And we're damn near the same thing, almost genetically, at least 50%. So yeah, death is an interesting little toolkit too. Depending on who dies, it changes the rest of the collective story, quite literally. So we're definitely interconnected, just maybe not totally, but we're definitely interconnected in a way that our mind and our existence affects the reality that we're sharing. Yes. So just strategically removing certain people, or them transitioning, or them getting old, or they just not existing for whatever reason, changes the whole story too. Changes the color of the story. Right there. And you cannot go back to a previous chapter, can you? That's kind of how like the society thing is happening. It's like a death of a main character. And it's like we don't have a choice. We can't go back to get Pony Boy. We got it. The movie usually like ends on some deep fortune cookie quote, and then you see credits. But in real life, they wake up and go back outside again. Then what? That's kind of how this society seems as a collective, energy-wise, or narrative-wise. It's like looking for something to talk about. Yep. Mm-hmm. You got trauma, you got Stockholm, you got grief, you got anger pyramids. You have all of the things shocking people all at once, and it's multiples at once is what's new. For everyone to notice it, for everyone to be affecting it, and then for it to be multiple variations of things at once. That is wow. This is unheard of, I think. That's unheard of. We don't know these people. They just got here. So it's unheard of. This is the first time we've experienced this, I think. Even the people that got here. They weren't here before, so this is the first time they experienced it here with us. So, or with others that are not them. So same story for them. It's completely unfamiliar territory. They're not going to figure that out. We're not. They're not in control of this. This is not a government thing. Your government's responding to whatever it is, though. They didn't plan it this way. If it can shift once, it can shift twice. I know. What a time to be alive, Farouk. Jonathan 3. Should have never scrolled that shit. Now I'm on the fucking phone. It may have even upgraded our story in the long run by sacrificing theirs. Yeah, that's what time is about. To see where it goes. And hopefully, hopefully that's a potential realization later. Yeah. Always. Hopefully. But we know how hoping be. We know how hoping be. But that's the thing. You bring it back to the present moment. You're like, it is what it is. Whatever it is right now, that is what it is. Hence, I think they can only survive this with such an awareness. I think you have to know metaphysics to even survive such a reset. See? Same story. Then it just became spiritual. Like, damn. That's why I was always nudged to look at that and read that and try to see things that way or try to prove these things. It's because I would have absolutely had to have learned those things at those times that way so that when this time came, I want to be caught up in the current of the consensus that's currently losing its marbles in the timeline in which it never goes backwards, thus perfecting detachments so that you can move forward. It's like quicksand. Yep. If they don't move, it's like quicksand. And the faster they move, the quicker it loses its energy, their dreams, their plans, the goals, the narratives, everything. The more they say the same shit, they'll run out of things to say soon. That's interesting to see if that's true. To see when there's a collapse of new narrative, period. Because remember, back in the day, it was boring. They're talking about the same news headline for the whole week. So you'll notice it as it's stopping. Thus, it'll be less, if that's the way it's going. That's interesting. I'm very interested to see if that what happens. I'm going to send you a tweet I did in a sec. I predicted the entire live. Nah, this can't be. It's almost 6 o'clock. Damn. Time is flying, too. Especially, I don't know. Time does. The day passes faster in the fall. Never mind. But the passing is faster, too. But damn, fall, I'll be forgetting. It gets dark sooner, so. 5:30. It's starting getting dark now. So, it's like, it'd be rushing. It's gonna be dark by fucking 6 o'clock soon. It's only 5:30. It's almost the sun's setting. I thought that shit was like 7:30, 7:31, 7:15. It was like, nah, 5:45. What? Sunset. The sun is setting faster. Do I like Chinese food? Well, if you send me a cash app, I'll get some. But yeah, I'm about to go do something. It's October, yeah. Thanks for sharing your knowledge in 3Ms. I was taking mental notes. Shout out to Nameless. Jesus loves me, says, do you like Chinese women? I don't know. Do Chinese women like me? Ask me, do I like Chinese food? And if I like Chinese women. Do you like Blackanese food? I don't know what else to say about that subject, man. That shit kind of like healed me of trying to figure it the fuck out, actually. We ain't got nothing to figure out about what happened. We can't figure it out. And figuring it out to fix it or save it or change it will never happen anyway. Dope. It is what it is, part 10. Say lo que lo say. So yeah, man. Just keep your energy up. That's the only thing we do control. The direction or our intensity. So just choose positive. Choose to go to positive, what feels positive, what creates positive reactions in this space, in the space that we are in. That's the hardest thing for me, boy, because you be trying to, like, I wonder if, could, would, should, if I did this and created this and this happened. And I'm like, it ain't happening. And it's like, bro, you forgot, it can't happen no more. What? Nah, bro, really peep the variables of what you're talking about. If this, then that. How could it ever be that now? Oh, it couldn't be that. Mm-hmm. And even if you could do that, if you force that to happen, it wouldn't play out. The other things wouldn't play out because this ain't that over there. Like, damn, it ain't even the same time to do that, right? Mm-hmm. What do I do? Stop doing that. Oh, wow. Stop trying to change, control, or manifest an answer, or query, or result in response to this ain't that. Like, damn, I've been doing that for a long time. Yep, can't do it no more. Nope. Yeah, it changes the way you think about things. Thus, what you try to manifest and what you're considering in your brain. Even something strategic was like music or something. You want to be trying to like, I want to try to build my studio or get my setup the way that I did 5 years ago for the reasons that I did in the time that I was in. Doing that right now, quite literally, will just be like procedural based on my pattern of who I am and what my ideal would be for that, for music production. But it doesn't serve the same function as it did 10 years ago at all. It doesn't, the outcome and the meaning of doing it now it wouldn't even lead me in any of the directions or intentions that I could have for it. It's a completely new reason now. Like it's a cool, if I achieve that and I do that, the path where that goes is not backwards. It's completely something else. And at this point in time, I have no idea where it would go. Like, what would be the point down the road for it to go do it that way? Wouldn't matter either way if you did or didn't do it. Not to the global variables, probably not. No. But to the local variables, what would that do? Should it do with your time? Yeah, obviously. But at that level or in this polarity, is that required to use time? Nope. You could play StarCraft instead. Yeah. So you see what I'm saying? So it'll it changes everything. Your thoughts change your day by days, and our thoughts change the day by days, and then the bigger thought collective. Yeah, like jellyfish or something. It's crazy. It's crazy, boy, that they abuse that power. Nameless says, glad to see you alive and well. I'm glad to see you alive and well. Noel says, brought up to you by Henry Ford. He outgrew his studio setup. That'd be a cool little short film or short little book to write. It wasn't the studio setup. It was my entire life. I outgrew my mind, like my worldview about life. Mm-hmm. In correspondence to life, in correspondence because of the correspondence to life itself changing and like looking at it, and it was like, whoa, that can happen. Like this can get unserious. This can, you know what I'm saying? Like when you see the different doors closing and paradigms. Like Inception, you know, like, no. The way I had it configured, the way I was connected or responding to it, pivoting, the way I pivoted off of that, I can't do that no more. Like as a thought experiment, like I can't even worry and think and see things the same way. I don't have and that's the thing, I don't yet have a better option either. I just know it's not that. Like I know this ain't that no more. In all dimensions, metaphysics, day to day, how people treat me or don't treat me, like everything is different. How things work out or don't work out, like it's all new to me. But if it pivots off of the mainstream, that's all new to me too. So yeah, the outgrowing is like, it's not the age or the number, it's mental. It's like there's nowhere to land in that paradigm no more. The studio part is just a side effect. I do the studio stuff and make music to make it seriously. I would want to make money seriously. I would make money seriously. It'd be serious. It's like I did it A plus B to get C. It'll happen. It'll go that way. It'll in going that way, these are the different paths and things and types of people along the way. What I'm saying is none of that's there no more. So I'm not talking about the tools per se. I'm talking about why I would even have those tools in my garage anyway. I'm not fixing cars. Yeah. So So that seems like outgrowth, but it's not outgrowing it because it's still there though. Mm. I'm not growing some parts of it, but no, the thing, usually when you outgrow something, like you outgrow hanging out at the park. The park's still there, and there's still kids out there, and there'll be another cast of kids out there still at the park one day until there isn't. What I'm saying is, there's not only is there not kids going to the park no more once I outgrew it, is now that park's not even there. So then you're like, all right, then, well, you find a different park. No problem. Maybe I'll move to a different state where the park's at, right? Other states that have parks. More people, more money, and studios, and you go there, and you see for yourself, like, all right, well, here's a new park. Let's see if there's any kids there. They're not there either. That and they should have had nothing to do with you and where you come from. But you see, it's connected somehow. It's global, variable wise. The pivot point to do any of that at that level does not exist in this paradigm. Hence, even when it's available, we've seen it phase out. It's niche, or it's a collector, or is it old dude stuff now? Officially, quite literally, because that worldview or paradigm of music production is older. It's at least 20 years old now. You got different generations, you have different results, you have different pipelines, and then you have the most important part, the ears of the new people, and the it doesn't matter part of business. That's all new to us. We didn't have those variables when we were starting. We were predicting some of those variables being inevitable, yes, but you don't ever expect the roller coaster to be over because it ran out of track. Paths. I didn't outgrow the path per se. I finished it. There's no path left there. You have to go backwards. Mm-hmm. And even going backwards, everything will be closed. So it'll be the same path, but it'll be a lonely road. Mm-hmm. I know, I'll start stacking for real, if you let me. So the adjustment period then, whether it's music production, whether it's video gaming, whether it's entertainment, distractions, it's creating certain types of dreams, and you want to do books and movies, and you realize like, oh shit, I'm hustling backwards because there's something else looming that's going to change everything anyway. And I don't know what it is, but we got to keep going in the meantime anyway. Yeah, no. But keep going in the meantime isn't the same though, as it used to be. Before you kept going in the meantime and you kept doing the thing that would give you the potential to elevate to where you're actually trying to go. If we just keep doing the things now, we don't know where it's going. You keep going back then, 10 years ago, it was like, I'm gonna keep going because I know there's a potential it can get better, and that means it looks this way. Like it's better than this because the better is this way. Like it's there's a high chance if I stick to this and I just keep going, it'll go that way inevitably because there's other people that way. I heard about that way. I seen someone else just get that way next week. I'll get there eventually. I'm just if I'm serious. No, I'll never get there. Period. There's no there anymore. That's not it. Yep. Same thing that's happening to Disney. Same thing that's about to happen to Netflix, right? Me and you cannot go to New Egg or Circuit City or Radio Shack. We just can't do it. We thought that because you could order the same thing from Amazon and Temu that it didn't change the whole paradigm. It did. Now you don't even order those things off of Amazon because the paradigm that brought you there was Circuit City or Radio Shack. It was your sponsor of the idea. Yeah, same story. The idea doesn't make sense no more. That you're going to spec in something commercially where the commercial audience and the commercial makers have settled for highbrow, low bar, artificial creations. That wouldn't make sense. Well, people will like it because it's real and organic. What people? What are you talking about? That's how it used to work. The logic. That's not. Obviously, that's not real. There isn't a supply and demand by creating the opposite polarity and then bringing the wave back again. And that, like, that's not what does that. If it does that, it's not going to do that either. We're headed for something totally different, guys. This is not linear. Um, and if we take the base of where we are as a civilization in America now and then make a linear path forward, you know where that goes, right? So it's not going that way either. It'll do something weird. But what I'm saying is, every time we progress down this road as a society, we're not preparing for, like, the language around this has always been like, people keep saying like, oh, it's down, it's a recession, it's this, like basically saying it's a valley moment, and then we're gonna, if we just do the right things and persist, it'll raise back up and we'll continue going forward on the same path that it was. This is just a break. This is just like a little NASCAR, a little pit stop in everything. Like, all right, and then we're gonna get back on track and finish this race. No, it ain't. That's what's different for real, for real. I think that's what's kind of like, I don't know how to contextualize this or how to deal with it. Like, where to put it in my mind for now, but it's there. I see it. I see it so much clearer. The American dream or illusion is gone, so all the visualizations and hopes of the future was based on it are gone too. Cool. But because we don't know what it is due to the illusion and dream, you gotta look for what it's going to be really this time, part two, you understand? I am not talking about individual success and paths and stuff. I'm talking about where your individual success looks like in the collective itself. We have no idea. Not one fucking clue, bro. It's really hard to imagine it that far out. That's what I'm saying. It is what it is. You gotta get back to the present moment and then manifest or exist in your joy and happiness right now. And obviously that's the only answer, even if you didn't know. But I'm talking about projecting wise and tradition wise and where people think it's going or talking about it. They lack the vocabulary to express the fact that whatever is happening, there is no going back. It's not call and response. You can't boycott something and it goes bankrupt and you go, all right, now our social issue is corrected. No, it didn't address your social issue, but it did put that thing out of business. And then that put your lifestyle out of business too. You just don't know it yet. Like that type of shit. Like these decisions are a little bit more wide range. They're not simple. Like, oh, everyone's a graphic designer. I guess I should go to school for marketing instead or make apps. Yeah. That's a supply and demand thing in terms of the energy. Because there's way too many damn designers and way too many damn graphics for everybody to go to the same 3 damn apps. Anyway. So, screen time shit. So, no, it's not one of those. Although it is. It's that and the other thing. And the other thing is, now that we've ran out of that and it's on AI level, we don't need any of you to do those things. Cool. But then that changes a whole curriculum, a whole dream set, a whole skill set of recipes, a whole platform for plugins and templates and all that shit. It kills Red Giant Suite. It kills Adobe subscriptions unless they narrow those 50 apps down to 3 and 2 of them being AI and cloud-based soon, right? So then all those people, and then DeviantArt and whatever its remnant is today, it changes. Like the whole thing about Wackums and stuff like that, and all those kids who want to go to school in art digital circuses and art institutes, like it changes that. It changes the person who learned how to do that shit in my age group, wanted to be a professor there until they were 75 and retired. Well, they definitely ain't going to retire teaching how to fucking do Adobe After Effects. That's for damn sure. In their whole niche itself. Because you're not even going to use the thing that he niched in. Meaning, you're not even going to produce the content that you need to niche in doing that. Like, just right now, you're not going into a dark room to fucking get your pictures for Instagram, right? Very few people will ever have to do that ever again if everything's digital. And then as soon as someone say dark room, what is that? Like, you remember they used to take flash photographs and they had to develop their own film? What is developing film? Remember when people used to have like physical copies of their pictures? Wait a minute, you have a physical copy of your picture? Where did you put that? Like, you see, as the language model changes with time, whether you know it or not, it's just not there with you, even if you did know it. We're getting old, but nah, you're getting old, and your whole reality as an older person is gone already. And then you're looking forward and you go, everyone else is kind of sensing the same thing. They can't say what's next either. So I'm not off of it and just noticing. There's a certain amount of uncertainty about everything at once. That is absolutely a new phenomenon. 9/11 didn't feel like that. 9/11 was scary about being attacked or something blowing up again, or being drafted to a war and have to deal with some Private Ryan shit. But day to day, paying bills and working and buying clothes and all that shit, no, it wasn't. We had some of the best music coming out. People were on the internet talking about Reason 3 and shit. Like, no, it was fine. It was fine. People had dreams and shit. It was fine. People wanted to go to Atlanta and get famous and try again. You know, it was fine at that time. Aaliyah wasn't dead yet. We was outside for real. So we've lived through those catalysts and not seen such a big shift. But this one is this is a big shift, bro. Cali ain't Cali no more. I already know that. I already feel it. My brother is finally off of fentanyl. It took him forever, but he's better now than ever. Shout to Nameless 90. Shout to your brother. That's good. Cool J says a personal quantum leap. Yeah, bro. Noel says Cali ain't Cali. Everybody moving out of it. But I'm here for the Cali move telethon. Jonathan 3. Cool J says that's a great analogy about the last train track. The Cali Renaissance. Joseph Half Price Books. I got a CD collection of 14 more. 12 out of 14 were $2 clearance buys. Okay, I want to keep that in mind. Those bookstores do be having CDs in vinyl. We'll be back to the wave time, but it's like in 20 more years from now. So yeah, when I'm 60, in my 60s. In my real midlife crisis. I have a midlife crisis when it goes back. Man, the Zeus phone call was the whole play, Lord. More than 911 and would create a never before and after like never before. Cut to now. Yeah. Cool J said we had a great run. We did, bro. We did. I didn't max it out like I wanted to, but then I wouldn't have wanted it to now that I know what I know about those people. But it kept us in the game. It definitely kept our attention. It was definitely a way to navigate things in general. It was a good litmus test on where you were and where you weren't because it was so clear. But now it's like, where am I now? Where am I going from here? But then it says, there's nothing to fear. Fear not. Because that's when the random shit happens. You're not afraid of it. And you don't know what's next. It's like going to Camden. Same story. Glad I spawned in an area where the run lasted for 8 years due to overseas reception in terms of what was available to consume. Yeah. The delay. Such a weird conversation to have. I would not expect to have it about those things. But here we are. Another day in paradise. 555. I'm out of here, man. It's your boy Deshaun, aka mgthefuture. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for liking, commenting, subscribing too. We got 38 likes this time, 25 viewers. Appreciate you. Enjoy your Sabbath, the rest of it. It's about to be nightfall. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll play it one day at a time because quite literally, that's all we could have ever done. But now we have to do that board again. So, shout out to you, my friends. Peace, Rakim. Peace, Harut. Peace, Smyth-EL. Peace, Jonathan. Peace to all of you guys. Peace. I'll catch something and then the replay won't have it anyway. So shout out to y'all. Peace of Georgie Porgy. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Peace.